Awakened in ruins to the echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen and blood-washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf once again for this auspicious day of League of Legends here in Korea. Very excited to go into our first match, which could be a banger, Wolf.
Yeah, it's going to basically be a battle for third place right now between these two squads. So very excited to see if we can actually see DRX topple Damwon Kia in their hardest week of the season. They will, of course, face off against Genji later on this week. So very tough matches for them back-to-back, but if they could take that win tonight over Damwon Kia, big upset it would be, but it would actually put them in top 3 pretty firmly.
Yeah, and it's stated that it's kind of DRX in July hell at the moment, because they have been up against some pretty tough competition recently, and Zeker and Kingen haven't necessarily been able to step up to the top dogs. And this is once again another huge test. Let's get into points of the match here as we start this one off. 2 win streak versus 2 loss streak. But the losses were against some pretty tough opposition here for DRX. And yeah, the West side has proved to be the most powerful side.
Of course, as always, and you know, DRX had some time to bounce back. Obviously, they have a lot of preparation they can put into a week like this, but we'll see which team they prepared more for, Damwon Kia or Genji, because Damwon Kia seems to be the easier of the 2 opponents. Neither of them are easy, of course, but you know, Genji is undefeated at the moment. So excited to see how they do perform, as DRX are on a 10-match loss streak. That's 10 matches. That's right, since 2020. They have not beaten Damwon Kia in a series in any tournament, including Kespa Cup, Worlds, etc.
Yep.
They just do not beat this team.
They don't. And I remember one of the times in 2020 summer, it was actually a semi-final of the World Championship. It was my very first best of 5 at Worlds that I've ever cast. It was also one of the fastest of all time. It was not even close in the slightest. And it was a rematch of the summer final of that year as well. So definitely a bit of a monkey on the back of DRX, and we'll see whether this roster is going to be able to get over the top against this team. And this is the big difference, right? It is Beryl against his former team, now with Noguri back on the top side of the map, and Beryl and Deft taking on Dokdam and Kellen. And this is a big test for both, you know, Beryl and Deft this season, considering the fact that DRX are looking so much better. And of course, Dokdam and Kellen to find some more consistency here for Damwon.
And Kellen, you know, saying that Beryl was his mentor. You know, he studied Beryl's play. He learned a lot about Beryl's engages, his ward control, his vision game. And, you know, it's such an exciting matchup to see them clash here in the bottom lane. As we take a look at some team stats here, the most impressive one and most interesting one perhaps is the average Baron power play here for Damwon Kia is 5,000 gold. And what that tells you is not that they are winning dominant games at this point. That means that their Baron fights are decisive. They often get team wipes after they take the Baron, or are not in control of the game, and there's a lot of turret gold to be taken. So very decisive late games here. Notice their Baron percent is only 50, but when they do take those Barons, they take the whole map.
They definitely do, and we've actually seen this in their more recent games as well, right? They take Baron and then the game's over. They just manage to push to win so much better than a lot of our other teams, and we saw this yesterday, right? We saw so many Barons taken, and games just never finish, Wolf. It was absolutely crazy. I don't think that we're going to see that this time around. I think today is going to be a very different day, and I think that it's Damwon that is going to take a lot of control in that regard. We'll see whether DRX can get these early game leads, but this team is very, very scary. Noggery Canyon, Showmaker back together again, and Dr. and Kellen augmenting this roster as per usual. Of course, a roster that we're starting to get used to here in the LCK, especially now that Noggery's back. Certainly feels a little bit more like Damwon.
Certainly does. Dr. Having some ups and downs this season. His series against T1 was definitely one of the biggest blemishes that Damwon Kia faced, but he's bounced back in those last 2 win streaks, or rather, last 2 wins they got to put them on that 2-series winning streak we talked about in the points of the match. So we'll see how he performs tonight and what champion he's given. I think the Zeri is definitely going to be heavily looked at here for Damwon Kia, and as on blue side, DRX will probably look to ban that one away instead of trying to win 2v2s. Although Deft has loved his Kalista counter picks and things like that, we'll see how they perform here. Because I think a lot of this Damwon Kia roster right now is about Dr. and Kellen and that bottom damage.
Well, we'll see whether that stays the same way, because I've heard there's some Belveth potentially on the horizon. But not for this team. This is, of course, DRX, king in there towards the top side of the map. And as we scan over, Pyoshik, Zeka, Deft, and of course Beryl there towards the bottom side of the map against his former team here today. Very serious face on Beryl, as this is just another rough week for DRX.
It could be the week that breaks DRX and puts them back on the east side. It might put them back in the playoff race with some of the teams they've been ahead of so far. Live Sandbox has an easier week, could actually pass DRX if DRX end up taking both these losses. So for DRX, it's really important, but it's a rough week. But if they overcome it, if they get an upset in either of these series, they're the hardest points to get going into a regular season race like this. You take even games off of Damwon Kia and Genji, you're feeling really good about right now. But if they actually upset both, I mean, their position is top 3. Like, that is clear. So that's the hope for DRX fans, is maybe they could pull this off tonight. And, of course, later on this week with a star-studded roster that's really coming together here in Deft's final season of professional play.
Yep, let's hope that it's a bit of a John Farnham. He's an Australian singer-songwriter who went on about 600 farewell tours. So I'm hoping that Deft does a similar thing here, but I think it's pretty cut and dry that he's likely in his final year. But let's have a look at our key player matchup. It's the mid lane, Showmaker versus Zeka. That's a decent KDA there for Showmaker. Unfortunately, Chovy resides in the mid lane, so getting first place in KDA is very difficult to do if you're a mid laner.
Notice the damage percent dichotomy here. Showmaker has played mostly utility mids, even with 2 games of Corki. He's lowest damage share of all mid laners in the LCK, whereas Zeka is first in damage share. So that's with his #1 champion he's played being the Ahri, and the Akali being his second. So when he plays Azir, for example, he's really pulling his weight, but his Akali has been really strong and has given a lot of carry performances over to the squad of DRX and has won them games where they have been drastically far behind, but he's made some crucial plays, some crucial backline picks, just winning them objective fights. And that's where Damwon Kia have also looked at their weakest. We talked about it in the team stats earlier. Damwon Kia's objective control, the weakest of the top 3 teams right now, next to T1 and Genji. DRX much stronger at controlling elemental drakes, grabbing souls, and controlling barons. They haven't been able to get the same value as Damwon has, of course, when they do take those barons. But getting a tempo lead here, I think, is how you want to play this out as DRX.
No, I 100% agree. Those damage stats are very interesting, though. I want to go back to that just for a second, because Kellen's most played support is Yuumi, who, especially on patches prior, was just doing obscene amounts of damage with just prowling projectile spam over and over again. And he has Canyon in the jungle as well. Like, we saw his Graves games, and Canyon loves to carry. So much of the damage onus is away from Showmaker, and so that's why you see Zeka with such a higher damage percent, because it's basically him and Deft that the team relies on to do so much of their damage. We'll see whether that is going to continue to be a thing here as we go into today's game. You mentioned the Zeri priority situation. I don't know whether DRX are going to do it, but I would love to see another Twitch out of Deft, because he played so well last time we saw it, and it hasn't been working for so many other teams, Wolf, and we know that it has the potential to be able to go toe-to-toe with this Zeri if you can get through that early game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's one of the things that's most exciting about the potential Zeri pick here that could come through. Now, Damwon Kia do have site selection priority here. That's another thing stacked against DRX in this first round robin in this matchup. However, later on, when you go down the series, I think Damwon Kia should look to pick blue side every time because they do not prioritize junglers as much as the rest of the LCK does. So most people are saying, all right, there's basically 2 junglers right now. It's Wukong, Viego. Canyon saying there's 11 because he's played 11 jungle champions so far this season. So they don't need to prioritize that as much. And their focal point is definitely going to be much more so on the mid lane and getting bot prio.
That little alpaca peeking through the sign is absolutely adorable. Definitely a lot of very passionate Deft and DRX fans here at Lowell Park today. Some cheerfuls that were tweeted out by the DRX Twitter earlier on. It was very, very cute. But here we are, into the draft for game number 1. Let's see what Damwon are going to start off by banning, and it will be the Ornn. Of course, Kingen, his best games by far have been the Ornn, and there's the Zeri question answered immediately by DRX, who just want none of it.
Yeah, I do think that, yep, here's also removing jungle champions away from Pyoshik because Canyon has such a deep pool, he's not interested in picking the high prio blue side Wukong like I was suggesting earlier. I think this might be a game where we see prio completely given over to Dukdom Kellen or Showmaker just on a scaling mid, even though that hasn't been necessarily what he's been prioritizing most of the time, besides those 2 games at Corki. He's been more of a facilitator, the Lissandra, the Twisted Fate. So see what he ends up picking up here if he's given a lot of options, because right now the focus for DRX has been against Dukdom. There's the Zeri and Seraphine gone.
Yep. We'll see whether DRX do also ban the Senna that we've seen banned alongside it, but Damwon decide that they want to get rid of Senna themselves.
Senna is so much stronger on red side because you get to pair it with a strong pick, and blue side prio in 2v2 is much stronger than red side prio, so you don't want to pick Senna as much as the blue team, generally speaking. And you also won't be able to have the duo since you only get 1 pick. So I like the Senna ban here. Could have banned Kench also.
I actually think that this is really interesting. With Renata banned, the Tahm Kench stock is going way
big.
up. And I know we're in a recession, but it is still going up. Like, it's absolutely crazy. Bel'Veth is going to be first pick, though. So I was going to talk about her. Canyon has been playing a bunch of games. You can hear all of the fans here in Lowell Park losing their minds. Pyoshik as well. Over the last week has put 9 games or something like that into Bel'Veth. Not quite the 100% win rate that Canyon has in solo queue, but he is going to go for it here as DRX look to answer. And I'm not entirely sure that Bel'Veth is good. We've heard, mixed reviews all over the internet about her. Her initial clear has been brought into question just a little bit, and I feel like she's just better Master Yi. And Master Yi is also not in the meta, so we'll see how it goes.
I think this priority is a bit exaggerated, but I think it realistically, if you expect Pyoshik is also looking to pick this one up because of what his solo queue is showing and the rumors that are around this, that's why you see it go so highly here for Damwon Kia, just to make sure it's locked up. It was picked so late on the timer as well, just kind of locking it at the last possible moment there when the Senna ban came through. We'll see what comes with this now, because obviously DRX have this very strong set of damage dealers. They love to play where they control the bottom 2v2 with Kalista, then shore up the late game with Zeka's Corki. And I really love the dichotomy that's actually set, because you have strong points in both the early game and the late game with this, and Deft's late game Kalista has been fantastic.
Definitely has.
We'll see the Sejuani here, very likely to the top side of the map for Nuguri.
Yep.
And be a very oppressive combo there with Bel'Veth's mobility.
Also is a bit of a blocker to the Gnar. We've seen Nuguri absolutely destroy Gnars with his Sejuani. See whether Kingen is going to dust off the GP in response, but Showmaker, 1 second to go, has to pick something up here. We'll see where he's going to go, as Swain is going to be locked in. All right, we are just trying to fight in very short range, and that is all Damwon Kia wants to do. They're against the Corki, though, so they're going to have to get that done pretty early on in the game.
Yeah, I think that for DRX here, you might even just want to consider playing that GP and have that extra scaling and extra poke with the barrels against the very slow-moving comp that's running at you here.
Cannon Barrage value Cannon Barrage, very high.
Very high, like you say, and...
Oh no, don't do that, Kingen.
The Gnar is a very risky pick, especially because you cannot guarantee your safety here necessarily, because now Damwon Kia can just ban away the Viego, can ban away even Lee Sin here, away from Pyoshik, if they want to just make sure that the Sejuani could be oppressive on the top side with the Bel'Veth they have already.
And I think this week in solo queue, Pioshik is 11-0 on the Lee Sin. He's been putting a lot of time into that champion, so understandable. Ashe going to be banned away from Doctor, the classic Kalista counter that we have seen prop back up into popularity.
Also, you know, works extremely well if you're doing the support Ashe variation with the Swain. We've seen that.
Oh, true.
So I think it's a twofold ban here. One for the lane pick. Because there's a Viego ban, and I think the Lee Sin is probably going to follow here.
Yep.
Poppy also an option, I'd say, for Pioshik, considering what he's going to do for shutting down Bel'Veth, and Sejuani to a certain extent, but I think the Poppy really struggles into this style of composition that's going to be burning down the tanks in the front line.
I mean, I'm kind of okay with the Poppy pick, just because, like, Damwon just wants to be in a death ball, right? They want to chill in the Demonic Ascension, so you get rid of the Swain, and the comp doesn't do quite as much. Bel'Veth as well, if she's standing there doing her stabby, and you just boop her away, you're like, haha, no Bel'Veth, not for you.
Let's see what they ban here. I'm a big fan of Lee Sin in this composition for DRX. We'll actually take away the Nautilus, so really interesting call here, considering the durability at the moment of Damwon Kia's draft.
Ooh.
And DRX is going to go to a completely different path, and instead of trying to control the top side, we'll just look for straight up extra damage around the board here, and can be very strong, obviously, into Damwon Kia's composition.
I love this, but Trundle's going to come through instead. This will help keep the Sejuani down. Means that ganks towards topside when Pioshik hits 6 are going to be much more potent, and will actually provide a lot of power to the Gnar in that 2v2 in the top lane that could come through. Definitely a cool pick.
Ezreal into Kalista here is quite bold, but I think that if Damwon Kia want to play around this Bel'Veth top side, they could just play a weak side bottom duo here. The Yuumi is still available, the Karma is still available for support options here as Damwon Kia. The Karma feels amazing, honestly, considering the Swain, Sejuani, Bel'Veth, all the speed up power there. Then you just sit down in the bottom lane, and yeah, you're gonna take some abuse from the Kalista, but as long as you don't die, you control topside. Yeah, it's just gonna go for the Yuumi. It doesn't pick the Karma here, but both of these options do the same thing essentially for you.
Yeah. One very interesting thing is the fact that Lucian has completely fallen through the draft for what feels like the first time ever. We saw Lucian be very high priority yesterday, as the buffed Amumu being considered here for Beryl. Certainly does work for, you know, into the short range that Damwon Kia has. Bel'Veth, of course, if she's going to be doing damage, does need to be relatively close to you. Yes, her range got buffed, but not by quite enough. So Amumu is still going to have a fair bit of value here. So it is sort of like the off-theme Corki in the back, but can be augmented by the Trundle very well, with the pillars slowing down targets so these rockets can find their mark, plus the fact that Deft can pull Beryl out after he's got a whole bunch of CC done, and then allow the Corki even more space to cause a ruckus. So
I think this
very interesting game.
The game is going to really be about who gets a tempo lead here, because with this Beryl Amumu pick, you're not hoping that you're going to ult the Swain as he runs in, and that's going to be what saves the day. You're not going to be beating the Sejuani in the front line. You're just trying to super hard snowball the bottom 2v2 as much as you can, and Beryl has been so good at this with the Amumu in the past. Even though he's 0-2 on the pick, he's played it twice, and both games, despite the loss, he looked incredible on it at times. And I think that if you can somehow pull this off bottom side here, that's going to be your path of attack. You have the Corki to shore up the late game damage. So much pressure in this game, I think, is on the shoulders of Beryl and Zeka. Beryl will have to help, you know, set up Deft for success on the bottom side of the map, try to get ahead there in the Kalista-Ezreal matchup there. And then Zeka will have to make sure he doesn't fall prey to the Bel'Veth, who's the Predator, coming in there, trying to gank him early, putting a lot of pressure on in those lanes. That's how DRX win this game if they're to do it.
Well, see how it goes as we hop into the Rift for game number 1 between Damwon Kia and DRX. All right, let's see how the baton pass of the Kalista into the Corki works here in this game. Because, of course, Kalista will control the early game quite effectively, and then Corki should be able to handle late. And Damwon Kia are going to do their very best to deny any of it. As Canyon has gone for Conqueror this time around, we've seen a bit of lethal tempo, things like that. Of course, Bel'Veth just really, really likes attack speed. But Conqueror does work because the majority of her damage is those auto attacks.
So Bel'Veth, I guess we should, to a certain extent, explain the champion because it's her first time here in the LCK, but she gets attack speed from, you know, her monster kills, so she will get better attack speed as the game goes on, but she doesn't get, like, traditional attack speed from leveling up or anything like that. Her attack speed is also uncapped, so if she gets very far ahead, she becomes incredibly oppressive and difficult to deal with, and the jungle matchup can actually just snowball. But generally speaking, what she's great at is her mobility allows her to gank from a very far way away. She has an ability, I believe it's just called Tail Whip, where she knocks somebody up, and then that's where you're going to do a ton of damage as the Bel'Veth, because then you activate your slaps, and it's very difficult to punish the Bel'Veth there, and then whoever you're ganking for does all the damage. So she's got long-range CC setup, then she's got durability, so that's how you operate as the Bel'Veth. And because she has, you could see the icon to the right of Canyon's name shows which dashes she has available at the moment. So you could see that was the last one he has, so he's going to have to wait for those to come off cooldown. They each have their own individual cooldowns. Even though it looks like you should not be able to dash towards someone twice, you kind of zigzag still dash 2 times towards the same direction, so you can actually go quite a long distance as Barrel.
Yeah, he's already going in here as Kellen's taking a lot of damage. The you and me on cooldown. There are too many sticks in this cat. And now Doctor's in trouble as well. The reset was there, and Def really wants to get the last one, but he's not going to be able to get the damage onto the Ezreal. But that is no summoners for the cat, and no life either. I thought she had 9 of those.
I would love to see Barrel's bandage toss accuracy, because he has, I mean, he just doesn't miss. And this is what I was saying is going to have to be the win condition here for DRX. And, you know, at level 1, it's time to fight. Hit level 2, get a successful gank, take out the Yuumi. Both of her summoners are down.
Yeah.
Just for, you know, Barrel's Flash Ignite, and he's got Hex Flash.
Yeah, now Doctor is in a whole host of trouble because the Ezreal doesn't have a great matchup into the Kalista regardless in this early stage of the game. Koshik is going to add insult to this injury here as Doctor and Kellen going to have to be pretty careful. This is, you know, it's a risky dive at this stage of the game, but there is still a lot of power here for DRX and another minion wave moving in. Prowling Projectile will find depth here. But that pierce damage is quite high. Is now Pyoshik going to move on in. He's holding on to the pillar right here as there is the flash. Barrel going to bandage toss over, but he's still going to die. And that is just a 100% fail. Noguri is going to be able to pick up the kill. And so that's going to make even the top lane more difficult.
Yeah, so Noguri had to commit teleport, and this is a disaster. Great wave.
There is the zigzag forward, the above and below to come through there for the knockup, but otherwise not too much. No flash needed for Zeka as Valkyrie is good enough.
Oh, so it's not called Tail Whip?
No, it's not.
Aww.
He's not a Pokemon. He's not lowering their defense there, Wolf.
Well,
it's not Squirtle versus Bulbasaur in the early stages of the game.
This is just max range bandage toss, by the way, and this, as you mentioned, is buffed. It has lower mana cost than it did before. This was very poorly executed, and I also think it's not very necessary to actually dive at this stage. Teleport coming in here, but it was a great flash from Duckdom. It just buys that extra second.
Oh no, and the tower juggling was
very poorly done.
Yeah, I think Pyoshik actually cancelled an auto.
Yes.
And then the tower was on deft, and so he couldn't stay there and do more damage, and therefore the whole thing fell apart.
So Nuguri did, of course, grab a kill from this, so the fact that he loses a little bit of farm, which is pretty negligible here, is just not that important. Didn't have to use his Ignite or anything like that. Now he's just going to come up here and be very oppressive with the topside control that this draft affords Dom1 Kia with a Bel'Veth pick. So Zeka luckily didn't have to flash in that earlier exchange that happened mid lane. Really nice wave setup there from Showmaker to actually force Zeka out of his comfort zone. But I think Pyoshik needs to play a little bit more defense and hope that the bottom 2v2 is self-sufficient here and doing its same amount of pressure, or forcing Canyon to be bottom side instead of top side, because that way, then Zeka's comfortable, then Kingion's comfortable. But committing for hard dives after you've already gotten a kill like that could have snowballed the game if it works, but it's not absolutely necessary.
Wait, would you just insinuate that Canyon's going to gank ever this game? That's crazy talk.
I mean,
that is definitely not happening. He's playing Bel'Veth. He needs to get them stacks.
He's already done it once.
Yeah.
So
I mean, no. He was just moving to his next camp. He was just doing it via the mid lane. He just had to zigzag through there, you know? Sorry, Void Surge. Zigzag feels like a way cooler name for
well,
that
yeah, I mean, that's
ability.
what he does. He zigs and then he zags.
He
That's why I
does.
was saying he goes the same direction twice.
He then has like more zigs and more zags after that. So what are they called?
You know, you've really stumped me there.
Yeah. Ziggy's, okay, so G-Sun's added her opinion. She wants to call them Ziggies and Zaggies. So you've got Zig, Zag, Ziggy, and Zaggy.
Okay.
To come through after that. Sounds like, okay. Beryl is going to follow. Spots Canyon out here, who's dashing forward. Pyoshik's here as well, as now Canyon is in a lot of trouble himself. There's the knock up onto Def, though, who has to flash. Canyon zigging back in there again as Pyoshik's running for the hills. Now the re-engage, but the miss on the bandage toss. And both of these teams wanting to start fights on their own terms.
Certainly true. DRX here getting out unscathed, though. Canyon makes another pass down here, but this is the resources brought down to the bottom lane I was talking about. This is, of course, going to slow down Canyon's farming just slightly here. He was significantly ahead until this moment. It's given Pyoshik a little bit more extra time. There's a ward, of course, a control ward here for DRX on the Drake to make sure that one is not being taken early. They have complete control of the bottom side, so no, Canyon's not anywhere near here. Man, the scaling aspect of this goes both ways for both teams, right? It's for the Corki on DRX's side, but for the Ezreal on Damwon side. And even with that failed dive, we know which one is happening more comfortably. It's Zeka at the moment here on this Corki, whereas the Ezreal has definitely been under a lot of pressure.
Yep. Canyon as well is a lot of scaling with,
True.
like you say, the relatively uncapped attack speed that Bel'Veth does provide. She is going to be tearing DRX apart, especially with the, you know, the more health stacking nature of a Gnar. You build a Kraken Slayer and that Gnar just kind of evaporates.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting situation.
We should also mention that she has a sort of reset mechanic or a explosive mechanic where she... Okay, hold on. Barrel's over here.
Yeah, Barrel's just going to make his way in onto Showmaker here just to say hi to his former teammate.
And you're dead.
Zeka is going to find the rocket, and the never move does not matter from the grave. And
Barrel.
DRX are on the board.
Barrel with a great roam timing here to go to the mid lane, is able to set up for this kill onto Showmaker. Showmaker's flash now also on cooldown. DRX making waves here in the early game. The kill goes over to Zeka as well. He's able to get that with that last rocket shot. So picks up a huge CS lead here. May even grab a plate right now. And Damwon struggling to even contest for this Herald. Like, DRX are getting plates and a Herald. And yeah, Deft is left on his lonesome. Well, this is way more significant here.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get plates from this one. As Canyon thinking about moving in. He's got Zigzag, Ziggy, and Zaggy all available. But Pyoshik's just going to smite this one away. And Canyon's not going to be able to do anything about it, as Canyon was looking for that Endless Banquet. Of course, if you hit that onto the Rift Herald, you do get a little bit of extra time with your ulti, which feels real good. But still, not going to be able to find it. Now going to back on a ward. Doc Dumb and Kellen are going to be visited here by Beryl, who is relatively unlocked this stage of the game.
So what I was going to mention earlier about the Canyon ultimate is if he can kill someone, or if he could take over, you know, someone, then as they die, then he does a ton of extra damage in the fight, which works extremely well with Swain because of Swain's slows he's going to have later on. So you're going to be popping people like balloons in the team fight if you can carry it and if you can pop off, and then of course you become incredibly strong. But it's very snowball-y team comp that Damwon is running, and the snowball needs to get rolling. And so far, DRX taking about 1,000 gold the lead here in terms of the advantages they have right now. They still hold a Herald. They haven't crashed yet, and looking very good in terms of their control of this early game. And with no resources given with the Bel'Veth, like, this is when Gnar wins this matchup. You need a jungler as the Sejuani, or those hyper procs can really harass you out of lane.
Yeah. I think Kingen has been doing a really good job. Of course, that teleport hurt Nogari a lot with the fact that he lost so many minions. Canyon is going to time that beautifully as he collects some stacks there from the big popcorn chicken. And Kingen as Mega Gnar doesn't have his ulti available right now, as Nogari is looking to return the favor. He has 0 mana, as that Winter's Wrath is not going to find the Gnar. The boomerangs will connect to even out the trade.
Yeah, Nogari going to be just sitting on that 1 kill for quite some time. Now, Canyon is going to come over here and look for a little bit of extra assistance, but this is something that Kingen has forced. Beryl is also here, and it looked like for a second Pioshik was just going to grab solo Drake. I think if he gets this, this is 100% worth because you have Beryl here.
Nogri's in a lot of trouble here as Kingen wants it, looking for that next boomerang, but Belveth is in the area.
This is such a great macro game from DRX. Deft is 1v2ing bottom side because he could do that versus Ezreal Yuumi pretty well. And Beryl's trying to bait this gank. They got the Drake under their control, although Beryl has now left Kingen a little bit high and dry here. He still get out just fine. But wow, this was a very impactful cross-map play here for DRX.
Yeah, you can see Canyon zigging and zagging. Has good avoidance of the knockup. No worries there at all. As Showmaker is going to trade ult for package with Zeka here in mid, and the Drake is going to go down. So DRX sole control of all of these neutral objectives, and it's sort of what you kind of expect with this more scaling jungler to come through from Damwon. Like, Canyon is just not going to have pressure in the early stage of the game. Yes, he's going to be able to farm a lot, but this tower is just dead, and there is nothing Damwon can do about it, as Nogri will try and trade towards that top side. But this is another charge. Like, the HLE value is absurd.
Yeah, and I don't think Belveth is worthless in the early game by any means. But yeah, her stronger points are certainly later on. But he just wasn't able to make an impact in this lane. And it's like there's 2 junglers for DRX because Beryl's roams have been so successful. He got that kill on the Showmaker early, helped allow Kingen to put that extra pressure on top side so they could guarantee that first Drake. So the fact of the matter is Zeka is up 20 CS here. Deft is up 20 CS here. And Belveth's scaling isn't going to be online for so long, and when it is, the Corki's going to be online too, and Deft is potentially going to have a massive item lead. Does not at the moment, despite that early kill, but he hasn't backed in quite some time and is actually looking for some extra plates down here. So we got double crash, a full turret down. Showmaker is not going to be able to farm very easily here with Pioshik around the map, and Damwon Kia really just going to have to slow this game down quite significantly and hope that this Swain, Ezreal, Belveth, Sejuani, you know, all of that extra frontlining for the Ezreal and, of course, Belveth's scaling are going to carry them in the later parts of this game. But this is also what we've come to expect from Damwon all the time. Very slow scaling Canyon jungler game. This is a bit of a trade here, where the later parts are just all about your awesome team fighting. Like, this is a Damwon Kia traditional game. If they're 2,000 gold, 3,000 gold down, but they're going to win that late game team fight and then just end the game like you were talking about earlier, that might be the way they end this.
Well, we'll see. I'm looking forward to seeing whether this Belveth is going to be able to get the power here, as Canyon does finish his Kraken Slayer. He's gone for the Ghost variant as well. Not necessarily the most popular at the moment, but it's what he definitely likes a lot on his Belveth. Showmaker, he's done with his Rylai's. So we're starting to get these item spikes as Nogri, unaware of what's happening in the brush, as are we. As Kingen just, oh, okay, there we go. Beryl finds his way in. He's got the ulti available, and he will use it. Curse of the Sad Mummy is going to come down, and now Nogri nowhere to go. Pioshik is going to cheerlead, and DRX will get yet another kill. Canyon's here with a cat, and Beryl is quite low with no Kalista here to save him. But still, Vision is now over there. Knockdown's moving in.
Zeka's also nearby, and you're just letting Deft free farm here. They're just not going to let this go either. They're not done.
Yeah, Pioshik going to move on in here as Canyon does secure this, but there's the pillar. Pioshik looking for an option. He's just going to get knocked up from that above and below. And Kingen looking to knock down this turret as best he can. Deft versus Showmaker here on the bottom side is interesting.
The fact that the inner turret went down so early here for DRX means that you have ultimate control over the blue side, blue buff jungle, where you see all those control wards where you can harass Nuggery, you can make these trips across the map super easily as Beryl because you have full control of bottom side as well. And you just keep saying these bandage tosses, and then this is just a really easy pop. I mean, there's nothing really cool here about this. Beryl hits the Q, and then he presses R, and Kingen hops over. He's like, cool, I'm going to get a bunch of hyperprocs, and Nuggery's dead, because that's how Sejuani is when she doesn't have any resources given over to her with a scaling jungler that Canyon is playing. Again, Belveth could have made some more impact earlier on in the game, but now she absolutely cannot because they just don't have any control over the map. There are deep wards on both top and bottom side. Damwon getting this is basically a miracle before our eyes, but they do grab it during a nice back timing here for DRX.
Yep, and Canyon is going to be able to collect it here. Transformation comes through as the Void Monster is absorbed.
I think it's called a Manta Ray.
Oh, that's true.
Thought you're from Australia, you should know better.
Yeah, no, we're scared of them. As the Herald comes down, Shirley is going to make a visit towards that top side. And look at this. Adorable. Very cute. This turret, not long for the world. And so Damwon getting some stuff back, but look at that. That's bounty gold that they're picking up.
Yeah, and if you get, this is another reason why Bel'Veth can be quite strong, is if you can actually get the first Herald and snowball a push like this, you can get so much value. Now, the bounty value is going to be real here.
Yeah, well, Kingen as well is in a lot of trouble. Has to jump away from the above and below as Pioshik moves on in. Man, look at the value of that pillar. It got a lot of knockups. Nothing else really to come from it, though, as Noguri is now parked on the bottom side. Maybe this is part of the strategy for Damwon, is to try and get as much bounty gold from these structures as possible, as Kingen could be in trouble. Canyon's moving in, as Prowling Projectile will connect, and Canyon is interested in these minions. Not so much diving this.
Deft's here this time.
Yeah, and Beryl's diving on over. The ulti is available from Deft as there's the Fate's Call, and now Canyon could be in trouble. True Shot Barrage is going to miss here as the cat will go down. Deft is looking for Canyon, but he's got him in melee range, and Deft is going to fall. The Bel'Veth value's starting to come in here as Beryl is out of there.
I think DRX really didn't need to force this angle here. Deft was there. They have the Amumu, of course, and they have a ton of CC to trap the rest of Damwon and Kia in, but the execution was a little bit mistimed there between Beryl and Deft. And Zeka's still just sitting over here in a side lane farming, has picked up a bounty because of all the extra minions he's gotten in mid and bottom lane, because he's been doing both.
He's 30 CS ahead of the Clock Wolf. It's nutty what this Corki has been up to.
Every time that Nuguri pushes away bottom side, he just catches it because they still have that turret bottom side from earlier on. Well, this is the idea is, okay, going to flash for this. Ultimate not amazing here, but then you just follow up and you go for the Fate's Call right afterwards. But because Deft realizes, okay, this is actually pretty doomed.
And Beryl got the heck out of there instead of going in.
Once Deft and Beryl realize, like, okay, this is not going to work, the turret is dead, like, Beryl is just not actually offering anything. And the ult there was not amazing with the flash in. But if that actually hits, and it is a multiple-man ult there for Beryl, and then the follow-up Fate's Call is there, this could have been fantastic, but it's a lot of extra gold now in the pockets of Damwon and Kia. They're still significantly behind, but like you said, the Bel'Veth is well and truly starting to come online. And every time she becomes a, what did you call it? Void Ray, or what did you call it? That's a StarCraft term. Not the man.
Void Ray? We can go with Void Ray. That sounds fine.
Whatever she is,
it looks a little bit. What was that? Guardian? It's a Guardian, isn't it? The Zerg flying.
Oh yeah, it does look like a Guardian. Yeah,
it looks a bit like a Guardian.
When she gets this form that Canyon has right now, she's very, very, very strong and very, scary to run into. And every time they give over kills, Canyon gets to keep that form and, push side lanes incredibly fast. Look at how quickly they take this turret down.
Yeah, Flash has to come through here, but that ulti's going the wrong direction. Canyon is extraordinarily low, and now Beryl's making his way in. Kingen hits the Mega Gnar. Zeka's teleported forward as Showmaker is trying to buy space. Pioshik moves on in here as Canyon gets through as well, but the Gnar is massive. The boulder toss will get rid of all of them, and Noguri will fall down. Kellen now is just a cat on a book with nowhere to go. The directions are not in that book, Wolf.
And they gave every single one of those 3 kills over to Zeka. He has now 4-0-1 of extra gold in his pockets, and he's already finished his Ludens. Okay, he's just going to continue to side lane here because he knows everybody's dead. He can get extra value. They're going to look for another inner turret in the early game as Kingen teleports to take out Outer on top side. This has been a beautiful macro game for DRX. Remember that attempt they did topside, which gave a lot of control over to Damwon on the top side of the map, doesn't translate to bottom side. And if that play works out, they're even further ahead. They failed that one, but this time they get the punish on Damwon's big push. And unfortunately, this Yuumi ult is just not the right way at all.
And they don't take the turret. The turret goes down to like 2 autos away from dying, and then does most of Canyon's health bar.
Yeah, and then Beryl just has a fantastic ult that helps set up Kingen's, and it's just a wombo combo here. Deft is like, well, I didn't even need to come over here, I guess. I'm just going to go back to mid. That is 4 kills in the Corki's pocket. He picks up a triple 700 gold bounty on his head now with all of the farm he's picked up for free this game. And I think DRX really successfully put their Corki ahead by using Barrel's roams. They put their 2v2 bottom ahead. We'll let the failed dive go. We'll pretend that didn't happen.
Yep.
Otherwise, put a lot of great pressure on the bottom side there, put the Ezreal down, and snowballed this lead so incredibly well that I don't know if we could really have a conversation about the Ezreal scaling with this Bel'Veth comp, which is also scaling up over time, because DRX's lead is just so massive.
But also, you're against the king of scaling. The man on his helicopter. He's just like, well, actually, he's on Earth, but you know what I mean. Like, Zeka is the king of the manatees and the king of the scaling, and it is, I don't think, going to be enough for Damwon because he outranges everyone. Like, this is, yes, I mean, Ezreal can do things like that, but Zeka should just be able to throw rockets, as you can see. Like, what does Damwon do?
Yeah.
They show him the vision of the Empire from the Swain, and then he walks slowly to the right, and that is the answer. Like, I love the Trundle here in this composition as well, because, I mean, that rocket missed, but a lot of them become much easier to hit.
If the rocket hits Dom, a big one hits him, he's out of the fight for a significant amount of time, and the nerf to the healing on Yumi's E is actually going to be quite significant against all of this poke. Look at how much he takes here. Now this time it's just a little bit, but like it's starting to add up, right? If he gets hit by a big one,
Ow, and ow.
Now he's in trouble.
And then Beryl, he can also just fish for these bandage tosses. If he doesn't like where he lands, deft presses R and everything's K.
Yeah.
As now
Kingan's
got that
Narbar.
Narbar coming up, exactly right. Dom is down very low, and the Zoomies, they've been nerfed for the healing part.
Yeah.
Yes, he walks a bit quicker, but it's not going to really work out here as Soul Point now on the line as True Shot Barrage is going to do a bit of damage to Pyoshik, but King's Tribute is going to be too valuable. W comes through there from the Swain, but otherwise not too much, and Beryl finds the ulti onto Canyon. That is a very dead Stingray. And Kingan is going to pick up the kill as well, as now Damwon Kia running through the river. And honestly, I just feel like this composition isn't working.
It isn't working, and they prioritized the Bel'Veth early, and they were then forced into this composition, the style of composition. And I think the idea behind putting the Ezreal Yumi bottom lane is that it will be survivable into Def Beryl in the lane, but that just wasn't the case. And Beryl had so much agency around the map because they dominated this lane so hard that Def was able to 1v2. Yumi is not going to be able to make those same rooms. Now, this is greedy for DRX.
Well,
They have a
King's got
Narbar.
a big old Narbar, exactly right. The Wallop's going to come through the final chapter, completely out of position though as Pyoshik grabs the kill. Beryl is going to go golden as well. Showmaker just gets smacked down. Dom now running away with his cat, but DRX not going to be able to continue on the Baron with Kingan at such low health.
Yeah, I mean, right now Canyon is catching waves mid because they have so much prio there. Now, the key obviously is that this does deny a Baron. Will be verified one more time there by Dom with his True Shot Barrage. But look at all the control wards all over the map on the bottom side. As we're going to go all the way back here to Barrel's basically solo kill by himself, sets this up. Then, of course, is ready to lock the door on the rest of the members. As we go back to this Baron fight here, it's just so clear that DRX know exactly how they want to play this. It's single target lockdown and CC with burst damage behind it as Zeka and Def can just do so much of it here when they lock down the front line. And because they have such a lead, there isn't a discussion to be had about whether Sejuani can actually threaten the Corki for follow-up damage, especially when Damwon Kia lost their jungler before this and are just really split across the map. They have so few turrets that they're constantly catching these waves instead of actually setting them up, so they have no real power to start fights on their own.
Yeah, well, Rocket is not going to be enough to secure the red buff. Battle is going to be won there by Dom. You take your victories where you can get them, I guess. Zeka now Valkyring towards this Baron, which now has a bounty on it once again. 6,000 gold, approximately the lead here for DRX, who have 2.5 minutes on this Soul Point they have available to them, or just the Dragon Soul. Soul Point is already there for them. As now just hanging out under their well-intact outer turret in the mid lane, which means that their sieging potential much stronger here. Mystic Shot goes wide, Prowling Projectile will find Zeka.
Notice that Kellen did, of course, go Moonstone Renewer this time, which is going to help that healing.
Oh, Ingrid once again. They're looking for just Showmaker, who goes extraordinarily low, and then it's just rendered to death. Pyoshik now looking for Dom, who's able to get himself out of the way, but the knock-up is going to be successful onto Nuggery, and now Hopping Mad is deft. He's got the exhaust on him. The cat will get away, though, and DRX are not going to find too much more. Canyon, who is just chilling towards that top side, zigging and zagging through the jungle, but now he's being chased by DRX. Pyoshik puts down his run fasty cold ground. And
I mean,
Yeah,
Canyon, I don't think you want to be anywhere near this one. He's trying to smite steal it and zigzag away, but he's not going to get the chance. I think that's definitely not worth it. And Duckdom, unfortunately, on the wrong side here.
Oh dear, this
See if
could
he gets
be-
away.
Yep, Ezreal's in trouble. I of course know that it's frozen domain, guys, but run fasty cold ground is more fun. Arcane Shift to get Duckdom towards this brush that is warded here by DRX. And now the wallop comes through. There's the chain CC from the Gnar, and he turns into Mini. Mini at exactly the right time. True Shot Barrage onto King, and he wants to take one with him, and he will do so, but it'll be traded back for two. Noggery and Canyon in position, but Canyon's just taking way too much damage. He has no range. Will the bandage toss land? The answer's no, as Bel'Veth is running too quick as Manta Ray form.
Well, with no Duckdom here, it's going to be a very difficult fight to win because Canyon took so much damage, even though he escapes here. Setting up for this next Drake is going to be rough because, yeah, the Ezreal will be alive and will be able to come over to this, but DRX have so much control around both top and bottom side here that it might just not matter. As look at how clean these engages are from Beryl every time. And Showmaker is the first target. They put so much burst onto whoever ends up getting caught by Beryl. And it doesn't matter how tanky you are when DRX are this far ahead. Nuggery's the next target. 2 dead here already. And yeah, Duckdom does narrowly escape here with his E and the flash over the wall. Then he's able to, of course, turn this one around. Well played here by Duckdom and Kellen to actually trade this on to King, who expends his flash. But look at live. Like, how do you actually set up the faster objective here as Damwon Kia? I think DRX are very happy to take a Baron for your solo Cloud Drake, or rather, Ocean Drake that you're looking at for DRX.
Well, I think DRX do just want to try and take it all, as the Rockets are going to connect here onto two very powerful members, or should be powerful members, of Damwon Kia. Not so much this game, as Zeka is just, like, if this Corki didn't exist, Damwon Kia would be fine, but they've ignored the Corki the entire game and just hoped the problem will disappear. When really, the problem's just gotten worse and worse and worse.
I don't even feel like Damwon Kia ignored the Corki. The Corki was empowered. The Corki was given opportunities. I mean, Zeka got a kill in the early game on a Swain.
Yeah.
And he's 100 CS up, and he just basically ping-ponged between 2 lanes. He farmed 2 lanes worth of CS this game. He played so well.
He has over a Flame Horizon against Showmaker's Swain right now.
He has a Flame Horizon plus 20. It's absolutely crazy. He's 5-0 and 6, has not died this game, and DRX do group around, take that Ocean Soul.
This is Ocean Soul Corki War.
Ocean Soul Corki, and Canyon, you're dead.
Yeah, Canyon is trying to zigzag, Ziggy and Zaggy, but he's not going to be able to do any of them enough. As Def is going to lock down the kill with a rend. Manta Ray is going to fall, as Damwon Kia not going to be able to save this inner turret either, and the gold lead will just stretch once more.
I mean, this was a somewhat disrespectful draft here from Damwon Kia, but I think that it could have worked out had not DRX been so perfectly aggressive with the lanes they had control of the bottom side. Then they turned the mid lane into their control too. Macroed so well, made cross-map plays, got so much value out of that Rift Herald, getting an early inner turret, making the Swain struggle to farm safely, taking oppressive map control. Now they have a Baron. This is, I mean, honestly, Damwon Kia getting totally wrecked, and we didn't expect to see that. Like, DRX are playing a much better game. They're using their advantage as well, and Damwon Kia just don't have options anymore.
They don't. I don't know when they necessarily did, because it's hard to evaluate Bel'Veth because she is so new. But I swear, like, Beryl has been absolutely everywhere this game. This Amumu pick has just been fantastic.
Yeah, it was the perfect call, and that was one of the bans they just didn't consider in the second phase there when the Kalista was locked in, because they just thought, well, I mean, he's played it twice, but it hasn't worked out. But I think both of those losses, like I said, for Beryl were amazing games for him, despite the L's. And I think they will not allow it to come through a second time.
Whoa, Brambleback just getting real confused right here, as Canyon's just going to come on over and smite it. So, man, that was a little bit sad. That's a red buff that belongs to Damwon Kia. Just like, no, I do not want to get into that brush.
So, yeah, Brambleback got confused for a second, but Damwon Kia have to group as 5 here to defend the sieging power of this composition, and that means that Kingen, who has teleport, can push a mid-wave in, has an angle. Yeah, it's going to hurt.
Whoa! Okay. There's late game cork damage. Yep, we should be used to it by now, but it still hurts.
It hurts a lot this game with a 506 Corki with the Void Staff now.
Certainly does. Yeah, this is 4 items. He's only got 1 more that he needs to build up. As True Shot Barrage going to be narrowly avoided there, but it's Ocean Soul. So, I mean, poke damage kind of irrelevant here on Damwon's side. Deft going to take a little bit here, stand back, get all that health back just by sitting there.
Swain just doesn't have any functionality in this comp when you're being outranged by the Corki so hard.
Oh, absolutely.
And you have so many waves crashing through, like you can't engage, you can't fight, you just have to sit back and defend.
Well, Glacial Prison is not going to really incarcerate anyone right here as DRX still just setting up the siege. Corki does it so extraordinarily well. Kingen, he dealt with the mid lane inhibitor turret. And now there's just this one on the bottom side next for DRX. We've got 45 seconds left on this Baron buff, so it's a guarantee that this turret will go down because DRX, I mean, they just don't fear Damwon Kia because they just don't have the range to answer this. Yes, True Shot Barrage is there, but now Showmaker is moving against the Beryl finds the backline as the final chapter once again goes completely wide. DRX use it in order to take down that turret, and they'll take the inhibitor as well. And now, with control of this mid lane, Canyon's just desperately trying to clear out the minions, but he can't even do that in time before his Nexus turret goes down. Doctarm is now just going to get chomped by Pioshek as Def hopping towards the fountain. There is the Gnar to deal with the cat. Nogari's going to go down as well as Canyon relegated to the fountain, and DRX will punish Damwon Kia's early Belveth pick beautifully in game one.
A 15,000 gold lead at end here for DRX. A Beryl played the game of his life tonight in a series that is so difficult to win in the face of two tough opponents this week. They start off strong, and it's Deft's Callista with Zeka's Corki. They've played this composition so many times, and teams are struggling to punish the Corki when Deft has control of the bottom side. And let's not forget, I think if that bottom side gank doesn't happen, I think this game is even harder for Damwon Kia to win. They got one gimme, and it still wasn't enough to turn things around. And because Belveth, she has some ganking power early, if Swain could set up a stun, maybe get a flash out of the Corki, there are ways, but she can't punish Zeka very well this game. And with the control Beryl has, he's roaming. They actually get a kill on the Swain. And Canyon was, as a result, pretty invisible this game. He wasn't able to pull anything off. He had that one time he tried to gank bottom side there, wasn't successful. And then Damwon Kia just grouped as 5 to push lanes and then got punished by Beryl's flash angles, his bandage tosses in for his ultimates. And it's a buff patch here for the movement. There's a little bit more damage with his ult, a little bit more mana, but that's not anything about why Beryl won this game. It was about his game sense, his full range. I mean, this was a beautiful game from DRX.
It really was, and you can see Zeka, the unchecked Corki, who I believe did not die this game. Nope. I imagine there's a lot of people that want to vote for Corki this time around. Big boom boom damage is something that is difficult to ignore.
I want that 13 out of 13 Beryl vote. That's what I want.
It was 100% Beryl. He took control of the early game, the mid game, and the late game. That bandage toss splash ult underneath the turret to end it all was absolutely fantastic. DRX looking brilliant here in this game, and they need to. This is their lives in the summer season, trying to stay on that west side. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, game number 2.
봐도 돼.
플린즈 빠졌어. 이제 봐줘. 이제. 빨리 줘. 이제 봐봐.
아 이거 타워 여기까지.
천천히. 이제 유미도 공 빠졌어.
아래 타워.
이거 세주공 조심해. 세주공 이제 볼만해.
내가 맞아줄게. 나 기동 2초. 아 이니치 걸고 한번 이쪽으로 빨리 볼게.
이제 까비. 앞에부터.
자주. 유미. 기동 2초.
나이스.
아무 맛있다. 아무 지렸다 그냥.
running low on mana and things like this is Humble Life trying to get in here, but it's going to be a 50-50 at best here for these guys. 3 versus 3 right now as Rascal's getting on amongst it. Dudu does have his Nabbar at a decent spot, but Karis dives on forward. He doesn't ult himself, and therefore he's just going to go down. On Fleek, I think, was able to take the eye as, well, no, he wasn't. He was able to kill the Rift Herald, but couldn't take the eye.
네, 안에 봐줘. 안에 넘겨주는 거 해줘.
넘길게요.
좋다. 좋아.
못 먹게 할게.
오케이, 전령도 못 먹겠다.
As you can see, Live Sandbox know what's going on.
They have such great turn too. They are so ready for this.
I don't think you should flip it though, as Bubble is going to connect. Definitely high value target. Is Zeka going to get exhausted as well? The bailout comes on through. Can he get a kill? The answer is absolutely not. The Renata's also dead as Kingan's over the wall, and it's a disaster for DRX.
야 이거. 다 죽여.
Genji will respect it, but now there's no Meganon. As the arrow comes out onto the jungler and they say, nope, here comes the Rakan, but a little bit too little time. Massive Gnar into the wall. Toby gets it down. And they were just waiting for the one moment, and they get it done perfectly. Yeah.
네이스. 와, 나 진짜 이것만 보고 있었어. 아, 인정.
Now everybody's over here, and this is a Kalista as well.
Oh, no, KT. I don't know about this one.
Very risky, and it's Lissandra! Showmaker gets in, and he's going to be the hero once again to pull off the fight. KT, they take a risk, and it's absolutely not going to pay off. Someone will wipe the floor with them all.
5,000원, 1,000원,
1800
쓰마.
바로 빼긴 했어.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. We're here for game number 2 between DRX and Damwon Kia, and game number 1 was not even really close. Well,
No, not at all. Beryl just styled on them. I mean, look, I think the draft was pretty disrespectful from Damwon Kia, and I think the way that they showed the Bel'Veth early, you know, it allowed Damwon Kia, or rather DRX, to pick both the Corki and the Kalista they love to play. They got a lot of a lead from this because the Beryl was given his Amumu again, which he's played with the Kalista several times when it's been left up. It's been banned against him a lot. I think he's going to pick up POG as well.
here it is.
Yeah, I mean, thank God it wasn't a bunch of Corki posts. 100% kill participation at 14. Vision score 80, CC score 34 in a very dominant game.
And I mean, this was what started it all off, right? Like, Deft picking up the 2v2 kill, enabled by Beryl.
This as well, like, with pre-6, he makes this roam timing here to the mid lane, and Swain just dies. Like, that shouldn't be happening here. Is look at this ult at the end of the game was actually fantastic. I can't believe they cut him off.
Whoa!
You got the 13 for 13. Everybody was correct. Yes.
I'm so proud of you, media. I'm so proud of you, media. No Keck W's in chat. It's only Pogs. Only Pogs, everyone, because that is absolutely amazing. We have had justice has been served today as Beryl picks up all of them. And it's so interesting, right? We've got 4 world champions that are in this game, and the team with only one of them is the one that picks it up. Beryl was the best of the 2020 Damwon Kia victors in our first game. We'll see whether game number 2 is going to be the same, though, because I personally think that Damwon Kia will have time to adjust and will be able to move away from perhaps the mega outranged Bel'Veth draft that they went with in game 1.
I think they're definitely going to pick blue side again, and I think the draft could be very similar, but they will, I think, have learned a lot from how that last game went and how poorly the early game went over for them, and can make some small adjustments if they want to run the Bel'Veth again. But I, like you, would suggest otherwise, and that we see a complete shift of the draft here away from the Bel'Veth priority, which again can only be explained by the fact that they might have expected Pioshik had a plan with it too, just wanted to deny that and pick it up early themselves. Because I think if you want to run a Bel'Veth draft, you have to kind of keep it a little bit more hidden until the later parts.
Yeah, and also maybe they just had a misread on the meta, right? You know, like Bel'Veth, they might consider is extraordinarily strong, might have been working very well in scrims. Word on the street was that Canyon was playing it in scrims as well. I think they were scrimming against Genji or something like that. There was a rumor. Anyway, apparently they probably got a read. The Bel'Veth was working very, very well, and you could imagine it's really, really strong. It's very similar to that of the old Master Yi.
Also, DRX played a fantastic game. Like, I do think we have to like talk about the fact that, like, yes, the draft was not ideal, and you and I didn't like it that much for Damwon Kia, but it was not a bad draft, and Damwon Kia or DRX just smashed them. Like, Beryl popped off. I said it in the draft, like, 2 players, pressures on them, Beryl and Zeka. Zeka doesn't die a single time that game. Beryl sets up all the kills, roams, and obliterates Damwon Kia. They played it perfectly. So Damwon Kia might give it another shot here, but remember, as much as this could be an amazing win here for DRX and a huge upset, which could put them in top 3, for Damwon Kia, the opposite is true, where if you play this draft again and lose it, you actually fall out of top 3, and it's a bit of a shocker for Damwon Kia fans who expected this roster to pop off with Nuguri again back here on the top side of the map.
Yep.
Because this time Deft's not going to get his Kalista.
And Viego going to be the ban to follow up here as well. Wukong was banned last time around. Damwon Kia, I think, probably aiming for the Monkey as the first pick instead of the Bel'Veth. Just off that train just a little bit, as Renata once again going to be taken away.
This time Senna is available.
Yeah. And maybe they'll just put Dokdam on center duty instead. But no, it will be the Wukong locked in first. And so we're stepping away from the Bel'Veth draft.
Could be a Senna Kench angle here for DRX. On the other hand, Kalista is banned, Renata is banned, feels very good.
I think Tahm Kench Corki is like just the nuts.
Yeah, absolutely, because you really don't need to get the Tahm Kench just yet. Or sorry, the Senna just yet, excuse me. You do need the Tahm Kench because there are a lot of viable options here for Dokdam and Kellum to pick that one up.
Yep.
So, yeah, I do like that, and that's exactly what they're looking for. I think DRX are so ready for this because they've removed all of the problems here. They've taken away the Renata. Okay, Zeri's gone. Lucian is still up, so Lucian, Nami, an opportunity into this.
True. And Lucian slunk through the draft. Slinked? Slunk. I think slunk is the word. Anyway, he got through the draft last time around. This time, the Lucian army will be locked in for Dr. and Kellen against this Tahm Kench lane.
I more expected to see Damwon Kia, instead of going this route, push in Ezreal lane into Tahm Kench Senna, which has been their more common response. Obviously, Lucian has never really been an option, so that's why that response has been more common. But we'll see how this one ends up going here for Damwon Kia, because we saw yesterday just an outright disaster with the Lucian lane. Today, it's Deft and Barrel playing against us. I do not think we will see that same level of domination here from Duck Dom and Kellen.
I think that there is a lot of things that Damwon Kia need to stop DRX from getting. Because I think if you see a Trundle with this DRX comp,
100%
then
that's gone.
it is just like
It's
ridiculously powerful.
Yeah.
There are so many things that can make the later game for DRX extraordinarily powerful. I think Damwon Kia need to lean into early game strength a lot and then just snowball the heck out of this game.
The Poppy, I think, is also busted with what DRX have. So I think
true. I value that one too.
we were talking about a little bit in game one that it could have been a ban angle, but I think it will be the Poppy and the Trundle. Lissandra completely gone here for Showmaker, so he can't facilitate the really strong burst damage that Lucian is going to provide. The Ahri also taken away. I wonder if Damwon Kia will be bold enough to put Showmaker on something like a Zoe or a Syndra here and just really try to set up picks despite those targeted bans on Showmaker and really try to give us a good old 2020, 2021 Damwon Kia, like good old 18-minute Nexus blows up sort of domination game. Because there's not that many other options here for Showmaker to really dominate in lane versus King and in the meta.
Well, that's a GP.
So Trundle is still open here.
Yeah, and I think Damwon are probably looking for a potential Gnar. So that is going to be King and locking it away. And now this is actually so beautiful because they're like, hey Naga, you should play the Sejuani. That'd be really cool. He's going to say no. So the Gwen will be locked in. And we're going for some lane kingdoms here on Damwon's side. We know that Gwen can lane quite well into Gnar.
Okay,
that is Sylas. So this was the classic answer to the Corki that we've actually seen banned a lot against it. DRX elected not to.
It's got a lot of power with an aggressive jungler like the Wukong, because there's CC set up in the lane and Wukong's damage is crazy. Then obviously post 6 you have so much CC the Corki can't survive. And it's perfect into Gnar. Once the Gnar comes in, this becomes the no-brainer pick where you have the counter to 2 of the 5 champions on the other side in one.
Yep.
The Trundle is pretty obvious here, I think, still, though.
Yeah, I really like the Trundle. I think he might have been considering the Kindred that Pyoshik is, of course, named after. But goes for the Trundle anyway. This is for pillar value, not for subjugate value, because there's not necessarily a big tank. Wukong does get a fair few tanky stats. But it's not necessarily a Sejuani or an Ornn or something like that you can leech a lot of big stats from.
Pyoshik is basically playing Pillar the champion in this draft, and that's okay, as that's Trundle's job most of the time. Subjugate is his secondary role oftentimes, but obviously this game is going to be so much about the bottom 2v2, just like it was last game, but this time the keys to the bottom lane are actually in Damwon Kia's players' hands, whereas last time they were, of course, in Barrel and Deft. So, yeah, last time it was all about how much can Barrel and Deft get done with the Kalista Amumu, and this time it's completely reversed into, will this Lucian Nami lane punish and push hard enough against the Tahm Kench Senna? Not only is this a strong lane into almost anything right now, the Lucian Nami, but into Senna Kench specifically, it can just absolutely abuse it in those early parts. So that means that there's a lot of pressure here on Pyoshik to either help this lane out defensively or find advantages elsewhere. And considering the Gnar angle here and the Sylas, I think it's definitely going to be Pyoshik hovering around the bottom side.
Yeah. And once again, DRX have, like, just the largest range advantage ever. So let's see whether they can once again utilize it for a win. The DRX fan chant leader definitely taking care of his voice a lot better than the Damwon one was, who sounded like he was about to blow it out entirely. Certainly something that worries me. Is Deft just going to face check? not going to have to flash this time around as Piercing Light versus Piercing Darkness. Of course, we have husband versus wife and fish versus fish in the bottom lane, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, I didn't really even think about it.
Yeah, there's a
Until
lot of
you mentioned
themes
it.
happening here.
Even got the, I believe the manatee here for Zeka.
True.
So bringing another aquatic creature onto the fold.
Yeah, and look, Nar is prehistoric, and you know most things that are prehistoric are relatively close to being fish because we kind of all started as fish, if you believe in evolution, which I'm not going to go into. The Trundle is Trundle, and that's it. Don't really have much more.
Yeah, he's
a troll.
He's just a troll. He's trolling the whole comp. Well, look, I think that in this composition for Damwon Kia, they have a lot of power, they have a lot of agency, but how cool would it be if Deft and Barrel just once again outplay this bottom lane super aggressively and end up getting a nice lead here? Because, you know, it's not for free, this Lucian Nami, and it isn't going to be as powerful until level 2, which they're about to hit.
Yep.
But you know, if Deft and Barrel stave off the first few levels here, they can do a lot. Pyoshik's here level 2.
Pyoshik's just going to come down. There's that pillar that we were talking about, and already Cleanse and Flash being taken away from this bottom lane.
I've seen this before. I've seen this movie before where you see the level 2 gank come down.
If at first you don't succeed, no, Pyoshik is going to move away as Tongue Lashes and this Piercing Darkness getting very dangerous here. Remember, Lucian, happy wife, happy life.
Yeah.
So, just make sure that Deft is feeling good, okay?
Cleanse down here, Flash down from Kellen. There is some follow-up gank possibilities here that Duckdom and Kellen have to respect the possibility of, and that actually really hurts the power.
That was super cute from Deft, getting the snare through the minion.
Yeah.
As they are playing this very aggressively. As now Noguri is ghosting after Kingin. He's only level 3, trying to fight in these minions though as the Hyper Proc comes down. There's the flash, and Noguri picks it up. Triumphant in the end as the Gwen secures first blood, and now it might be getting worse as Canyon is making a trip to the bottom lane. In he comes. Beryl and Deft, I think, have created enough distance as the heal does have to come out as, oh my goodness. Deft very close to falling there, but he's able to walk it out.
But is forced out of this lane. Zeka also.
Ooh, chains are going to come through here, and Damwon Kia are angry this game.
Very clean plays on top side, grabbing that kill early. Then able to turn around some summoners here on bottom side. Unable to get either flash here, surprisingly. Despite Deft going down to like sub, probably sub 40 health or so. If not even worse, he does escape with his life. But looking at this lane now, it's back in Duckdom and Kellen's control. Showmaker putting pressure on Zeka here. This is the kind of plays we need to be seeing from Damwon Kia. Even if it's pre-6 for Canyon, I like the idea of coming down here and trying to grab some summoners. As this is just Nuguri being so patient here.
Kingin.
Yeah, and he hopped into this. But Nuguri just waits for the flash. He's like, all right, where are you flashing?
I was waiting for the hop the whole time, but the hop was on cooldown because Kingin used it to access a turret shot to the head.
Yeah, very aggressively played for a misplay.
Yeah, I think I like your use of the word aggressive there. Cast to speak translation is not good.
Incorrect.
Yeah.
Bad, yes.
Yeah.
Anyway. It was not a good play, but he dies, and that's a lot of extra gold going into Nuguri's pocket. Now trying to set something up here with the Mega Gnar with this really nice control ward.
Yeah, you can see Kingin was pulling the wave there a little bit. Does so very effectively. Look at this. The wave in exactly the position that Kingin wants it, and he's going to throw a boulder at it just to thin it out a little bit. As back is going to come through here for Pyoshik, so he's not going to stick around as the cannon is secured. It's not end of the world here for Kingin, and as you can see, he is going to have a CS advantage as this one continues. Deft and Beryl did go back home, or at least Deft did.
Yeah, Deft had to because he was super low, but he lost the ability to take some stacks during that time, but it's, of course, Senna who's fasting, so not losing any CS or anything like that, whereas you could see Tom Kench is still staying even, in fact, taking a small lead.
Yeah, it's actually doing quite well, is good old Beryl. And
once you get to like level 3 here in this lane, if there isn't a lack of a summoner for the Senna Kench, you can be very aggressive. You got to hit those tongue lashes, but you could be very aggressive, and Senna's healing will actually do a lot for you.
Showmaker diving towards Zeka here, as you can see. Canyon leeching some experience from the mid lane, going to hit that level 5. Zeka now picks up the rockets. Showmaker has access to his own rockets with the hijack, as Canyon is just going to move on through.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried there.
I used to use that that Wukong skin all the time. That was my personal favorite back in the day. Bit of a throwback.
Pyosik kind of hanging around Zeka right now because he's concerned about this Wukong gank potential, because even if he doesn't have 6, doesn't matter because Showmaker has that setup CC. Zeka's playing so respectfully here. It's a very different game than the last because there is no barrel assist. He's not actually trying to put any pressure on. This is not a Swain lane.
Yeah, well, that is going to be a snare. Oh no, not quite onto Doctor, but a lot of damage back to Deft.
Yeah, just on the edge there. So this has just been so well played, actually, from Deft and Barrel. You know, we've seen so many free wins from Lucian, but not this time around. Zeka has 6.
Yeah.
And, or rather, his Valkyrie. I don't know why I said 6 there. He's needed 2 ults to escape this one. He's been firing his ult for quite some time now. Nice try there from Showmaker.
Indeed, but it is a lot of mana expended from Zeka. Of course, every time you get a Valkyrie, it feels pretty good into the Corki. Is Piercing Light not going to quite find Deft there. He does get some autos. He's looking to chase down Dr. and Kellen, who will back away.
The observers are I think, doing a great job showcasing how little power the Solution Nami has really given Damwon on the bottom lane.
Ooh, bubble is going to be avoided there as Kellen's now in trouble. Snare is going to connect as Beryl is going to hard commit to this one. The Ignite comes down, but the Tongue Lash misses. He eats the Grey Health and he will survive, but Canyon is here. Flashes are available from both Deft and Beryl, and it comes through there to save the Tahm Kench's life. Deft doesn't need his, as now Doctor chasing after the bottom lane of DRX.
And they
but
cross
he's not going to be able to get it.
Pyosik's over here.
Yeah, but now Nogger has found him, as there is a Gnar in the area, and Pyosik's going to use a very defensive pillar. But this is actually still great news for DRX.
Yeah,
remember, Dom, one of the ones on the clock, is now they're going to and Deft is just dead.
Caster Curse.
That's a big old-fashioned whoopsie.
Caster Curse there from Atlas. They were so great, though, until this moment, though, because they staved the pressure of that follow-up gank there from Canyon. Also nearly get the kill onto Kellen. If that Tongue Lash hits for Barrel in that bottom side gank, then he actually just, or in that bottom side 2-2, they just win it. Like, they kill him and then actually get away for free, and Canyon can't even commit there. So, unfortunately, he does not actually hit those as well as he hits his bandage tosses, I suppose, but still, the fact of the matter is the Lucian Nami lane hasn't been as impactful as Damwon Kia were hoping for in this draft. We've seen the Ezreal, Yuumi, Ezreal, Karma lanes, and the Senna Kench be much more successful for them so far when the Senna is on red side here. Damwon Kia, they have a lead. It's 600 gold. They're going to lose this first break, but they've got a lead, but it's not big enough, like you said, because DRX is just happy to scale up, sit back, and win the later parts of this game, because even Gnar over here had an early death. Kingan's like, I've got a cull. I will just play this weak side. I'm totally fine with it.
And he's farming just fine, you know. He's not getting pushed out too far, as Deft will head down and look to just continue laning. Noggery goes immune as Kingan jumps inside, so he's going to be able to even this one out. As you can see, Wukong still hanging around here. Barrel taking a bit of damage. Piercing Darkness will get the health back for the Tahm Kench, though, and go back to cooking things there towards the bottom side.
The expectation here was always going to be...
Okay, knock up onto Kellen. Snare will connect as well, as Beryl finds the Tongue Lash at the same time. So a lot of damage, and just capitalizing on the flashless Nami is Showmaker. Going to take a lot of damage here, throws out his own rockets.
And meanwhile, Pyosik has taken away a red buff. He's also sitting up for a follow-up gank, potentially on the bottom 2v2.
Yeah, well, let's see whether Zeka is going to stay alive here. Has to flash to get out of the way of the chains. I don't know whether he necessarily needed to, but better to be safe than sorry, I guess.
Kellen and Duckdom showing so much respect here because they know that Pyosik should be relatively nearby because he took that Drake just moments ago, and they hadn't seen him on the map at all. So he could have been wrapping around, which he did. And they had, you know, defensive vision in the tri-rush, but they were still worried about the fact that he could be going towards that red buff. As we're going to go back in time here quite a bit. Yeah. Just Deft stepping way too far forward. I mean, there's so many minions here, too.
He had flash. I think he could have probably flashed.
Yeah.
Relative safety, but elected not to. Kind of thought that he was already dead, I guess. Tidecaller's Blessing does slow you down just a little bit, and Dr. had access to it, so might have just been able to relentlessly pursue and pick up the kill. As another snare will connect onto Kellen here, as Beryl could potentially dive on top of him, but decides not to. Canyon once again moving on over. They do have control vision, so the monkey will be spotted.
This is just going to allow Beryl and Deft to sit back very carefully.
Yeah.
Carefully.
Moves in. Bubble goes wide.
Don't walk forward when you know Wukong is there and he has ult, flash, and his Trickster available. This will be the crash of the Rift Herald down here on bottom side. Pyoshik's going to have to come over here and assist with the defense.
Yeah, well, Rift Herald is going to come on through. Kellen and Dr. desperately trying to get towards the turret so that they can get some money. As that's the knock up onto Deft. He does have to move behind Beryl here as Pyoshik moves on in. Dawning Shadow just gets rid of Anami. And now Pyoshik has Canyon on the mind. Abyssal Dive comes forward. Tongue Lash connects. But Canyon has made it close enough to the turret to survive this one.
I mean, this is Deft and Beryl once again crushing Dukdom and Kellen at every turn. They turn their 3-man drop of a Herald into a defensive kill. Yes, of course, the plates still do go over. But the fact of the matter is Deft set this up so brilliantly by continuing to trade and add that extra damage in so that his Dawning Shadow would be enough if he catches Kellen there in the center. So great play again from the Senna. His roots have also been on point so far tonight here on the Senna pick, and it's looking pretty scary. Now the gold lead is only 100 here for Damwon Ki. It's thinned out quite significantly with that extra kill going over.
Basically non-existent as Zeka throwing rockets out just safely. Chilling out here as Canyon's going to take a lot of damage. Piercing Darkness slows him down as well as Deft makes his way in. And yeah, now the Wukong cannot do anything for the next little while.
And also now Senna is getting to the point of the game where she roams and is oppressive and gets stacks everywhere. Silas is down 20 CS.
Yeah, Pyoshik's going to move in. Kellen, what do you do? I mean, he does have Dogdom in the area. Bubble connects as Dogdom does have to walk around this pillar. Subjugate comes through. He gets smote as well. As now Showmaker can't leave his outer turret. And man, like DRX with his late game comp have actually just come online here as before we've got to the mid game.
Yeah, exactly. And this is exactly what we saw last game too, where, you know, we're seeing fantastic plays from the bottom duo. You know, this time I think it's been a little bit more about Deft than it has been about Beryl. But either way, playing a matchup that normally goes Lucian's way in the early parts. And then obviously once you hit a few levels, you can trade back. But they traded back well. They hit several snares. They relieved the pressure there. Pyoshik made a few rotations down to threaten them, and despite that early death onto Deft, it just hasn't mattered here. As look at Deft aggressively trading, despite the tidal wave being up. He goes down super low, but it's just enough damage here to where he can follow up with the ultimate. He knows that he's calculated it.
I mean, it's impossible to escape. The pillar goes down, and then the fish has nowhere to go.
Yeah.
No flash, no chance.
Exactly.
Nicely done. He makes sure that he holds off until it's a guaranteed kill. Still, early days, and the gold is extraordinarily even, but Damwon Ki need to start making advantages happen somewhere.
The flash is gone again for Kellen, by the way, who is going to struggle to clear wards against what will very soon be Umbroglaive vision control here for Deft with his lethality build against a squishy support like Nami. You know, she takes a lot of damage from those Qs, even in the early parts of the game.
Yeah.
So, starting to look very scary here for Damwon Ki's ability to control this game. They will at least be able to even up the Drakes 1-to-1, but that doesn't buy you time. It just buys you a little bit of breathing room in terms of soul point timings.
Yep, Mountain Soul comes on through as well as Showmaker has found Zeka. Get the chain back towards the minions though, so isn't going to go for any sort of dive right here. But the rest of Damwon, they've decided that they want to, and that is a very dead Corki. No minions left, so they're not going to be able to do too much work towards this turret, but that is good punishment there, and now the kills are 3-1.
Yep. Kingen trying to make something happen here cross map, but knows that Canyon is sprinting towards him, so we'll have to back away here. Will Dukdom get punished? Nope. Did get slowed there for just a second, but it's not going to matter in the end. But for the first time this series, Zeka does go down.
Okay. Canyon going to take a turret shot here, as the Warrior Trickster will get him to safety.
So successful gank, or pick there, I should say, whatever you want to call it. They group up and dive onto Zeka, who's low on mana.
Yeah, and they interrupt the Valkyrie as well.
Yeah, Tidal Wave stops him from getting over the wall. If he gets over the wall there, he probably still dies, but at least buys a little bit more time. But yeah, those are really nice Tidal Wave to zone him there. I think if he Valkyrie's like a little bit earlier, maybe he gets out.
If he Valkyries to the chickens, maybe you can do it, but you know. Hindsight's 2020. All right, Beryl, he's going to come on forward as Showmaker, going to get slowed down. There's a package delivery towards the Silas, who is just burning on all of this ground that Zeka's put together. And that is a kill going over to Pyoshik. Shirley now should be picked up here by DRX, but Nogri has something to say about it. Deft Slinks into the mist. That's a fantastic Cyclone just to buy space. Dawning Shadow comes through here as Beryl gets his power out onto Deft. All the needlework very close to killing Pioshik here as DRX, their minds set on this Herald once again. Boulders are flying through, and now we're seeing that range advantage that DRX have. The culling will answer that momentarily. As Pioshik, Frozen Domain comes down. Noguri, there's the tidal wave as Canyon gets in, gets back out again. Noguri is going to be immune for the moment, but Beryl's just fighting the frontline Tom Kench, but the Lucian will answer it. Deft is going to be thrown against the wall, and finally Doc Dom shows up in the fight.
The sustain that this Senna brings to this comp as well is fantastic, and yeah, it's a range problem, it's a sustain problem, but Showmaker says, well, I guess Teleport will answer that because I will come back from full health from the Death Chamber. And that's my level of sustain. Does come back into the fight and helps finish this one off. 4 kills now in total for Duck Dom. So he's the biggest winner of this, and they needed to accelerate him early. Was a little bit later of an acceleration than we would have liked, but now he is extremely fed and can actually be oppressive around the map, can look for more vision control. Pioshik looking for a teleport trap here.
Yeah, Pioshik, can he actually fight Noguri is kind of the question, as Needlework is in. Pioshik is not going to get solo killed as Kingen turns up in the nick of time. Man, I thought that Pioshik was too early, but thankfully DRX do manage to keep him alive.
I thought so too. I think Noguri definitely thought so as he commits there. What basically DRX have turned this Corki Trundle into, it used to be a protect the Corki, but actually it's just now Trundle makes this a pick comp. Oh yeah, you think you could threaten the Corki, we'll just walk you up and take you out early on. So getting that first kill there will help them secure the Herald. They took a ton of damage, but then Kingen had Narbar. This forces Damwon Kia to retreat, but it's Kellen's Tidal Wave. Allows them to re-engage here. And look at Duck Dom, untouched, just shooting over the wall time after time. Every shot counts. Showmaker does teleport in to close out this fight with a really nice stolen our ultimate there. That's the counter. As this looked very close, because Nuguri was stacked up on the Q, does have his needlework, and he needed one more auto.
Yeah, and Pioshik gets the King's Tribute, so it doesn't look as close as it was, but man, it was very close. As this turret is no longer here, neither is that one. So there we go. Bit of an update as to what happened as we're in the replay. As Herald will go down in this mid lane, Shirley going to help take this one out and answer that outer turret that was just taken. As DRX still in fine position here. Canyon gets over the wall, but isn't going to be able to stop this turret from falling as the minions are too many.
I love this new Crown of the Shattered Queen we're seeing on Silas. I think it might have been, it's either Chovy or Showmaker who did this first.
Showmaker has been doing it quite a lot, actually. I think he built it on Lissandra in their last match.
But it's so good when you're the frontline mid laner to actually be able to collapse and dive on top of the Corki and deal with his Gatling gun and his Phosphorus Bomb and those rockets that he hits you with as you're trying to close the gap. It removes a lot of that damage. Then as Silas, of course, you have your heal, so you're able to survive with the Kingmaker for so long. And once you're like in the thick of things and the Lucian is actually hitting those autos, it's amazing. So the Crown of the Shattered Queen is just going to buy so much extra time, gives you the good stats you need to. As Beryl,
he's in trouble, but as Deft going to turn up, protecting from his character's husband. As Pioshik moving around the edges, and Canyon should just be able to grab this because Damwon Kia have so much control of this Dragon Pit.
And it is a Mountain Soul, we mentioned it earlier, but it's so valuable here for Damwon Kia. It's the best Drake they could have asked for into this Corki Senna comp.
Yeah.
So really huge for them to start leading in these Drakes now. It was a 1-for-1, now it's a 2-to-1 here, and next one is Soul Point, so definitely on a clock is DRX, and they will have to answer some of these Drake fights coming soon. They can't just avoid and side lane as the Corki and hope to scale forever. There is a bit of a time limit on that.
Well, you can see Kingen, accidentally hits Canyon with an ulti.
He'll take it.
As they all back away. Nami's also going back home. And Kingen is just prowling. He's just having a great time, I guess. But there are a lot of members of Damwon in this area. And so he has to be a bit careful. I'm glad that we got the vision toggle because it was looking a bit scary. There's the hop. Minion wave in position. Cyclone comes through again. Pioshik has the subjugate, and the rest of DRX are going to turn up. Canyon in so much trouble, but there's another tidal wave to come through. Devour comes down as well. Def taken so low. And Showmaker, he's got rockets now. He's the poke champion. But the rest of his team is going to back off, and no one is dead this time.
Yeah, a bit of a...
Okay, all right. I'll hold my thought here for a moment as now Showmaker goes back. Doc Dom needs to watch out. He's getting hit by houses and stuff like that, whichever Gnar skin Kingen does have at the moment.
Yeah, it was a bit of a all random, all bot Arab situation there for a second as everybody just groups up for a crazy fight. But there's a lot of mind games going on here for Kingen because he's hoping and expecting, or the expectation for Damwon is, he thinks we're trying to collapse on the Corki, but we're not. We're actually going to trap him. But Kingen is setting this up for the rotation down of Deft and Beryl. They want to turn this. And again, great tidal wave here to lock up Pyoshik, who goes extremely low in this fight. Now, Damwon Kia just don't have the range to follow up. And even with Showmaker having rockets for just a second. And then they're like, maybe one more try on Zeka? And they get his flash. So still successful here.
Yeah, it definitely works for Damwon, but a lot of thinning out of summoner spells, not a lot of actually picking up kills. After that one eventuates, as you can see, it's Pyoshik that has his, and I guess Deft and Beryl still have their flashes, and so does almost everyone. In fact, everyone on Damwon Kia's side. So it's just Zeka that had to use his in the last fight, and King.
So it's a nice grab because that's the most important flash, honestly, of these 10 champions is Corki's, because if he dies, Senna alone will not get the job done damage-wise. She can in a very long fight, but if Zeka is just instantly deleted, she won't do half the damage that Dunkdom does in the subsequent fight because she's just not survivable enough. You have to rely on that range, that poke, that chip away for Senna to actually then heal through. But if she just doesn't have a duo partner, you know, in the Corki, then it's not going to happen. Now, I like Damwon Kia looking to start this one up, force DRX to come to you, because otherwise, DRX will just sit back defensively and not do anything and just will win the longer game. So Damwon Kia trying to trick them here, trying to force them onto this Baron. But DRX will not take the bait. Just going to rotate over slowly and carefully.
Yep. Kingen going to move up here into the mid lane. Just fighting with Dunkdom at the moment, as you can see. Damwon Kia setting up for the 1-3-1. And we've got Drake that's going to be spawning in 2 minutes' time. I think that's something that DRX is going to have to bear in mind. I think, like you were talking about, denying this Mountain Soul is going to be very important. And every Drake that you pick up as DRX, you're elongating the game that little bit further and creating some advantages for yourself. So I'd like to see them put a little bit of priority onto getting some vision out onto this map because they really have been stifled in that department. Like, look at this line of control vision coming from the Baron pit towards the mid lane.
Really strong here. And it was actually an Eclipse built. We didn't really touch on this too much here for Deft instead of the Umbroglaive start. So just wanted to have a little bit of extra damage to threaten this Nami, I think, more early on as Canyon. Going to eat some damage from the Baron as well. He's very angry. But I like this considering he's also going into Executioner's Calling to stop some of that healing. And he's just going to try to win these Sustain War with the poke he has, plus heals with his Q and his ultimate. Yep. So I do like the tech a lot, and Banshee's Veil I think is an amazing call here for Showmaker. We don't always like that item here at the LCK, but this time we really do.
Yep, he's got a million shields. There's just shields everywhere coming from his crown and from his Banshee's Veil. So definitely working out here. One around his neck, and I guess one on top of his head. So you can see how the Silas would wear them. Does make some sense here as far as the items are concerned. There's Canyon just chilling for the minute. But not going to move up too far as the intensity of the fans here.
I mean, this is where we're at right now. Like, it's all about, like, we're literally at a 1,000 gold lead here for Damwon Kia, but 1,000 gold isn't enough. But the vision they have is what they need to continue to control this game with. Teleport here with package for this Drake fight. 2 for 2 would be amazing for DRX. Like you said, it slows the game down so incredibly much, but they need to get in here.
They certainly do. Beryl is just going to dive his way forward. That's one way of doing it, as now Zeka gets into the pit, takes a full culling, and it is going to be secured there by Canyon. So Soul Point has been picked up by Damwon Kia.
Package also wasted here for Zeka, unless they could turn this into a Baron take very quickly, but Damwon Kia already rotating towards this to try to prevent it.
Yeah, and Zeka, like you were talking about, hasn't actually used the package yet. Dunkdom taking a lot of damage from that big one. And DRX now just trying to utilize the fact that they did get control of the mid lane.
Canyon's got an angle.
Move further forward as, package going to be used as I believe it was timing out. Zeka just moving towards Fog of War. Canyon not going to jump over the wall right now.
I think Damwon Kia just goes straight to Baron right now, push DRX off of it. They absolutely could start it. I mean, look at the items here for Lucian. He does so much single target damage. He will clear this up so fast. Damwon First, check it slowly, blue trinket it. There's the back for the rapid fire cannon here for Duckdom right before they go over to contest Baron. They know that Zeka does not have package, so that's the real win here besides obviously taking the Drake away. They avoid the fight, they don't clash with DRX directly, but deleting that package means there's a really nice window of time here where Damwon Kia can basically perma have prio and pushing lanes if they secure this Baron, and that's why they're setting up so much deep vision here.
Well, there's the Cyclone, but Deft does have Zeka in the area. Canyon looks for it, but Deft burning, but isn't going to die just yet. Pioshik turns up, and Deft almost caught out of position yet again. Does lose his heal, but holds onto his flash.
Well, they have so much control over the Baron, and DRX cannot get anywhere near it.
Yeah, and they know that Senna is away. Zeka taking a lot of damage here. Tidal Wave just sails by majestically. Not entirely sure what it was doing there, but Kellen had an idea. It just didn't quite work.
Wanted to grab a pick there, but Kingen is going to win out here in terms of side laning as Beryl.
That was not the dive that he wanted to go for, but Tongue Lash is going to stop Duckdom from being able to chase.
Kingen gets a turret for free, does have teleport, can build up another Narbar here, so that's one of the X factors here that DRX do have in their pockets for stopping Damwon on this Baron.
Duckdom culling, Pioshik in trouble and does need to be devoured. That is a big cooldown that Damwon Kia now have under their belt. All right. As they do move back towards this Baron that they have full control of.
Kingen needs to build an R-bar. He's halfway there. He's using the Scuttle Crab to get some of that, but he's not going to have the full bar when he arrives here. Showmaker has a fantastic angle here on the backside. Showmaker, of course, does have Hijack available, so can have an amazing Gnar in this team fight and can really push this Corki out of the fight or just straight up kill the Senna if he finds an angle. So DRX are trying to do everything but walk at DRX right now, or at Damwon Kia.
Well, Canyon going to get tongue lashed as he comes in, so it means he can't find the Cyclone onto Deft, who goes down very low anyway. Now waiting in the brush, wants to escape, but he can't do it. Flash was no longer available, and now Nogger is chasing after DRX. The bottom lane has already been obliterated, though, and DRX have nowhere to go. Damwon Kia just playing with their vision control so well. The flash out from Zeka, but once again, that's on cooldown, and now Damwon Kia should be able to move all 5 members to this Baron as Kingen has to hop for his life away from this very angry Lucian.
Yeah, the relentless pursuit there just allowing him to do so much extra damage. Teleport in here from Showmaker as they are on this Baron, and there's nothing DRX can do about it without Deft here. He's respawning in 3 seconds, so it's going to be a free Baron take. And in DRX, were really pushed, as you said, around the map into tricky vision setups here, but they just didn't know where Damwon Kia were. And they were like, okay, well, we can't walk into that Baron pit, but if they're doing it, we have to be towards it. And I mean, this is just DRX being a little bit indecisive. They walk away from Damwon Kia. They're trying to set up for a Narbar here, but there's just too much collapse. And they were very split. If Gnar is with them, then Damwon Kia can't just run out of the bush like that and look for those picks. But they take out the bottom duo. That's all they need to get a Baron.
Well, now, Baron power play up to 1.7k. And we know Damwon Kia very, very good at pushing these advantages when they do get the Baron. One thing DRX comp does do quite well is counter siege. They do have the range advantage, as we spoke about, but Damwon Kia with this Baron should still be able to knock down some structures, especially with how potent their 131 is.
The Gwen just going to be free pushing. I love how Showmaker, because he doesn't have great wave clear, is just always looking for vision traps or looking for flank angles. He and Canyon are rotating around the right side here. And if anybody tries to come over here and clear or stop Nuggery, there's a trap that's going to be sprung with so much burst damage. Look at Zeka trying to find an angle.
All right, Beryl is going to try and find Duckdom. Dawning Shadow does a lot of damage here to the Lucian as now the team fight is on. Showmaker stole the Devour to keep Canyon alive.
Okay, so Drake is spawning here. Duckdom's at half health, but Kingen has a Narbar.
Yeah, and they have Kellen. Ebb and Flow is going to be able to keep him alive, so Canyon down here, they will be able to secure the Mountain Soul, as I don't know whether DRX's scaling is going to be enough to answer that, as Noggery wants to deal with this turret, and I think he should be able to do so. Yep, all too easy.
He just gets away with this. They get the free Mountain Soul, and DRX rotate away towards a Baron that isn't spawned as they slowly back off, and will just be 1 inhibitor turret down. The Baron is going away in 65 seconds here, but the crucial thing, like you said, is the fact that this Mountain Soul now makes this team so difficult to chip away at with Zeka's damage. I mean, we're talking about also a Sylas who's frontlining with Crown of the Shattered Queen and Banshee's Veil, plus the extra shielding now from 3 Mountain Drakes of a Mountain Soul.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the scaling just isn't going to cut it. It's going to have to be better control over team fights. I think Kingen now, all of the pressure is on his shoulders to actually set up really nice Nars here. Maybe a flank angle. I think that's DRX's only way back into this game.
Well, more drills going to be flying forward as Dr. Positioned aggressively. I love it. He's actually playing this later game Lucian very, very well, even if the laning phase didn't go as well as he wanted it to. The inhibitor going to be taken there by Noguri, whose side laning has been phenomenal all game long.
That's
Damwon
an
here
inhibitor.
just destroying everything. There's 13 seconds left of this Baron, and they're using it so well.
Inhibitor down now, and Gwen is continuing to push. Does have teleport, not that Nuggery has a long way to go to rejoin, as Showmaker's going to take out this inner. And
Yeah.
DRX are just getting choked out of this game now. Baron does fade away.
Yeah, once again, 5,000 gold Baron power play as Showmaker's going to be slowed down. DRX now thinking that it's their time to try and fight back with this Baron now mitigated. And they lose an inhibitor, but it's one inhibitor isn't necessarily the end of the world, but 6,000 gold is definitely a long way behind, especially when you've lost out on this Mountain Soul.
So the stock that we have to really look at here for DRX is, okay, we're not done with this push yet.
Yeah, Barrel's just walking towards the Lucian. Canyon gets licked. DRX should be able to defend here. Rockets do a lot more damage to non-Baron minions.
Nuggery almost ends up getting caught by the chains there of death, but will get away. Love it. Showmaker's holding this Gnar ult and trying to trap DRX, but they're not going to fall for it. Well, we have to take stock of what DRX's tools are for this Elder fight that happens in 3.5 minutes. It's going to be a package, which they should absolutely hold for that, not on Baron.
Well, there's the... Okay. Snare going to connect. Does lock down the entire bottom lane, but DRX are too busy dealing with all of these minions crashing towards their turret. So just used off cooldown here from Doctor.
They will have a package. They will have the ability to trap one single target with a pillar. It's probably not going to have to be... They probably shouldn't look for the Sylas because he's going to be looking to Gnar them. They want to be far away from it. Try to maybe trap Lucian or split the team in half, push the Sylas away. Maybe take out the Gwen. It's going to be a very difficult fight because of all the resistances that Wukong has that Gwen is going to have with this Mountain Soul. And obviously the item build, she's gone for the purple build. She has stopwatch. There's a stopwatch for Nami, so she can set up a tidal wave defensively if that attempted pillar or Gnar play is set up. So right now, Damwon Kia, they have all the tools and options to stop DRX's comp from either picking a player or getting value out of package, or they're bursting people down with rockets. So it feels like it's really just checkmate here. There's a chance here for DRX, but the scaling aspects are really just quite muted at this stage in time because of good builds here and just elemental drakes.
Not to mention the fact that Damwon Kia have held on to vision control everywhere throughout this entire game. I think it looks so much different if DRX were allowed onto the map at any time, but they just haven't been. Damwon Kia have been always in the right place at the right time to make sure that they deny all of the vision from DRX. So this poke is sort of flying into fog of war instead of actually being able to do anything useful. And that's why you see Zeka 0, 1, and 2. He's got so much farm, but I mean, where has the Corki value been this game?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the value for them this game has been stopping these waves from ending the game when the Baron minions are crashing through. Obviously, his build is going to allow him a lot of wave clear. Now, as the Korean commentator is pointing out, he's not going to use package for the Baron that is spawning now. Wants to save that for Elder, because that's the real win condition here. He might be able to defend one. Well, I say it. He grabs it. You have to win this fight now as DRX. If you just lose this package and walk away, the game is Damwon Kia's, because you will not win that Elder fight without it. So they're going to make the call. They're going for it here. You have to win this fight decisively and win the game off of it, straight up.
Well, this time, DRX do have some sweepers as they're moving down this mid lane. Let's see whether they've scaled enough. Right now, they are very far behind.
I mean, look at Damwon Kia. They identify the packages here, and they're just playing so split. There's no way to actually get big value out of it. DRX now just going to try to rush down the Baron and use the package defensively.
Well, let's see what they can actually do here. Zeka possibly caught out, but he does have the package. He holds onto it. Canyon takes a lot of damage here, and it's all about this Corki. Keep your eyes on Zeka. How much value can he actually get as DRX? Still looking for the turn. Kingen has found Noguri as he gets the Gnar into the wall. The package is there as well. Noguri is just picked off and destroyed. 40 seconds until this Elder Drake. And the Baron now in the minds of DRX, but there are super minions knocking on their front door. The backs have to come
King has
in.
teleport so he can deal with this and then return to the fight. Damwon Kia looking to set up on Baron, but the Elder in 25 seconds. The timing of this is so tight. DRX, all they have to do is delay, then set up for this Elder.
Yeah, backs are coming through, and you can see the DRX, they want the Elder Drake. That is what they're focused on.
Absolutely.
Damwon Kia not going to start on this one. There's the flash. The flash immediately answers there from Deft. And man, if he had have held the flash that time, it would have been game over. But he doesn't.
King
presses
and
the
Snar.
button.
King and Snar's ready. They need to start this right now, and they absolutely will.
There's a teleport from Nuguri, but it's 15 seconds before he does come back up again, and there is no vision for Damwon Kia. They do manage to set up that blue trinket, as now Tidal Wave is going to come on through, but it's just a massage for this Drake, and Damwon Kia, they can't fight this. 4 versus 5, they have to back away.
I cannot believe DRX are going to get this Elder with a Corki, and now they can chase Damwon down. This Baron belongs to them. There is nothing Damwon Kia could do without a Miracle Engage. Showmaker still has his crown, does have his Banshee's Veil, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Here's that teleport. He's going to the side
he's
lane.
teleporting to the bottom lane. There is no way.
He wants to try to push them back by trying to force this end, but I think that DRX know they have plenty of time. The inhibitor's back up.
They have to just destroy the Baron as quickly as possible and then regroup and push out their waves. They are going to take it down to half health here as Damwon Kia. Let's see whether they can get a miracle steal, see whether they can make something happen. Deft taking so much damage. The Devour comes down onto the center as he goes golden. King being a hero in the front line. He goes into his stopwatch as well as the Corki takes down the Wukong. Showmaker trying to fight this one out though. His barrel is very tanky, but is he tanky enough? Doctom has to flash.
Doggery's ending the game.
Denial there is, Doggery is on these Nexus turrets. Zeker's in melee range with the Gwen. Deft is going to join him. Zeker is so low, but will stay alive. Until he's taken down. Yeah, this is going to be minions that destroyed the Corki, and Deft is now dealing with these ones as Barrel is going to lick Doctom and then look to try and Abyssal dive away.
Teleport coming in. There is no turret here.
Oh
and
my God, yes,
Showmaker on his own.
Can he actually just end this game is the question. He picks up a Dawning Shadow.
No minions here, no minions here.
Yeah, backs are going to come through, and Showmaker has decided that he wants to take down this inhibitor turret instead. He is going to be able to do it on his way out. As Pyoshik moves on over as well, the slow diff comes through there, and Dawning Shadow is going to be thrown towards Deft. But DRX, it's 3 versus 1. They still have the Elder Drake, remember. Pyoshik's chasing him down. Showmaker's spamming emotes. What is going on?
He's going to get out. He's going to get out of here. If he gets his blast cone.
Yeah. The balance denied! But still, Pyoshik has no flash, and Showmaker is going to be able to get himself out.
Okay, he buys time here. 30 seconds left on this Elder buff. Baron did not get taken in all of the chaos, and now DRX are grouping up on it. There's only 20 seconds left on this Elder, and they won't have all 5 members here. Bottom inhibitor means that push is still coming, and there's no Nexus turrets alive. Luckily for them, they've got stock. There's no teleport for Showmaker. Used it to try to end. Nuguri did the same. Doesn't have his backup just yet. So there's a little bit of reprieve here, but Damwon Kia with this Kingen, who also is teleportless in the bottom lane, means they get the faster group up on this Baron. And DRX will need to come over here and try to punish this.
No, they can't. They absolutely can't. No one's in position. They have absolutely zero vision. And so this Baron is just going to be Damwon Kia's. And I think that the entire last passage of play is just, like, I don't know.
If you don't stop this, or even try to stop this Baron, and Damwon Kia just get it, then they could just walk down mid and end the game because they have Baron buff and you have no Nexus turrets. And this fight is just so insane with the Elder buff here. You do so much as DRX, but Showmaker with this build is unkillable. And all the while, Nuguri is just trying to end the game here. Zeka's stopwatch is so perfectly timed that he flashes instantly, so Nuguri cannot cut him down. He still dies in the end, but it's enough damage here. Showmaker then, of course, teleports through it as we can't watch all of these replays because this is the siege I was talking about. You just walk down mid to end the game now as Damwon Kia. There's the crown broken, Banshee's Veil as well.
Well, let's see whether DRX can actually defend here, because there is one naked inhibitor, one dead inhibitor, and a completely exposed Nexus. Like, this has to be 100% heroic. But DRX, they still have the range advantage, even if they are dealing with these super minions. Let's see what they can do. This inhibitor taking a lot of damage. Each time Doctom gets in there with the double tap, it is a lot of damage. Of course, light slinger, not double tap, but I like calling it double tap.
Crown actually did not get hit twice there. It was only hit once on the Banshee's Veil, so Showmaker's still going to have it. Now the Banshee's Veil has returned, and he has the Gnar ult. He's looking to end with that one move. He's got Flash available.
Yeah, Chain not going to come through here as they just need to get towards this Nexus because Lucian will do so much damage to it. Noguri is focusing on it here as the Devour comes through, but immediately the bottom lane is just evaporated and Damwon Kira done with this game. We will be going to game number 3 as DRX were unable to win after the Elder was picked up and Damwon will even out the series.
That was a crazy second game that could have gone either way around those final objectives, but it was the Gwen value and the pushing power that Nuguri had there to set up backdoor access and just obliterate the base that really won it for Damwon Kia in the end. That was their scaling strength, is the fact that if they have a Showmaker who can steal a Gnar ultimate, they have their own Gnar to slow down fights, to stop fights, to buy time, then Nuguri can end the game, and this forced a reaction out of DRX. They had to defend their base. They survived. The Nexus lived, but their base was open, and then they had to clear waves. Like you said, they couldn't really contest that Baron, but if they let the Baron go, it's checkmate, because then you just group as 5 as Damwon Kia. Showmaker says, thanks for the Gnar ultimate, and we're just going to push to end. Baron buff minions with no Nexus turrets in their way. All they have to do is walk past DRX to win the game. And they forced a fight. DRX couldn't, of course, win at that stage with all those minions coming through. You could feel the fatigue on the players' faces here because that was a long and drawn-out game where it could have gone either way at any moment had they messed up a single team fight. But they had all the tools to stop it. All those, the builds we saw from Showmaker where he had the magic resistance there, the stopwatches they picked up early, and then, of course, all those Mountain Drakes stacked on top of each other and the shielding. That was really the game changer here. Zeka still does almost 37,000 damage, but it wasn't as impactful, and he's out-damaged by a Lucian.
Yeah, Doctarm did so much work. The mid to late game on this Lucian was just absurd. I think Doctarm really took the first game to heart after, you know, Deft and Beryl really did style on that bottom side of the map. This time, yes, the early game did go okay for DRX in comparison to what we've seen other lanes do into the Lucian Nami, but honestly, this guy was real dangerous. So let's see what happens in game number 3. This series going the distance, and I don't know whether a lot of people expected it, and we will go to a short break. When we get back, the POG, and then that game number 3.
가자.
오케이. 그냥 타워 쳐도 돼, 타워 쳐도 돼. 타워 쳐.
나 앞에부터 볼게 일단. 나한테 슈발 썼고.
나 줄게.
끝났어.
가자.
오케이. 거기가 여기.
안녕하세요. LCK 파이터들의 불꽃 튀는 대결 스틸 롤 파이터로 들어온 저는 빛 다니엘입니다. 지난 스프링 롤 파이터에서 저희가 또 이 강다니엘님의 샤라웃을 받게 되는 영광이 있었기 때문에 진짜 강다니엘님을 오늘 모시게 됐습니다. 강다니엘 나와주세요.
그래야
안녕하세요. 오늘 MC를 맡게 된 강다니엘이고요. 진짜 강다니엘님한테는 정말 죄송하지만 오늘 또 이렇게 함께하는 만큼 재밌게 놀다 가겠습니다.
자, 저희가 지난 결승전, 스프링 결승전 때는 이제 T1과 젠지의 대결을 이미 보여드렸기 때문에 오늘부터 LCK 8개 팀들의 대결을 차례로 보여드릴 예정입니다.
그리고 최종 승자가 되는 팀은 저기에 보시면 이제 명예의 전당이 있거든요. 아무나 이름을 올릴 수 없기 때문에 저거 명예의 전당 이름을 올리기 위해서라도 오늘 이겨야겠죠.
그렇습니다. 자, 그러면 오늘의 파이터들을 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 먼저 소개해드립니다. 원조 광기는 바로 우리다. 담원 기아!
화이팅! 자, 이어서 우리의 계절 여름이 왔다. 서머에 맞춰 스롤파까지 접수하러 온 KT 롤스터.
서머에
KT! 맞춰온 것 같은데?
준비한 거예요?
네, 준비한 거예요?
준비 안 했는데 경미가 센서가 좋아서 정민이랑 호응해주는.
아, 이거 합이 좋네. 오케이. 자, 갑작스러운 이니시의 도움 좋았습니다. 자, 그럼 저희 출발해보도록 하겠습니다. 스트릿 롤파이터 지금 시작합니다. 자, 그럼 오늘 저희가 먼저 펼칠 파이트 바로 몸으로 하는 스피드 퀴즈입니다. 제시어를 보면서 몸으로 설명을 하게 되고 나머지 선수들이 맞춰주면 됩니다.
그렇죠.
근데 뭐 이런 거는 뭐 근데 우리 전문이니까.
담원기아부터 시작하겠습니다. 첫 번째 문제요.
사랑이 추억해.
정답 트위스트 페이스.
오, 정답!
정답!
와. 저.
아, 이거? 라칸. 패스도 있습니다. 패스. 오케이.
오케이, 패스.
세나의 폭.
정답!
정답 리신.
스킬명을 말해주시면
용의
용의 분노 정답!
빠르게.
자, 다음. 야, 이거는 맞춰야지. 오, 정답! 야, 역시 스킨 보유자. 이걸 어떻게 맞췄지? 아, 네, 패스 됐어요. 다음.
이거 패스.
이제 패스 없어요. 이제 패스 없어요.
뭐야? 패스 한 번.
자, 담원 이거 못 맞추나요?
옆구리.
정답! 자, 이제 시간 얼마 안 남았습니다.
콩콩콩?
정답! 이거 본인이 맞추네. 왜 이렇게 잘 맞춰, 담원? 이제 패스 없어요.
패스 없어요?
적당.
잠깐, 그걸 뭐라고 부르죠? 덕담이 맞긴 맞는데.
강?
깨물모.
깨물기.
기?
이거 깨물기한테?
깨물한테 정답! 진짜 힘든 문제 맞췄네요.
진짜 위기다.
야, 이걸 어떻게 표현할지. 그냥 눈 이만해졌어요. 배불뚝이. 네.
운동화.
사람이, 정답 인정하겠습니다.
이거를 맞춘다고요?
자, 여기까지 3분.
정답은 롤드컵이었습니다.
근데 너무 잘 맞추네.
이야.
이번에는 그러면은 저희가 이제 KT도 한번 준비해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 첫 번째 라이프 선수부터 KT 로스터 시작합니다.
슈리마야, 너의 황제가 돌아왔다.
시원아. 리신. 용의.
설명 잘하는데? 와, 정답 빼고 다 나오네요.
이 정도면 잘하는 것 같은데? 저기 뭐야?
아이
와, 진짜 정답 빼고 다 나옵니다.
밀어낸다.
설명 좀 잘 좀 해.
말해도 되나요? 이거 어떻게 패스할 거예요? 이쯤 되면? 패스. 네, 패스. 이거 너무 쉽다.
바이게.
정답! 이번엔 에이밍입니다.
마음대로 불러.
우에.
한계치.
정답! 야, 우에기 포인트네. 와, 이것도 쉽다.
하직스.
왜 정답!
애쉬.
바로스. 이즈리얼 LC 미스포츠 바로.
자, 굳이 챔피언이 아닐 수도 있어요.
신비한 화살.
자, 나왔어요.
영조준 일격.
정답! 아, 역시 또 에이밍이 맞추네.
난 최강이다.
세트.
정답! 그렇죠, 라이플 세트죠.
야, 이거 어렵다. 엔지.
자, 힌트 드릴게요. 사람이에요.
사람이
강남님.
잘했어. 정답!
아리. 리산드라.
아리아 요리모.
아리아데스.
정답.
아이 말파이트. 아이 말파이트.
이거 어렵다.
시바나. 오른. 시바나. 두꺼비. 레드.
아, 네, 어쨌든 치열한 승부 끝에 끝났습니다.
상원이 형 여기서 쓰러질 것 같아.
아, 너무 선수는 안 들어가는데. 그게
이거 아니야? 와서 침묵질.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, LCK Summer 2022. We're here for game number 3 between Damwon Kia and DRX, as Damwon were able to even out the series in a pretty decisive game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it was really, really close there at the end on objectives, but Damwon had control the entire time. Our POG will be Duckdom, who threatened so much. I mean, look at his damage share on Lucian in a very, very long game, almost 40%, but he threatened so much in the late game. His early game wasn't amazing. He does end up punishing Deft here, but the later parts of the game, he just straight up always was destroying the front line or threatening backline picks. Like, Corki was often sometimes just simply blown up by him in a neutral fight and then is just forced to leave. And he's like, cool, yeah, I just autoed the Corki twice, and so that's the end of it. This is another moment where he just autos Deft, and it's like, oh, yeah, Deft, you're done. It's over.
Completely out of the fight. Sandwiched by Noguri there on the other side. I think, yep, a few Noguri votes, I think, are definitely in order, just because I think that his solo kill onto King in the early game was largely what put Damwon Kia on the right track in order to getting this game win.
He also side laned incredibly well and was able to set up that win condition for Damwon Kia at the end, where he was, you know, obviously basically threatening the Nexus. So he played a great game. I really liked Showmaker's build, which is, you know, so strong and standard into the Corki, which is why the Silas is picked into the Corki. But his threats that he set up with the Gnar hijacks were really awesome too, and I thought it was a great team effort all around, especially in those final moments, which were the defining ones for Damwon Kia.
Yep, I agree. I think some redemption for the bottom lane of Damwon Kia as well, which has had its struggles, as DRX will elect to be on the red side for the 3rd time in a row.
I think they'll potentially look for another one of these either Kalista lanes or the Senna lane, and would not be shocked if Damwon Kia are willing to just ban Kalista Senna both outright here, especially with the Seraphine Prio we've seen on the red side bans here for DRX. So
yeah, and I actually think that I like this decision by DRX, because I think the bans in the 2nd round were kind of nothing. I don't think they would have minded if there was an Ari or if there was a Lissandra that game. I think that, like you were talking about, the Silas pick was very, very good into what DRX was trying to do, considering Damwon Kia's propensity to be upfront and personal throughout the entirety of the game. They were not afraid to make those aggressive moves, and then range doesn't really matter. So here we are into the draft for the third game of the series, and we'll see what Damwon Kia are going to change, or if they're going to change anything in these bans.
Yeah, there's the Callista. See if the Senna does follow here to remove some of the power of this red side of DRX.
I don't think that... Yeah, I think the Senatom Kench might be something DRX move away from. I think having power in that bottom side instead of looking for more of that scaling option in the Senatom Kench, which is more of a not die lane rather than a domination lane, even if DRX played it pretty aggressively.
I don't think they want to do that. If they wanted to do that, though, I think they would have picked blue side. So I agree that I personally think that DRX probably should move away from it, but based on the red side selection here and how well the 2v2 went for them last game, all things considered, I think they're not afraid to potentially run it back again. Let's see if Damwon Kia even allows it. As, you know, they're definitely considering the ban of the Kench or the Senna themselves. It'd be the Corki actually taken away from Zeka, who, you know, he was lower impact last game around, but he didn't have a lot of options to work with no vision. And Damwon Kia just having full control over the map through the last 15 minutes of it. So now that his game 1 performance was fantastic, though, and now you've just shaped the way DRX are going to play by removing their entire playstyle for games 1 and 2 by saying, all right, well, you're not going to have this late game assurance, so it's time to do something else. You're going to have to play a different style completely. It might be, you know, Zeka's Azir, we might see the Akali come through, but it's up to DRX now to adapt, as they're going to put the same bans down on the Zeri Seraphine once again.
Yep, Renata likely to be removed as well, unless DRX have a different idea in mind. DRX... Let's see. Damwon Kia, their last ban here. They banned Ornn Viego last time around. We'll see whether one of them is going to be banned away. Tahm Kench, actually off the table.
So with the Seraphine ban here, very unlikely to see the Senna now here for DRX, even though we have seen other Senna lanes in the LCK and MSI and stuff like that. But as DRX
is available.
Yeah, DRX might just want to ban the Wukong away here, or the Lucian. Obviously, the game could change very drastically if Damwon Kia prioritized the Lucian here in first pick. But it will be the Renata once again, which, you know, gets a bit of a gasp out of the Korean commentators. It means that DRX still want to play a lane that is going to be weak to that strong pushing power that Renata has. This will just leave the safe Wukong pick, because no matter what, you can draft around this. Let's see what DRX want to show us. This is why they picked red side. We're going to find out right here, right now.
Lucian
Tahm Kench off the table.
Just pick Lucian Nami. Just do it.
It's not as valuable on red side, though, I don't think, because you won't be able to use your jungler to leverage advantages. But they're going to do it, it looks like.
No, I think it's fine. You're just on the other side of the map, but you still have very powerful bottom lane. And we haven't seen Def's Lucian for quite some time, but he absolutely loves this pick. Him and Tucson used to play the Bullet Hell lane all the time, the Lucian and the Yuumi. But we'll see whether Beryl does want to take the Nami here, just to finish off this lane, as Pioshik is thinking about... Okay, thank goodness. It is just going to be Lucian Nami locked in.
Yep, that's completely locked in now, and have a defendable bottom lane now as Damwon Kia is the plan, and it will be Xayah Rakan, so strong lane. And we might even see the lethality variation here. We'll see how the rest of the draft goes before we make any judgments on that. Depends on whether King gets his Ornn or not. And that is one way you could shore up the later parts of this draft here for DRX, because it doesn't have strong late game damage just yet. Just bottom 2v2 prio on red side.
Oh, I love the Poppy pick.
I mean, Poppy has been so good with Lucian Nami because you just repeatedly dive the turret. Now again, the reason why we don't see this on red side as much is because if Poppy is trying to dive the turret, but there's not a good setup there, on blue side, you can then threaten blue or take a Gromp, whereas on red side, you're like, well, I'm going to take Krugs maybe, but it's very far away, it's very risky, so we don't see it as much. But see if Pioshik can pull it off here, as I love this ban. Saying Nuggery, not this time around on the side lane.
No, I agree. I think it's a fantastic ban. I think Gwen GP to eliminate some damage from that top side could definitely be a good idea. But Damwon Kia might want to play it a little bit more defensively. Just grab that Sejuani yet again. Of course, DRX not going to be able to pick a Trundle this time around. So the anti-tank not going to be quite as available. There's 1 second. Let's see what Damwon ban away here.
The
will be
Ornn is
taken off
not
the
a shocker, yeah. Gonna give them a lot of, if they had the Ornn, would have given some extra ornament scaling, but also some really great team fighting around first Drake, first Herald, etc.
Do you know what I want to see? I want to see a Gnar ban from DRX, and I want to see them just gun it.
Sejuani?
No, for the GP.
Oh, for the GP?
I want them to play entirely for killing this bottom lane over and over again.
I mean, I'd love to see that. I wouldn't mind seeing an Azir ban here. We'll ban away the Twisted Fate instead, which can be used very well defensively against this very aggressive comp here that DRX have put together. I think Damwon Kia might just want to be like, all right, well, the bottom lane is going to be kind of sitting pretty down there, and we're going to put our focus topside, and mid we're going to have some extra prio with Azir and scale up later on. See what the second ban will be towards King in here. Might also tell us something about the mid lane. Will be the Silas ban, so that screams, if you don't take Gnar, we will, which is kind of what you were going at. We'll just be King and picking that one up.
Yeah, just going to lock it in again. Makes me a little bit sad. But you can understand it. Kingen has been pretty comfortable on the Gnar pick, and with the Silas now removed, you can understand why it will come in. There is the Lissandra, and I was actually thinking that if DRX had have picked up the Lissandra, they'd be pretty happy. Of course, she roams bottom lane very effectively with her claw, but now Showmaker is going to be able to do it himself and can put a stop to the Lucian in his tracks. Will mean that Deft will have to pick up that cleanse.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see what Zeka picks into this now. Because a lot of the other options that are available are very weak into the Lissandra. And it might just be that DRX themselves take the red side Azir now.
I like the Swain.
Yeah.
That's what I want, as this Gragas pick does answer a potential Swain quite nicely, because you can remove him.
Yeah, you just push him away.
Yeah.
I think with the Gragas, it definitely deters the Swain pick quite significantly. And Gragas into Gnar is a very boring matchup. We've seen Gnar be the counter pick for a lot, but with the Wukong here, I don't feel too great about that. Is picking the Ahri into the Lissandra is a bold, bold move here from Zeka. This will be the Swain that you were thinking of instead.
Yeah, I like that he like hovers the self counter pick, and then he's like, maybe I'll just do the good pick instead. And so he decided to go with the Swain. I like that one a lot more.
They could have looked for a little bit more safe range damage with something like an Azir or a Victor here, but what I like about the Swain is his Imperial Mandate empowers both Gnar and Lucian so incredibly well that there's ways where DRX can get to a pretty stable mid-game, not where they got massively ahead with their bottom 2v2, but Swain has been able to lane very freely. Gnar is doing fine, and you have those poppy threats around the map, and then Swain just starts to get such incredible value and make the Lucian actually a late game carry because you're locking targets in place, so his range won't matter as much. When the Rylai's is slowing everybody, and you're basically immortal as Swain, get those Nova moves, and then Lucian does a ton of damage. So it's going to be a lot about, I think, the performance we see from Duckdom and Kellen here. How much can they stave off the pressure? And then Showmaker on his Lissandra. He has been our best Lissandra player so far. He's been really consistent on this pick. Just picks it blind even so many times. And with the setup they have with Nuggeries, Gragas, and Canyon here on the Wukong, you can set up a lot of really fantastic engages onto this low-range solution.
Yep, certainly can, but I think that my eyes are going to be drawn to Pyoshik this game because Steadfast Presence has so much value against all of the engage options that Damwon Kia have available. It stops Body Slam, it stops the Battle Dance from the Rakan, the Grand Entrance, all of that sort of stuff. So I think that this is going to be a game where Pyoshik needs to stand up. We'll see whether he can here in game number 3. Different fan chant leader out of DRX, but once again, Damwon Kia, fan leader just completely ripping his voice to shreds.
All right, looking for a very aggressive ward placement there. They escorted it. And yes, like you said, it does go off. Unsealed Spellbook here for Zeka, pretty standard. Showmaker will match it. Remember his Baron Steel when he pulled Lissandra out last time was very fantastic. So we do have a few unsealeds. Will be Comet actually for Nuggery, which Not always what you see for the Gragas here, but when it's Nuguri, are we really surprised?
It's definitely what we see into Gnar as well. You want to be a little bit more aggressive in the lane.
And I think that this might be a Night Harvester situation here for Nuguri with the buffs that it received and how much we've been seeing it on Gragas top side. And it's going to give you a lot of extra damage when your Lissandra is a little bit more utility in this draft.
Yep. Pyoshik going to just move into the enemy jungle here. We'll start off on Canyon's Popcorn Chickens. Interesting. So a bit of vertical jungling here, and I like it. Play towards that bottom side. As, yeah, the Lucian Nami, slightly better win rate than the Xayah Rakan.
I feel like this stat is just not fair, though.
Yeah.
It's like the two most popular, or the two best laners together in their strongest state right now. It's like, yeah, versus ones that we don't actually get to see together very often, and usually are forced early in drafts to make sure they get picked together by weaker teams. So Pyoshik is going to come down here for a level 2 gank, which is the idea after he takes these Krugs. See if this is successful here, as Deft and Beryl trying to keep this wave not pushed up just yet. They want to play this one very slow.
This is actually like really well done by Pyoshik, though, who's going to tidy up the entire jungle of Canyon on that bottom side.
Yeah,
and
Canyon's
the ward
gonna see
actually
this.
is going to wear off as well. The ward is not really far up. Tidecaller's Blessing's going to slow down Kellen as Pyoshik moves in. He's going to stop the Battle Dance from coming in, and that's going to get the flash. But Pyoshik's still taking a lot of damage. Canyon moving on in, and the flash has to come out. Heal as well to augment this as Beryl decided to take that one.
So this was played so well from Pyoshik. He holds onto the Krugs for long enough to get 3, so he has his whole kit available, including the Steadfast Presence, so he knows he can force a flash out of one of these two players. It ends up being Kellen. At worst case scenario, saves his flash for Canyon's inevitable rotation over, which he did see on that ward when he came down next to Raptors, and then has Hex Flash, so he didn't actually really trade a flash for a flash here. So the idea was very low risk and high potential reward here, and it does, of course, force Canyon down. Now, the trade-off is that Canyon is going to get a little bit ahead in the jungle. Pyoshik spent a lot of time with this, but it's not going to be too significant at the end of the day.
Yep.
And this bottom 2v2 continues to be in Deft and Barrel's favor.
Well, if Canyon stays here towards the bottom side, I mean, there is no more jungle for him to take. But he needs to be here to try and protect Doctarm and Kellen, because DRX are obviously going to be playing around this very strong Lucian Nami lane. And now they're going to go in, looking for this one more time as Beryl, does he have the bubble is the question. He doesn't have flash, though, as the ebb and flow comes in. Bubble not going to connect there, as there's the flash blade caller to come through from Doctarm. But it's just going to get a flash out of Deft. He does have the cleanse now on cooldown also, as there is no more summoner spells remaining of anyone on this bottom side. As now Pyoshik, yeah, he's going to be able to find a fantastic heroic charge. Canyon has to flash himself out of the way, but the Ardent Blaze not going to be enough to lock down the kill onto Canyon, who does have to flash, but holds everything else.
Pyoshik was just not going to be involved in that fight until the last possible second, as some nice trading here from Zeko we saw for just a moment. But you could see why on red side it's a lot harder to pull this off, but I like how Pyoshik had a different take on it. He was like, oh, I'm just going to take Krugs early, then I'm going to take my blue, and then I'll be in the vicinity. Not going to be able to then threaten blue while he has that extra fire like you would on blue side with this Poppy Lucian Nami, but still comes over here, forces out a late flash from Canyon. And the bottom 2v2 was played really nice. I really love the attempted flash there from Doctarm to look for that kill, but it was handled as well on the other side. So we're basically summonerless across the board here. Luckily for Pyoshik, he's got that Hex Flash, so he's winning in that regard.
Oh man, imagine if it was like Lucian Singed and Poppy. You could actually just call it Pollution.
Yeah.
That would be really cool. Or maybe it's Urgot, but Urgot not really a support. And of course, Singed is only a support if you're Lehens. As Showmaker, half health, as Zeka does have a full health bar, but doesn't have a whole lot of mana right now. Damonkia moving on up towards this mid lane as it's 5.5 minutes. Not like this is a rotation for the Herald or anything like that. But Canyon is now getting to work on his topside jungle. And the full clear has come through. And as you can see, Pyoshik has now pulled ahead as far as farm is concerned because of Canyon's propensity to stay towards that bottom side of the map.
Yeah, just really wanted to help out in his bottom 2v2, and he saved them, but was not able to save summoners, obviously, and cost himself quite a significant chunk of his own jungle because Pyoshik was able to take those Krugs, then freely jungle his camps, and then come back. So basically just lost a fourth of the jungle here as Canyon, and so significant lead here at the moment, as things are going to slow down a little bit longer, or a little bit longer until that Herald does spawn, where we're going to see a lot of level 6s across the board be extremely impactful. Both teams have such a great Herald fight, actually. When you think about the Lissandra value versus Swain in those longer fights, but then Cyclone, Cask, etc., it's really going to be about who positions better and who rotates over there first, very likely.
Yeah, I'm also interested in what Doctom's going to be building here right now, sitting on double longsword. Could be anything.
Keeping it a mystery.
But he does have the Hail of Blades, which makes me feel like it might... Well, actually, normally it's airy, isn't it? If it is going to be the lethality. So it looks like Doctom is probably going to be trying the crit Zaya this time.
Against
We're
the
pretty
Swain.
happy about.
Yeah, against the Swain, too, I think you're probably going to want that extra damage because he's so difficult to kill.
Well, Beryl going to have to speed himself up here, and Canyon's only level 4, so not going to be cycloning or anything like that, as Pyoshik will get in here. There's the flash, gets the knock up onto Beryl. Let's see whether the Nami will survive, but he's not. Oh my goodness, he does! Beryl lives, and Desire is not going to be able to, and now Deft is going to be able to free hit. The bubble lands as well, as now it's a complete disaster for Damwon. Canyon on the wrong side of the map, and is now looking to just try and execute himself, and it doesn't work whatsoever.
And this is Damwon Kia trying to force plays around the Lucian Nami lane where they just do not have the same amount of power. And this is on Kellen trying to make this setup play where he gets the knock up, and they end up winning this before the rest of the group up happens, before Pyoshik arrives. Meanwhile, this is looking fantastic for Zeka. You know, you could have picked Ari here, and thankfully you did not remember going to the trap where it was that being considered, because this is going to be so valuable later on too. So they commit here to trying to pick Barrow. Look at how far away Deft is, and he's isolated. What they don't realize is that Pyoshik is rotating around. Now they're priced into it because there's no real retreat here, so they're hoping they can kill Barrow first, and he just barely gets that heal up. Look how close he is.
Yeah, that's why you always click your pots, everyone.
Yep. And then from here on out, it's just a chase. Zeka's also here. Doesn't even need to be, but he's like, all right, I'm just going to make sure you guys are okay. As Canyon buys some time, we'll, of course, go down here. We're going to watch the whole thing.
Yeah, and Pyoshik gets the tie calls, blessing that guarantees that there's at least an assist.
자리 잡는 거 미쳤다 그냥.
But do you know what the most amazing part of this is? And I'm glad that we put Pyoshik on screen. This is like the first time I've seen Pyoshik just absolutely out-jungle Canyon. Ever.
Yeah, and this might be the first time that DRX beat Damwon in 2 years.
Yeah.
If they are able to win this, it's still early days, but a 2,000 gold lead pre-10 minutes is feeling very comfortable. As once again, Pyoshik.
That's a big old flash as Showmaker is just going to be pulled towards Pyoshik here. He does have his ultimate flash and Circle of Frost and all that sort of stuff, so doesn't actually have to use any of it, so he's totally fine.
But this is going to give them a lot of control over the Herald right now with all this extra prio. Zeka doesn't quite get the plate, but still, this should be first Herald going over to a DRX who have already snowballed this game quite significantly. And the follow-up CCs we have been seeing have been so good for Pyoshik's engages. Nuggery is coming over here very alone and will have to flash. Bit of a question mark on that one.
Yeah, don't see any question mark pings, but I would agree with you on the question marks. King throws a blind boomerang.
Canyon's going to cross map here, attempting it at least.
All right, well, let's see whether DRX are going to be able to stave this one off. I like how defensively they're playing because they know they're taking the Herald on the other side of the map, and Canyon will be denied. This top side, this blue side jungle is still up here as Deft is just going to take the Grump.
Yeah, I wonder if he was actually seen on that controller.
Yeah,
he probably was.
That was why.
Yeah, because that ward there is so valuable. If he's seen there, then Deft just stays back, and Barrow can be up because he just wants to guarantee that Doctom and Kell are not rotating anywhere else because the wave was not in a good place for him vision-wise. And then he comes back. He has tidal wave defensively. Cannon cannot force this unless they are away from the turret. So he has just been put behind. Like you said, I think it's a really good point that you mentioned that Pyoshik is actually out-jungling his biggest rival here, you know, in the LCK.
Yeah.
And got an early lead, and part due to that prio, but he set it up a different way. Okay, this is tricky.
Okay, yeah, a bit of a trap here as Beryl. Pyoshik is in the area. Canyon moves on over as there's the flash from Beryl trying to keep himself alive, but he's on the wrong side of this, and he will be taken down. Canyon now in potentially some trouble as he dashes forward, but it is the Zaya locking down the first kill for Damwon Kia.
I think Beryl just didn't have enough mana for Tidal Wave because he didn't use it there and was hoping to turn that with Pyoshik's help, but he just didn't have enough mana.
Oh dear, Deft able to relentlessly pursue away, or relentlessly escape, I guess.
Still a scary moment here for the bottom duo of Damwon Kia, despite that kill there. Got to be really respectful of the power of this Poppy when Canyon is on the Krugs far away. That's going to relieve a lot of the pressure here on the map for Damwon Kia. Still going to be Drake started first with the timing of the back here for Damwon Kia. DRX will pick it up very late into the game. It's 11:30, and so, you know.
Going to be some delayed dragons this game.
And Damwon Kia are hoping that it, to a certain extent, kind of stays that way, because the map control is not in their favor at the moment, especially here in the bottom and mid lanes.
Yeah. DRX, I want to see them throw down the Rift Herald here in this mid lane. Bubble is going to go wide, but I want to see Zeka sort of unlocked a little bit.
Looks like that's what they're going to do.
He's grabbed himself an exhaust. Okay, there's a self-ult from Showmaker. Tidal Wave is still going to get the knock-up. Aqua Crescent's going to be flashed. And that was very necessary. Pyoshik did not put down the Herald, so still has that in his back pocket for the next time the wave is going to be delivered.
Yeah, grabbing a flash out of Showmaker, forcing him to back here as well. This lane just continues to be dominated. As we're going to watch this fight again, notice Barrel's mana is not great.
Steadfast presence was so good from Pyoshik here too.
If they could get a really nice tidal wave there, maybe they could trade it back. But yeah, the Steadfast presence buys time, so Deft also is fine here. So they just kind of got duped. They thought they were the ones in control. As Kellen, 6 steal.
Oh,
look at that ward.
Gleaming Quill. No one expects the Gleaming Quill steal.
Really well played with that extra vision he's got there. Force it. And there are so many ways that this game gets turned around very rapidly. And I feel like DRX really had a strong amount of control that is slowly slipping away.
Just a little bit. There's a grand entrance as the Nami's just going to get popped. That's the burst
That
damage.
ward, again, 2 times now. This is good value for Kellen.
And
They've got to realize that's there.
They knew that that was there.
Yeah, because how can he quill if he's not, if there's no vision there? They have to realize there's a ward around there. Maybe he just was missed with a sweeper. Maybe they thought it was timed out. I don't think so, though, because Barrel's sweepers is available. He didn't use it, and wow, that one ward giving 2 great opportunities to Kellen. The second one much bigger than the first, and now they're going to sweep it out.
Yeah, now it's a lane herald as well, and it may not actually get to this tower in time. As it's, we've got 15 seconds. And now Pyoshik finds himself with a whole bunch of friends that he didn't really want to make as the decoy comes through. That's a phenomenal never move here from Zeka, who demonically ascends. Showmaker does have his ultimate. He's going to wait as long as possible before he uses it here as the plates did go over to Deft as we saw on the bottom side. And there is the kill into Showmaker.
I mean, DRX really just barely made it on time with those plates as it crashed like 2 seconds before. And then the flash forward from Zeka there to get the never move was absolutely necessary to be able to secure this. They even get the kill onto Showmaker now. And Pyoshik is just going to go back to the jungle and look for more pressure here bottom side with this Nami Lucian. They force the back off Duckdom and Kellen, so this is just a free push. This is really, you know, for a second, like, okay, control slipping away from DRX. They ended up losing Barrel there. They're actually going to lose tempo control until a really fantastic move from Zeka with the prio he has been looking for all game. As this is just that ward once again. Really nice engage from Kellen, just abusing the fact that his opponents don't realize this. As Pyoshik buys enough time here for Zeka to come over, he's 1v3, flashes, because he has X-Flash, he doesn't care, and then Zeka flash double root pulls in. Amazing here as Pyoshik locks down Showmaker, and then all of that ult damage comes through. And this, of course, guarantees the charge bottom side, which barely goes off in time.
Yeah, it was nicely done here by DRX, but like you were saying, you know, it was kind of right on the edge of working. As Duckdom will grab some popcorn chip for himself, and let's see whether DRX can keep control of this game. Right now, it is just under a 3,000 gold lead here for DRX, and their composition, I mean, as far as scaling is concerned, I mean, it's probably fine on either side.
Yeah, it's. I mean, both sides have kind of this awkward scaling
slightly
discussion.
less damage, I guess, from Damwon with the Lissandra.
And it's an Everfrost Gragas too, not the Night Harvester this time, so a little bit more pick potential. Lissandra did go Ludens, so Showmaker is going to have
so maybe actually more damage. As, okay, Canyon going to be taking a lot of damage here, and he just can't escape. There's the Gnar into the wall, and Kingen will pick up the kill.
There's so much CC here for DRX. We've seen it so many times between the Aqua Prison, the Never Move. I mean, Pyosik has several forms, obviously, between his ult and his charge there, and he just keeps pushing people into the wall, and there's always a follow-up each and every time. Pyosik is 100% kill participation here on this Poppy. We talked about how, yeah, there's a few Poppy players here in the LCK, and Pyosik is one that I think goes under a lot of people's radar.
Yeah, it is Pyosik and Peanut, who are the
main
Poppy
ones.
aficionados, as Deft is going to throw out the back massager towards Docdom, who's now just chilling underneath his turret.
They want this
Baker
turret.
getting pressured away by Kingen, and yeah, they should be able to do so. As you can see, Zeka just moving on in. Shirley going to come through here, as that's what DRX picked up, I believe, in the replay. And she's going to lose a bunch of her health as Deft is Gale forcing forward, gets the Feather Storm out. As now Poppy's in trouble. Yeah, Pyosik will get taken down there. Canyon gets his revenge. And now Nogari's looking for that. Zeka is just going to demonically ascend, though, in answer. And they get out a big cooldown there from the Swain.
Yeah, that's pretty huge. Really nicely locked down here by Nuggery to have that flank angle. And now they have to set up on the Drake, so this was 100% worth it. He didn't even teleport for this. He just walked up for it to trap them on that greedy play to try to look for a lot of extra damage in the mid lane. So now Dom and Kia are going to exchange this for a one-for-one Drake and Kingen.
Kingen just going to get destroyed here as he gets knocked up. That's a great Gnar, and he flashes out of the way. So he is going to survive. Throw the house back as an answer.
Still, like you said, losing that critical summoner spell.
벽공 살짝 볼게.
As Pyosik just, with this ward here, Canyon tries to clear it, and they instantly follow up. Kingen has the
잡았다,
follow-up
잡았다,
CC.
잡았다, 나이스.
Beryl was also rushing over to try to pull something off. That's when, of course, they go and grab the Herald, which charges through here. This is a huge overextension from Pyosik, and Kellen is like, well, I guess I will just knock you up and charm you, and we'll take 600 gold and put it in the bank. That goes over to Canyon on the Wukong, who's been behind this game, but now gets a lot of extra power. As Nogari was looking to prevent them from retreating, still gets out a flash.
Yeah, he wanted to knock Kingen back, I believe.
Yeah.
But the hop came through first, so the barrel not going to be able to do it. DRX will take down this top outer turret, so they'll hold on to their approximate 3,000 gold lead.
Just like last game, this Infernal Soul, the Mountain Soul we saw in Game 2 was super impactful defensively against the Corki. It was a huge game changer. Both of these teams will want this late game extra damage from the Infernal Soul. It's going to be so significant for both these comps that don't really scale incredibly well. There are some aspects of it, like we've talked about, and you know, the Swain is going to scale well in terms of what he's going to do with longer fights and damage. The Lucian can have some great pick potential. Lissandra with Ludens, so a little bit more there, but with an Infernal Soul, all of these champions become a little bit more deadly later on. So it is going to be a huge, very impactful Drake.
Yeah, and it's also crit Xayah, so the scaling for the Xayah is much better than the lethality varieties that we've seen.
I think it's 100% the right call versus Swain.
Oh, I mean, it's 100% the right call every game, no matter what. I just don't think that...
You're a big hater of the lethality Xayah.
I mean, it's just not good anymore, Wolf.
I mean, I don't know. A lot of our best AD carries still play it. I trust the pro gamer's opinion on this. I think they have a good read on it. Like, I don't like to hate on it. Sometimes I think we're like, okay, I don't like it here, but we can justify it. But this case, I think it's 100% correct to go for the crit. Like, this time it would have been very silly, I think, if he did not.
Yeah, maybe I am just a little bit overly enthusiastic about it.
I just love that you hate it, though. I mean, you and Valdez have the things, like, Valdez is all about stopwatches. And
I'm like, lethality Xayah, get out of my game.
I mean, Valdez is just as passionate about Shadow Flame, you know, sometimes when it's not picked in the right situation.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that was definitely a thing that Valdez was irked by quite a lot. As Nogari is spotted here by Pyosik. Lying in wait.
I guess mine is I hate the Leandries on Victor in a lot of games. I'm like, ooh, okay, this is Kingen's got an R-bar.
Yeah. House is going to connect, but Nogari's pretty happy. He does have his Zhonya's alive, so he will be able to just tidy up the wave. He's going to have to take some houses, but otherwise he's all right. Zeka completes his Zhonya's as well. So we've got the game just trudging along.
Yeah, it's a bit of a lull state here since DRX have lost a little bit of the tempo control they had with Pyosik dying there and all that extra gold going over to Canyon. Damwon Kia having a little bit of map control, some deeper vision here. It's just this extended ring around the rosy for setting up vision for what will be this next Drake, because that's the important objective on the map right now. It's just so far away.
Yeah. And this Infernal Soul is, like you mentioned already, going to be very, very valuable for both sides. Especially when you've got Lissandra Swain, like it's not a lot of massive damage from the mid lane, so they want to have it augmented with that extra on hit. Yeah. The Infernal Soul. But I mean, that's a conversation for quite a ways down the line, right? Because this is going to be the first Infernal, and it is one apiece. So we're going to need to stack up 3 of them. It's at least 15 minutes if one of the teams gets all of them.
And it was an 11:30 first streak take. So
well, actually, it's at least 11 minutes.
Yeah.
If I was to be 100% accurate.
It's a ways away.
Yeah.
It's a post 30 at fastest possible case. So might be a very long and drawn out, a very long and slow.
Long and slow is slow.
Slong is not a word you should ever say.
Well, Canyon is going to find a Cyclone onto Beryl, who's going to throw out a Tidal Wave, but doesn't really get too much for it. It's only Kellen who grand exits. Canyon now trying to run away as in goes Pyoshik. He gets a Featherstorm and just pops like a balloon. Oh no, the overextension into this Damwon comp is not what you want, and now Nogari's going to go for the re-engage. Deft dashing away. Damwon may have gone in too far though, as they all back away.
Just no more damage here for DRX. Kingen, of course, has ultimate available, but he can't get on top of them, and after the culling is gone, Zeka's ult is gone. Doesn't matter if Damwon Kia are super low. They have to retreat, but you can't chase them or punish them. Now, DRX will be able to, of course, group up faster for this Drake take. And there's only Lissandra ult here for engage opportunities. That's why Showmaker's on the edge here.
There's also a blue buff that just got amongst it as, okay, teleport back in from Nogari. This will guarantee that this Drake does go over to Damwon Kia, even if it does do a bit of shenanigans.
Yeah, this was, you know, I think for DRX, desperate at best.
Yeah.
As Damwon Kia do have to expend that teleport, but feel very happy about this as we talked about how it's long and slow until it isn't when Canyon flashes forward for the Cyclone, and the second part of this hits Pyoshik. The Tidal Wave here looks like it's enough to actually turn this, but Zeka just cannot stick to the members here of Damwon Kia, and when Pyoshik goes over, there's just instantly Blade called to death, as you mentioned.
Yeah, that kite back from the Zyre is absolutely fantastic, and it's exemplified in this particular fight.
It's why they picked it into this draft, too. You know, you expect that it's going to be an oppressive diving jungle who's trying to non-stop put the pressure on something like an Ezreal, if that were going to be the case here, or any other scaling AD carry for Duckdom. So he picks the one that's most survivable and has that extra turn burst damage in situations like this, especially into the Poppy. So beautifully done here is now he's got a bounty on his head. He's looking for his third item. It's going to be the Infinity Edge coming along here pretty soon.
Yeah, it's a very scary Xayah. Showmaker has got himself the Ignite Exhaust as well. This is a pretty aggressive look for the Lissandra, paired alongside the Luden's Echo as well. Showmaker does like to itemize for the game at hand, and he's doing so once again, as Pyoshik is going to find a heroic charge onto Nogari, and the Aqua Prison's there as well. Showmaker possibly caught out as now Zeka's on the flank. The Never Move's fantastic. The Zonya's going to be utilized as Showmaker's kiting as best he can. But Deft will be able to lock down that kill. And now the rest of DRX are looking to close in. Canyon and Doctarm against the world. Kellen is alive as well as the ulti's going to come through. Gets rid of the monkey. And Kellen is behind enemy lines. But it looks like DRX might be distracted enough by this Baron that they could just lock down.
They're definitely going to look to take this. Canyon does have Smite available here, but getting in is going to be so difficult with the vision controlled out. Barrel set up on this control ward, and Kingen is going to help lock down this brush. Canyon showing, of course, in the mid lane, so won't be able to come over here and contest. Feels like this game is coming down to who makes the fewest errors. Like, all of the opportunities that either of these teams have had have just been based on unforced positional problems in the mid lane here, as this time it's DRX who end up succeeding. They will get those empowered recalls despite the low health bars here. As Pyoshik, Hex Flash here, he sees, Hex Flash isn't the greatest, but he sees Nuggery, and then they have to follow up CC once again. And then Showmaker is just completely zoned by this Tidal Wave, and Zeka just prevents anyone from coming over. He's just Gandalf here, you shall not pass, I've got my ultimate, I've got my stopwatch, no one can blow me up.
Yeah, the Balrog that is Damwon Kia was 100% denied this time around. And yeah, DRX just looking great. And it feels like the team with initiative in this game is the team that's able to walk away with the win, outside of when Pyoshik goes way too far forward. But DRX actually still playing on the front foot, which is what you like to see. Because after that play in the mid lane, sometimes you can see DRX just say, well, I don't want to make mistakes anymore, and then they stop making those plays, but they need to keep doing so, especially with this Lucian Nami lane.
That's such a good point about DRX historically. When they lose control, they've been so timid, especially in rosters past. Now that Deft is on the team and Pyosik is really gelling with the meta picks right now, it does feel like a different DRX, but they need to keep that pressure on, and making plays like that, even if the Hex Splash isn't sexy, is definitely what you need to be doing, as DRX's culling will just be used for a little bit of pushing power with this Baron. They're just 4-1ing this.
It's okay, because DRX used to be known as the sexy team. They did, it was a thing.
Yeah, that was a meme.
It was a meme in the past. So even if the Hex Splash isn't sexy, the team's still sexy. Showmaker going to take way too much damage here from Zeka. Canyon as well, trying to escape from this one, and DRX really starting to hit some critical mass here. As they break the inhibitor turret in the mid lane, Pyosik just minding this siege minion that's getting to work on the inhibitor turret bottom side.
There's
inhibitor
one
goes
inhibitor.
down. Yeah, DRX really pressing forward with this Baron. 3.5k the power play thus far, but still a minute to go on this one.
Gotta be careful about overextending here, though. Cask is up. Canyon does have Cyclone. DRX need to really think about leaving as this wave fades away, and so does King and Znarbar, of course. He's level 16 here. And if he has it, it's a great fight for them, but without it, I think, and no minions here, you're going to be losing quite a bit of time on this Baron buff. I think the turn is pretty strong here for Damwon Kia.
Control wards are now just going to be eaten up here. There's the never move, connects as the Blade Caller comes through. Tidal Wave just to zone them away from this turret. There's the knockback on the Xayah. The Blade Caller goes about 4 trillion miles, but it doesn't matter. They're just trying to break open this space, and they'll succeed. 2 inhibitors down for DRX.
Great play from Zeka there, forcing out the Xayah ultimate, then the follow-up ult from Pyosik, guaranteeing the numbers advantage. They just basically said, nope, that's my turret. You thought you were going to be able to time it out. You thought maybe you could look for a turn engage there with all of the setup that this Gragas, the Lissandra has, but we're just too oppressive. And they pull the trigger first, and that's what this game has been about. Like you said, I think you identified that so well earlier. Just whoever takes the first move usually has an advantage, and the worst part of this for Damwon Kia is, yes, they got that pick onto Pyosik. It took all that extra gold in the mid lane, and some of the tempo was removed. But the second time that an aggressive move was made and DRX get the kill, it leads to a Baron, which leads to this pushing power, which leads to ultimate control over the game, and 8,000 gold, or I guess about 4,000 or 7,000.
Yeah, and they just went back and spent all of it as well. As that is an interesting ward. I think that is a teleport flank ward if ever I've seen one. As Kellen's going to place that one down for a potential Nogari flank later in the game. Let's see whether they are going to head over there. Thank you to Jonah Strong for demonstrating this ward, as Kingen is checking for it.
He's looking for those types of wards, but it's placed in such a cool spot here.
Yeah,
just
as
out
you
of
can
view.
see, it survives.
Oh, Beryl says no, he does not.
Oh man, Beryl is he's 5-head right now. Get those 5 heads in chat, everyone. Beryl is just out thinking his former team.
This has been one of DRX's best series so far this season, and this is after losing to Live Sandbox.
Yeah, it's nutty. As Live Sandbox are going to be playing later today, let's see what they're going to be able to do up against Harmon Life Esports to demonstrate that maybe they are a team that should be vying for 3rd place. As Kingen playing aggressively into Nogari, the fadeaway boomerang is beautiful. As the vision of Empire is getting scarier and scarier. As Nogari's not as tanky as he wants to be. He went for Void Staff 3rd, not a tanky Gragas or anything like that. A little bit more of that damage.
Yeah, it's just so much coming through, and DRX sieging as best as they can, hoping to have Prio for the next objective. It's so far away. And this is, okay, hold on.
All right, that is a great pickoff as the Na is just obliterated. There is no longer a tidal wave either for this defensive play. As Damwon Kia now outside of their base. Canyon is just going to get smashed by Deft. Unblaze not going to do it though. Still has to flash to get himself over the wall. And yeah, you're right. The wallets are pretty heavy, Wolf.
I mean, that's what I was talking about in terms of turn potential when we were looking at that bottom play is Damwon Kia can absolutely just pull the trigger and turn with all of the engage they have if you step over the line. And that's what happened to Kingen. But then DRX were like, yeah, we used a lot for that. And we have a lot of money and we have the better items. So we were very happy to just straight up turn. So look at how much is used for this. Lissandra ult, Cyclone is used. And then instantly, look who comes over. Deft's like, all right, give me that E. I'm going in. And Canyon goes down to half health instantly. The culling almost kills him. He has to flash. And they do, of course, win the exchange.
Yeah, Deft's flash was on cooldown. Otherwise, he may have just flashed after him.
Yeah, I think so.
Zeka just comes over and takes this blue buff. Kellen getting vision down where he can.
Look at the items too here that DRX have in their hands in terms of the wallets. Like the Infinity Edge has been done here for Def for a while. He's got another BF sword. He's doing so much. Also, Deadman's Plate and Randuin's for King, and he can close the gap so quickly when he has that Narbar. It's so difficult to kill.
Well, Joshik now with the Steadfast Presence looking to lock down Nogari, but that's a great quickness. Ulti comes through from the Poppy, double stopwatches here as well as Zeka keeping himself alive. Showmaker off on the backside, he'll just get knocked up. The chain CC's beautiful. Kellen also going down so low, and now the flash. The Blade Caller, he's trying to stay alive. Doctor's doing as much work as he can. Deft is already dead in this fight also, and that is so much consistent damage gone from DRX as they do back away. It's Kellen and Showmaker in trade for Deft, but that is so much of DRX's damage.
DRX's damage is gone here completely, basically. Will Damwon-Kia think that's enough to regroup and start a Baron? I don't think so, because there's still 2 inhibitors down. One just, of course, respawning moments ago. But there's, enough push here in the mid lane that this is not going to work out. Now, DRX want to engage with King in here, and he's actually locked up, knocked up, and then has to use his stopwatch. Without Kingen in this fight, there isn't a whole lot of lockdown for Deft, who then becomes the target, then has to use his stopwatch. So this is actually a really fantastic fight for Damwon-Kia. All things considered, like 8,000 gold down here. This is the best one they were pretty much ever going to get.
Well, Nogari's now going to get teleported on, but he finds the body slam. He's looking to turn it. Zeka's going to have to flash. Oh my god, he's lucky. He's got so much money, Wolf. As Damwon-Kia are going to lose their top laner, and that was almost a beautiful play.
It was so close to being so sick, but Zeka is just so survivable here, and this is going to be the Baron going over to DRX. Deft is respawned and alive now, and Damwon-Kia, their inhibitors are respawned, but how long will they survive with a Baron barreling down on them? 15 seconds for this Infernal means Damwon-Kia can't even trade objectives right now. They're going to try to at least get the setup on this Infernal Soul, but DRX should be able to just push mid and then come over and punish. They have no vision, though.
Yeah, they can just walk straight in. They can face check because there's no Nogari, right? This is 4 versus 5, and Damwon-Kia cannot start this Drake. Doctarm gets a red buff, and that is probably the best news that you're going to get. Moving down now towards this bottom side. Doctarm is just massive. We have to reiterate that. This Zyre is certainly a big deal.
Certainly is. Notice the back and buy here is going to be a lot of control words picked up for DRX, as this is just Nuggery. So perfectly done with the body slam cask here, but Zeka survives. He has so much money.
God.
And then he just turns around. He's already back up to half health by the end of this.
Yeah, the Aqua Prison layering on top as well is going to spell the end. It was really good defensive play from DRX, and it could have, like, if Zeka is like, I don't know, a few thousand, like 1,000 gold less than he has
one level
now,
down, yeah,
or a level down or something like that, then that could have just been like the game-losing play. As Deft running away from Doctarm here, who is very scary, as we mentioned before.
He has his GA now, so he can survive a lot longer in these fights.
Just walking at them.
Yeah.
He's a barrel of a man.
He just doesn't care, and he's got a Zonius and a Gargoyle Stoneplate, both actives available here. As DRX are just trying to use this Baron to march down these lanes and remove the inhibitors. Again, this time they're going to split towards top side here where they have that wave to actually maybe get the full all 3 inhibitors set up here, leading into what will be their soul of the Infernal. Maybe they end the game if Damwon-Kia give them a chance to, as they're just so oppressive right now on the map with this siege.
Look at Zeka, he's just walking at them.
He just doesn't care. He's a tank.
Yeah, he absolutely is. Wandering towards these inhibitors. It's going to be the 3rd one to go down. Damwon-Kia getting the same treatment that was given to DRX in Game 2. Nexus turrets, the last bastion of hope here for Damwon. They need to desperately try to defend here. Doctarm has so much damage potential, but DRX has so much map control and so much money, and Doctarm doesn't have a lot of health bar left as Kellen almost leaves him out to dry. Never move, not going to connect as they get back to the fountain as Deft is dashing forward, looking for any opportunity, any opening. He has GA, so he can play more aggressively. And now Canyon, can he find the angle? Can he find the Cyclones?
Yeah, this is all going to be about is where is that turn Damwon-Kia? You only got one more chance.
Yeah, there it is. Oh my god, the Steadfast Presence, and they move Zeka right in amongst the team. It's exactly where he wants to be. The knock-up is going to be there, and Zeka survives for approximately forever. It's a double kill for Beryl somehow as the Nexus will go down and DRX will take down Damwon Kia for the first time in 2 years.
For the first time in 2 years, and DRX at the nearly end of first round robin with this win will move up to 3rd place in the standings. They will be 5-2 +5 to Damwon Kia's 4-3. These teams were tied in wins going into this matchup, but DRX the victors in the end. Great aggressive plays from Pyosik all series long. Game 2, dominant Damwon Kia when they got control of the map, but before that, it looked a little bit shaky, even in the bottom 2v2 where they had that Lucian pick. The Senna was trading back. Things looked very dangerous. They were decisive there, but this series, I think, was way more exciting than most people were expecting going into this one tonight.
Yeah.
Given the track record of Damwon Kia into DRX, even when DRX has looked hopeful in the past, they haven't been able to cross the finish line. And this gives hope that maybe this impossible week for DRX to Damwon Kia into Gen.G in the same week, maybe they could pull off 2 upsets and really move through the standings. Maybe this is DRX's season to have a great playoff run again. Maybe go to Worlds once again since the first, for the first time since we saw them, of course, in 2020. Is Pyosik, it's time! See you later!
Yeah, I really like that he went for the baseball instead of swinging his keyboard around his head, because that could have been dangerous, and we've seen Pyosik go for some more dangerous ones in the past.
He also refused to do it last time for that reason.
Yep.
He figured out how to do it and make it seem safe and totally cool. So, wow,
Do you want to know something really cool, Wolf? I just figured it out here, having a look at my little bit of paper. So, we have Gen.G versus T1 tomorrow. That is an absolutely huge matchup. If T1 are able to win that,
and then
DRX beat Gen.G,
they get the second.
Yeah, then DRX could possibly challenge for second, as Pyosik is going to just fall over.
Don't get injured, they need you, man.
As long as he didn't hurt his hands, we'll be fine.
As Juhan, of course, is getting called up, but I don't think he's playing anytime soon, as a big Pyosik fan here. Yeah, I mean, look, the standings are still in flux, and anybody could take first place. We're not even in the second round robin just yet, but this is a huge shakeup here for DRX to actually win this series, as Beryl just barely survives here. Yep, it was a bit of a toss-up for me in votes, and I'm just going to put my thoughts out on the table here, because I wanted to vote for Pyosik the whole time, but then Zeka's performance at the end and how well he used his ultimate, his stopwatch timings, how late he was able to do those at like sub 200 health several times. I think I gave it to him in the end. His flash forward to look for never moves and all of the plays he made all game long, I just had to pivot to him in the end.
Well, I congratulate Pyosik for his 12 votes, and I like the shout-out. I think the Swain play was definitely very good.
I mean, some of the moments he had in these last fights were decisive enough to win this game. Like this moment here means that
the flanker is great.
It means that Showmaker dies 100%. There's no saving him. The fight is 100% won. His flash root on that second Drake play was also amazing. And his surviving obviously was partly due to his wallet in that moment with Nuggery, but the timings of his stopwatches were just unbelievable. This was such a great team effort, though, around the whole squad. His Deft's positioning was good. Every single time Pyosik started the chain of CC, it was always followed up by a Gnar, by a Nami. The bubbles were amazing. Everything that DRX did, they did as a 5-man unit, and that was what was so beautiful to see in this final game here, where they upset Damwon Kia in a week where they could actually be a trap game for Gen.G, because Gen.G has to prepare for T1, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. You can imagine that Gen.G are probably thinking that DRX are not going to be the most powerful team here, as this was 100% not what Nuggery wanted to do. Moving Swain closer to your team, that ain't the strategy for wins.
I think the idea was to kill the Swain, which you very almost did, and their turn was amazing there, but they were just so down on items, so down on gold, and because Swain did not die, he was there in the stopwatch and actually won the fight for them because of that cast, like you say, and big gold difference there in the end, as Duckdom still out-damages Deft, but at the end of the day, the damage was more impactful here. Look at Kingan's damage to this game. He hit so many great Gnars with the setups Pyosik gave him.
And he was just abusing Nuggery in side lanes as well. So very impressive stuff, especially, like just I was going to say especially a certain player, but DRX playing as a team really beautifully this series. And yes, game number 2, they lost a lot of control, but they lost that control together. And I think that that's exactly what we needed to see more of from DRX, because there was that disconnect in the spring season, and we didn't quite see as much from them as we wanted. Let's have a look at the standings, though, and see how this has all changed, as this is where it gets interesting, Wolf. So, T1 versus Gen G. Let's say that Gen G wins, right? So they go up to 7-0, but T1 are then on 5-2, alongside DRX. And then, if DRX is the team that upsets Gen G, they move to 2nd place. And remember, at the beginning of the day, we were talking about DRX maybe moving to the other side of the bracket. That's how crazy this victory is for DRX.
We have a very competitive 3rd, 4th, and 5th, right now with Liv Sandbox having their return to form here, Damwon Kia having that extra loss is why they're in 5th at the moment. We'll see if Liv Sandbox can actually close this series out 2-0. They are favored in both of their series, so
yeah, this
is really going to, this week in particular is going to affect so much in terms of seeding. Because when we go to the 2nd round robin, any upset win you get will still carry over. And remember, DRX did this as the away team. When they face Damwon Kia on the 22nd, they will be the home team and will have side selection. So, I mean, there's a lot to really unpack here on how impactful this win is.
This is absolutely crazy. The rematch for Damwon is actually right around the corner here, as the last of the 1st round robin will be Gen G and KT Rolster for DRX, and then that rematch with T1. Like, they are out of the furnace and into the fire, or out of the fire and into the whatever it is. It's definitely rough times here for DRX, but if they continue to play like they did, step up to the challenge that is in front of them, then this could be a very different story.
And for Damwon Kia, they have a pretty easy run, actually, in their next few matches. Their next opponent is Hanwha Life, then they face off against the Freaks and Frederick Brion. Then it's a Nongshim series, so they don't actually have a lot of time to face some challenging opponents and ramp up to their series versus DRX, whereas DRX's schedule is much harder before they get that rematch, so they should continue to be in incredible form. This is a kind of awkward spot for Damwon Kia right now.
I feel like it is kind of like they get to readjust. I don't think we'll be seeing as many of these Belveth drafts and things like that, and so now they can sort of take it a little bit easy, but all of these games are now trap games for Damwon Kia. And then we're getting into the business end of the summer season as the tough matches are coming through, because after DRX, there are teams like T1 and Gen G waiting in the wings. Liv Sandbox, like who knows what Sandbox are going to look like as we move further on in the season. Of course, we are going to get a bit of a hint at that one in our 2nd series of the night. But man, this upset win for DRX makes the standings so spicy.
It really does.
It's awesome.
I mean, that form that we're going to see from Gen G on Friday is going to be so important for that DRX series, too. Like, everything is all coming together. Not to mention everything else that's happening this week for KT, Kwangdong, and Nongshim.
Yeah.
That is all being shuffled up this week. We had such a, honestly, pretty bad week of matches last week. Where we didn't have the Titans clashing. We didn't have impactful series. But it all comes back full circle, whereas literally everything matters so much this week. So.
Yeah. And we were talking yesterday about the fact that the bottom of the standings are going to get so much more sorted out after this week. Well, that is 100% continuing here, as we have the POG on the way. I'm expecting Kyoshik, but I think there will be some votes.
It'll be a
for
split
Zeka,
vote for
and
sure.
we'll see how many more he is going to be able to pick up, because I think this is a difficult one, because DRX did play so well as a unit. I think there were a few barrel moments there, but he did get caught out of position quite a few times as well. But his follow-up Aqua Prisons were just fantastic. Like, you get a heroic charge, Aqua Prism comes down.
Yeah, the charges,
that sort of team play that was fantastic.
The charges into Aqua Prisms or Nars that were obviously preemptively set up there from King and 2. Kyoshik will take it in the end. 80% kill participation, and at 14, I mentioned it when we were casting, it's just,
yeah,
he was involved in all of those first 5 kills. And this moment here was just so beautifully done. I liked Kyoshik's take on red side Poppy Lucian, because a lot of teams wouldn't be able to make the same sort of impacts and dives that he made without having the start that he did with his vertical jungling, where he comes over, steals away Raptors, then comes down, has the perfect pathing to gank at level 3. I mean, this is the follow-up CC we're talking about. Aqua Prison comes through, Tidal Wave zones, and then Zeka is on the other side of the fight, already ulting and buying time, knowing that he can actually guarantee this follow-up. everybody wins together here as DRX.
Yeah, it was very beautifully done. 9 out of 13, and the rest of the votes are for Zeka. So it's exactly as we expected. Really nicely done. Of course, you and Mao, perfect synergy here by our analytical team. But I think my vote would have been for Pyoshik, but I think it's because seeing him finally conquer his demons against Canyon here, I think it's largely a narrative vote, and it's my heart that's doing all of the voting here, as it's just really good to see some success for a guy that hasn't had a whole lot of it, right? Like, Pyoshik was suffering. He was going through some tough times in spring and at the beginning, and not at the beginning of summer, but over the last couple of weeks. Some of these cracks are starting to show, and he showed up of quite a few of them here in this series.
Yeah, I mean, even the 2021 was not the 2021 year in general was not great for him, but looks like our interview is ready.
Yeah, let's throw it over to Ji-sun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POC interview translation, this time around joined by Pyoshik and Beryl from DRX. Congratulations, guys. You guys broke the match score tie with Taman Kia and picked up the 5th win of the split. How do you feel, Beryl? You got 13 out of 13. I think game number 1 started off really lucky, you know, so I was able to roam around the map. But other than that, you know, had it not for that play early on, that game would have been that easy, to be honest. So it's all on you, right? I mean, your Mumu play was so on point. Yeah, I mean, like in the LPL, I saw a lot of Amumus. So I was like, whenever we see the Amumu angle, I was like, I want to give it a go. And then Pyoshik, how's your knees? Is that okay? Are they okay? I did fall, but I mean, it kind of hurts, but I'm good. It's okay. I think you were definitely the clean hitter of DRX. Your early pathing was so clean. How are you feeling? I mean, I got so relieved because we were on a 2-match losing streak, so had we lost today, it's gonna be a very dark future ahead of us, but we were able to, luckily enough, break the losing streak. In game 1, we had Belveth picked by Taman Kia, and DRX's answer to this was 2 jungle strategy with Amumu last pick. Looking at the opponent's comp, I had a lot of support options in my mind, and then Amumu looked like the best option. What's so good about Amumu? His charming point is he's small, so he's so cute. Pyoshik. So you were able to play a 2 jungle kind of a play in game number 1. How was it? I mean, Beryl was doing so well in game 1, so I did nothing. But he set up everything. He was like roaming around the map, set up all the plays, so I got carried. Exactly. I think that Amumu was playing the map as a jungler and also as a support at the same time. So Ezreal and Yuumi are really strong and decent, but they do have some outstanding weaknesses. So I kept that in mind and I tried my best to kind of punish those weaknesses. So Lucian Nami was ignored early on in the series, and then Taman Kia took it away in game 2, and DRX decided to lock them down in the last game. You know, watching other regions, Lucian Nami, sometimes Sir neither picked nor banned. So I guess it all comes down to the preference and also their thought on that duo. And DRX played red side for 3 games in a row today. And you guys are able to kind of get a very significant picks on the red side, which kind of shows that you guys are so prepared playing on the red side. I think red definitely has some strength, whereas also blue side also has some good stuff. But DRX, to be honest, we are both confident in both sides. But today, the players and also the coaching staff was able to kind of decide which side we want to play. And so I think it all comes down how they play on the map, not about just the selection or the side of the map. And Pyosik, your jungle pathing in Game 3 kind of ended the game so early. Starting from the enemy Raptor, you were able to steal away all of the Canyon's jungle camps and also made a rotation towards the bot lane. It's not something I kind of prepared thoroughly, but we just had, you know, very strong laners on the bottom lane, and we knew that Canyon was playing on the top side to begin his jungle pathing. So I was like, I gotta go with this cheesy early pass, you know, stealing away his camps, and it turned out so well. So how was playing that game? It was such a big win early on. The moment I saw Wukong and the ward around at Raptors, I couldn't just stop just laughing. I was so happy that like he didn't even finish his like upper side camp, so I was like, this game is already in my hands. It was going so well, just like I planned. So Beryl, how would you like to rate Beryl's early passing in Game 3? So he kind of told us about his early plans before the game was loaded. So we were able to kind of give him a lot of shot calls for him to have all the information when he was counter jungling. And that all came from the early kind of initial call from Pyosik even before the beginning of Game 3. And Pyosik, you won both of your POGs on Bobby. So this champion takes face rush, and I kind of prefer picks that has a very high movement speed. So I guess that's part of the reason I like that pick a lot. And also you just hit and throw the opponent players with that ult. So playing teamfight with Bobby is so easy because it kind of connects with my playstyle really well. And your next opponent is Genji. They are still undefeated so far. What is your resolution heading to that matchup? I personally think that Genji, their performance, their strategy are so clean, so I think we really have to work hard to prepare for that match. We have to beat Genji in order to make it to Worlds, you know? So I hope we can do as best as we can. Even though we might lose that, I hope to show the best performance against them. Pyosik, any last message over to the fans? Thank you for coming to Lowell Park, you know. Thank you for showing up here. And also, I hope to repay you guys with a great performance throughout the split. And this will be the end of the interview from the DRX POGs, and back to the casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the interview translation. Great to hear from Beryl and Pyosik. And do you know what this means, Wolf? This means that Beryl and Pyosik are now sitting at 200 points, Zeka and Kingen at 300 points, and Deft on 100 points. A little bit sad. The Alpaca, a lot of people see him as the big carry for this team, but he's lagging behind as POG votes are concerned.
Well, he's been empowered by a fantastic DRX roster. You know, what are you going to do? He's playing consistently, but he's been set up so well by these guys. This is a great iteration of DRX.
Yep, they're looking real good. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to check in with Harma Life Esports and Live Sandbox after this break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more LCK real soon. running low on mana and things like this is Humble Life trying to get in here, but it's going to be a 50-50 at best here for these guys. 3 versus 3 right now as Rascal's getting on amongst it. Dudu does have his Nahbar at a decent spot, but Karis dives on forward. He doesn't ult himself, and therefore he's just going to go down. On Fleek, I think, was able to take the eye as, well, no, he wasn't. He was able to kill the Rift Herald, but couldn't take the eye.
네, 안에 봐줘. 안에 넘겨주는 거 해줘.
넘길게요.
좋다. 좋아.
못 먹게 할게.
오케이, 전령도 못 먹겠다.
As you can see, with Sandbox know what's going on.
They have such great turn too. They are so ready for this.
Yeah, I don't think you should flip it though, as Bubble is going to connect. Definitely high value target as Zeka going to get exhausted as well. The bailout comes on through. Can he get a kill? The answer is absolutely not. The Renata's also dead as Kingan's over the wall, and it's a disaster for DRX.
야 이거 다 죽여
Genji will respect it, but now there's no Meganon. As the arrow comes out onto the jungler and they say, nope, here comes the Rakan, but a little bit too little. So a massive Gnar into the wall. Toby gets it down. And they were just waiting for the one moment, and they get it done perfectly. Yeah.
네이스. 와, 나 진짜 이것만 보고 있었어. 인정.
Now everybody's over here, and this is a Callista as well.
Oh, no, KT. I don't know about this one.
Very risky, and it's Lissandra! Showmaker gets in, and he's going to be the hero once again to pull off the fight. KT, they take a risk, and it's absolutely not going to pay off. Someone will wipe the floor with them all.
5,000원, 1,000원, 1,800 쓰마.
바로 빼긴 했어.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here for our second series of the evening. Hanwha Life Esports taking on Live Sandbox. Sandbox, a team on the west side, an unexpected team on the west side as well.
Yeah, and they're favorites to take this match tonight. Hanwha Life have shown us a lot of great game twos, though, so it might be a tougher one. But I think that even with that in mind, and this somewhat of a curse type situation with Hanwha Life, I expect Live Sandbox will actually take it 2-0 tonight. They've changed their playstyle completely. They're playing around Prince and playing around Prince carrying towards the late game. And ever since they made that shift, instead of just trying to play around early prio and aggressive ganks from Krako, they keep winning. So if they keep doing it, I expect that winning is going to continue, especially against a team like Hanwha Life that's been struggling so much.
No, absolutely. I 100% agree with you. And I think that, like, the Live Sandbox sort of seems very similar to what it used to be, but now Prince holds himself together in the later stages of the game, and then they win, instead of just having a good early game and then things not really working. So, State of Emergency, 9th place, and Hanwha Life Esports definitely are struggling here. They went the distance, giving the only game win that Frederick Brion have this season over to them. This is a squad that is definitely having a few woes.
Yeah. Not the greatest capture of On Fleek here either.
Yeah.
This picture, but yeah. I think that this highlights where Hanwha Life is at. Hanwha Life and Frederick Brion are in a tier of their own at the bottom of the standings right now, and that's part of why the expectation here is on paper Live Sandbox should 2-0 them. It has to start somewhere. They return to form here for Hanwha Life because beating Frederick Brion, you know, one of them had to win that series, right? They were both 0-4 at that time. As a dreamy 3-win hustle. The Romantics, Prince joining forces, 4-15 in spring, now 4-2. Yeah, Prince has really changed this roster, but also the way they've played around him. Yeah. After week 1, just changed their playstyle from, because in week 1 we were like, okay, this is a little bit worrisome, they're very one-dimensional, but they've really changed it up.
No, it's looking really good, and I actually think that Prince and Kyle have really come together on that bottom side, and they're becoming a force to be reckoned with. Karis versus Closer, and of course both of these are players born in 2003. My goodness, so extraordinarily young. Maybe not young to some of you watching at home, but to an old man like me, I definitely can feel the years.
I am 13 years older than these two players.
I'm a few older than that.
Yeah.
It's, these players are extraordinarily talented, but not necessarily extraordinarily experienced in the game we call life. But their League of Legends experience needs no introduction whatsoever. Both of these players have been around the traps for a little while longer than expected.
These stats are really interesting because despite First Herald being very high for both of these teams, in fact, Hanwha Life being top 4, they get it half of the time, and First Dragon being so high here for Live Sandbox, they both really struggled to get a gold lead. In fact, Live Sandbox, despite being 4th in the league right now, is worst at 14 minutes at 14 minutes of gold difference. But I think that comes back to a bit of a weak laning phase we've seen from both of these teams.
Yeah, I think that you know, Dove and Closer still haven't quite found their laning phase stripes just yet. Looking forward to seeing how that is going to go here in this game, though, up against this team right here. Hanwha Life Esports do have side selection today. They will be the home team due to On Fleek. Once again, Camera Guy having to work this one out. Karis and then Sandy and Vista there towards the bottom side. I think that was a pretty good pan. Pretty good pan.
I think so. I think so.
It's always hard when it's On Fleek. He's so extraordinarily tall.
They've had such a weird regression of performance from a few of our 80 carries towards the bottom side. And again, if we're talking about that tier with Hanwha Life Esports and Frederick Brion, both Samdi and Hannah have both had some really rough weeks of League of Legends here, and I'm putting them in the same tier because both of them look to be on the up and up. Like, Hannah was getting a little bit more consistent, then we had that Gale Force moment. We don't need to talk about the Kog'Maw game yesterday.
Oh, God.
And Samdi, on the other hand, has had also some pretty horrific laning phases, which is not something we were saying about him in spring. We were like, oh, we could see why so many players respect this guy. So many 80 carry players are saying, watch out for Samdi, but just hasn't been the case this season. I think this team is really struggling in terms of motivation on an individual level. These players are pretty stressed out by the fact that they are currently 1-5, number 9 in the LCK.
No, exactly right. And this is a team that is, like, the romance is literally just oozing out of this squad. They've got their yellow shirts back on again, We took a small timeout for some purple shirts last week, but it's back to the yellow once again, as old Prince just staring down the barrel there, not flinching whatsoever, ready to get out and dominate the Rift.
He has changed up how he's playing. 'Cause remember, at the beginning of the season, their wins were around his Kai'Sa. He was trying to play Kalista. They were playing Kalista Vi, right, and trying to get ahead early. But now he's being put on late game AD carries. He's played 3 games of Aphelios, 2 Zeri games. His Jinx that he played, he picked up a win on as well. And his Ezreal hasn't found the same success it had before he left the LCK. But now that he's back, we'll see how he's doing here in this series. This big fan sign there, all connected together for Prince. The guy has been what they are drafting for, and he's often doing it even on red side, which is just really cool to see. Is just playing these weak side AD carry lanes and then taking plates when the Herald is lost, which is rare for Live Sandbox. But the guy's been given a lot of resources. Croco plays around him, now Closer's playing around him. And then, you know, Live Sandbox late game looking good. As this is going to be the matchup we focus in on. You could argue this is the best player for Live Sandbox versus the weakest lane here for Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, I think it's, definitely standout player versus struggling player. Because I think that the rest of Hanwha Life Esports haven't necessarily had the same level of struggle. I think Vista has actually even had some great moments this season. But Samdi hasn't really found his pop-offs outside of that one quadra kill in the first week on his Ezreal. And outside of that, really, it's been few and far between. The good things to talk about here is a lot of those stats, certainly towards the bottom. Highest damage share, though, for an AD carry is Prince, and he is relied upon by Live Sandbox. I think that stat alone stands out to me as an indicator that it's Prince that's allowing Live Sandbox to pull their mid-game into the late game and find a win.
It's just so refreshing almost to see that the stats really do back up how much they're playing around him in draft, playing around him in early to mid, and making sure that he can be that extremely pop-off AD carry later on. Now, if you look at those champion pools that were listed down below those stats, they have a pretty big overlapping pool. Samdi is also usually the win condition that Hanwha Life Esports drafts around. They even sometimes put Karis on utility mids to try to set him up for success later on in team fights. The Lissandras we've seen from Karis, the Silas, Swain, but Samdi is just not finding the same success. So we'll see if they want to change it up tonight, because I think that it should be the game plan. If you try to outlive Sandbox, Live Sandbox as Hanwha Life tonight, I think you're going to be very unhappy with the result.
Yep, Live Sandbox are the best team at Live Sandboxing. That is absolutely true, Wolf. I don't think that anything truer has been said this evening, as we in fact said something quite untrue in our last series. Got sniped by the stats team just a little bit there, but we will let bygones be bygones as we just wait to get into the draft here for game number 1 between Hanwha Life Esports and Live Sandbox. Live Sandbox have won even games on both blue and red side, so probably not too unhappy about the fact that they are going to be put on the red side this evening in their first game.
When we were at the end of week 1 and even halfway through week 2, the difference between Live Sandbox, Hanwha Life Esports, and Frederick Brion seemed so negligible. We were like, okay, well, we don't know a whole lot about these 3 teams just yet, but they don't look very strong. Then something happened where Live Sandbox decided to start playing around Prince, and you could see it on their faces, the confidence from these players as they walk on stage and you see them on camera. It's night and day different from Hanwha Life Esports on the other side of the stage here. Night and day difference between them and Frederick Brion, because they started to figure out their style. They started to win. And as these losses stack up for Hanwha Life and Frederick Brion, that's when the confidence goes further and further away from you. So they need a win like this so desperately. Yes, it's against number 5 team in Live Sandbox here. It's a tough matchup, but you've got to start somewhere. You've got to take a game at least.
No, 100%. You saw Kesman there, Joker on the other side. Been a while since we've seen Joker play. It was a lot of fun back in the day, but that was a couple of years ago now. That's what it feels like. Are you my prince? Yeah. I like that. Very cute. Princely. Are you princely?
I think that's just a reference to his real name, which I do not have in front of me today. We don't use real names that much in League of Legends compared to other esports out here.
Ah, yes. His last name is E.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yes. There you go. All right, here we are. Into the draft. Vi going to be banned away from Croco as one of his best moments in the LCK thus far this season was on the Vi.
Yep. Just a strong ban because Croco has also changed the way he plays Vi, playing it a little bit more to set up for the AD carry by space rather than just be all-in aggressive with it. He's found success in both ways, but interestingly, Live Sandbox, despite playing around a strong AD carry themselves, are taking away the Kalista, taking away the Zeri. They're putting their focus on Samdi, and the Aphelios coming through. I wonder if this just ends up being a very rare Senna game here for Prince on red side. He has not played it yet this season. Could also just be an Ezreal prio here for Live Sandbox on red side with these bans.
Lucian is still available.
I think they banned that here, though.
You'd hope so, but Wukong could be banned instead, and then Live Sandbox could try to do the Kog'Maw strat as Seraphine going to be the one that's taken away. So Wukong going to be looked at, and let's see whether Live Sandbox are going to do it with the Lucian Nami.
It's been so interesting how this week we've slowly started to unlock the Lucian lanes, and we've learned a lot about how strong they still are. I think that's been the real key here is we'll see Honor Life Esports just let this one through again, and Live Sandbox will have the opportunity to lock up Lucian Corki. We saw this exact same thing. And then obviously there's no pick away of the Nami here. We've seen that tried once. That went very badly. Closer will be able to lock in the Nami for that third pick.
Yeah. And if they, for some reason, pick away the Nami, then Lucian Yuumi is 100% up and available, and that will also be very, very difficult to deal with.
It's concerning. I always talk about this when we get to these drafts for teams that give over the Lucian, where you're running out of time.
Are we Cog Luluing?
Yeah, I think we are.
Heck yeah, love it.
There was a lot of discussion about this in the draft. You could see they went down to the last second to discuss what further picks are going to happen, but you got to be ready to snap lock this one in if you're going to give the Lucian over. Now let's see how this one goes. For Samdi and Vista, we've seen Samdi attempt a lot of these counters in the past.
Well, 15 seconds, but the Nami will be locked in. So it will be, once again, the Lucian Nami versus the Kog'Maw Lulu. Last time we saw Henna do a great job in lane, but was then out of position way too many times in the mid to late game, and that game went very, very late as well. And the 6-item Kog'Maw was not actually able to do enough work. We'll see whether Samdi is going to have better chances this time around. As we look towards these bans, we have top and mid still left to be picked here on Humble Life Esports' side, and Live Sandbox looking for a jungler and a top laner.
Just taking away the Lissandra here. We may see a Sylas ban to follow, especially because Gnar could be a great option here.
Yep, Closer definitely knows the power of the Sylas. He's already played a lot of it.
It's one of his favorite picks. I think that one will be removed here. Very strong into the Corki, as we've seen. And you have Sylas with Lulu and the Kog'Maw. It's just a great setup here compositionally.
Yep. I think as well, if the Gnar isn't banned, it means that the Sylas stock goes up even further.
100%, yeah.
But Swain is what's going to be taken away instead.
I think the Swain is also very strong here. Obviously with Lulu, Swain can survive even longer. And, you know, you want to be able to, of course, empower the Wukong with your knock-up. The Kog'Maw can survive, but Lulu gets, like, so much value with all three champions if the Swain does go through. As we'll see the Trundle, which has been so well used as not only a defensive option for the Corki, but can also, especially with Lucian, lock one frontliner into place and then blow them up.
Yep, that's been a fantastic pick for Croco as well.
Yeah.
Doesn't really scream Croco champion, but Vi and Trundle are his most played equally on 4 times apiece. And he's looked really, really good on the champion as well. Gwen is going to be considered here for Dove, and he will lock it in. And so a lot of split pushing, 4-1 style here for the Live Sandbox composition thus far. As Humble Life Esports, I wonder whether it will just be the Dudu-Na, because I have a feeling. I have a bit of an inkling.
He's played it 10 times this season. What's one more? Now, I do like this, considering that we're not going down the Gnar path here as Live Sandbox. You don't have to pick Sylas anymore. That was really a specific pick that counters Corki, but is just great into Gnar, where you can use the Gnar against the Corki. And you can also just have a regular Gnar for Dudu and don't have to hijack it. So we'll have some power here with Wukong on the top side too. Won't necessarily just get completely crushed or bullied by Dove. And Dudu has been Honor Life Esports' strongest player this season. He and On Fleek together have been the duo that has been getting it done even in losses.
Yeah.
So, you know, something to think about here. This is not just going to be a walkover for Dove, who's, you know, his laning phases haven't been the greatest, as we pointed out in those team stats earlier.
Yeah, he's had some struggles, has Dove, towards that top side. As Croco back to the Lee Sin. Was, of course, buffed relatively recently. It is something that he absolutely loves playing, as we know. Will allow for a fair bit of repositioning and some defensive options here.
It's not going to be going for the Poppy. We've seen so many of these Lucian Nami teams utilize to dive squishy AD carries who aren't going to have that prio non-stop. We saw it successfully utilized by Pioshik in the previous series, even on red side. But with the Lee Sin here, you have a little bit more power around all aspects of fighting here. I think you can use him very defensively against these Gnar attempts to engage, and, you know, can keep Corki alive pretty well. I overall think if I remove the nameplates here for these two teams, I think Hanwha Life Esports have a draft that looks great if they can stave that Lucian Nami pressure. Just don't know if I could trust that Samdi and Vista will be able to do that. You know, that's really going to be one of those moments, again, where we look at Hanwha Life Esports, like, okay, on paper, this draft absolutely can scale very well. It can work, but it's going to be about individual performances, and this is where, especially in laning phases, things have fallen by the wayside before we hit that 8-minute mark, before we hit that 14-minute mark for Hanwha Life.
No, I agree, but, I mean, I'm looking at these champions, and if I put them together and remove the nameplates, I'm like, damn, that is a clean-looking comp. Looks real nice. On this side, there is a Corki, right? And Corki is definitely very dangerous. Lucian Nami has been very, very strong. Saw it multiple times in our last series. And the Gwen up towards the top side provides for a beautiful 4-1 style of composition, but not quite as cohesive. See whether they can work it out as we hop onto the Rift. Live Sandbox fans are out in force this evening. As, Reindeer Cogmore, 100% a correct choice. Oven Cogmore is another one that I personally like, as Samdi, unaware that Prince is here. And he's going to get exhausted and down very, very low. Vista is going to move on over, and Samdi just going to be out a heal, whereas Exhaust and Ignite are now both on cooldown for the Live Sandbox bottom lane.
Hey, but KO got a few extra stacks of his spell.
Oh, there we go. I was trying to figure out exactly how Live Sandbox won that trade.
Yeah, that's the little things, you know?
Uh-huh. By the way, it's first strike Lucian.
Yeah. So he and Kale getting a little bit of extra gold there in this exchange.
Massive value.
Yeah.
Massive value.
Longsword, triple pots, so they can really force this lane, as you see the Corki and the Lucian also just going for the same strategy here in terms of you're going to try to snowball early with first strike as Lucian, as the Corki you're just going to be trying to harass with it. You've got biscuits, going to be a-okay. Yep, I am loving Atlas. Wow, this one is just really on the nose, isn't it? This stat, we like put that away.
It's a little even.
Yeah,
a little bit even. Here in the mid lane,
it's the matchup.
25.
It's the matchup that's like forbidden to discuss. People hate to see it, but you know.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to go back to the Corki Lucian and the Corki we've seen with Callista right now here in the LCK. I just love it because you have so much power in the Lucian lane that even though you usually don't in the Corki lane, I mean, it just shores things up there. And then if Lucian gets ahead, later on you have the Corki scaling with it, and then Lucian becomes this powerhouse who can actually threaten anyone who tries to go onto the Corki, has so much blow-up potential. And we're just seeing this more and more here in the LCK as the early game AD carry plus the late game scaling mid. Love to see how Prince will pilot this one, because this is a different look from him too, as he's been playing mostly hyper carries like the Ezreal, the Jinx, the Aphelios for late game, and that's kind of been how he's been set up.
Yeah, it hasn't necessarily been the power laning. And right now we can see that Samdi has been standing his ground very effectively. My god, just presses the Bioarcane Barrage button and Prince takes a whole bunch of damage with that initial auto. Very nicely done. Of course, Hail of Blades, meaning that a lot of these trades will be helped out, especially against First Strike, which is feeling a little bit greedy. But Lucian will still do a fair bit of work as he puts some items together. seen this many times. Is Kyle going to get ignited as Samdi even finds the caustic spittle ignite ticking as Croco is now getting pressured out of his jungle. We've seen this play so many times as a safeguard comes in. Croco is at least alive, but he is going to miss out on his jungle.
This Lulu Kog'Maw has just been such a great response to the Lucian Nami, and when you're down summoners, as Kyle was, I think his Ignite was still just barely on cooldown there, you're going to struggle. They don't have the exhaust, they didn't take heal, so if you trade like that, you're going to be in a really nice spot, especially when you're winning a jungle trade on the top parts there. So a lot of control now going over to On Fleek here with blue side prio in this lane against the Lucian. And I think part of the reason why I've seen Lucian get through so many drafts this week is not because of the nerfs, it's just because there's been a few response champions like this Kog'Maw Lulu in particular that are creeping up here in the LCK, and Samdi and Vista showing us just why this can be quite good.
Yeah, I'm starting to figure out some options here as Piercing Light comes down, but not able to step past this Kog'Maw, still threatening by just being able to press that W. Kog'Maw, Croco just going to move over and take his chickens. Dove up here in the top lane. Just, calmly laning against Dudu.
Yep. Closer just teleported back to lane with a tier. It's very metaphorically representative of how Corki feels about his early game versus the Azir.
Yep.
Just one dripping down the cheek.
Just a single one. Just a single one. Does have 6 stacks, but it's still just one tier.
Yeah.
Is it his left or right cheek?
I want to say, since he's facing the Corki, that's probably his right cheek, right?
Yeah, I think so.
He's facing the Azir in this lane. If he was on blue side, it'd be the left, but
yeah.
Down that big giant nose of his he's got. Okay, Von Fleek over here again. Does have flash.
Let's see whether they can find this. The exhaust is going to come through. Aqua Prison not going to quite land as now First Blood goes over to the Kog'Maw. It is a disaster here for Liv Sandbox in the bottom lane as Prince is desperately trying to hold on, but they will be able to take him down.
Great aggro juggling here by Vista to pull that one up. Croco's looking for this, will miss.
Yeah, but Tempest comes through, Cripple to slow him. As Croco is just waiting for his next Q. Will he be able to actually lock something down here as Samdi? Very, very low. Croco's threatening, lands the Q, secures it onto the Kog'Maw, flashes the Acathian surprise. No, it is actually going to go off as then the flash forward comes in and Vista picks up the Ignite kill.
You just don't know who's in that brush. You've got to expect all 3 were there. Really,
no, he knew he was there. He knew the Kog'Maw was there 100%.
Well, yeah, but there's 3 in there and you commit your ward there. You look for the hop over to get that extra damage through, but you trade back and you die here. Now this is so much extra gold into the enemy laner's hands.
Well, that is an Aqua Prison onto Karis. Gets out the Shifting Sands.
Speaking of Aqua Prison, I think if that Aqua Prison does connect there defensively for Kyle in that previous dive attempt, things could have looked very differently, but he just barely misses it.
Yeah.
We'll see that in the replay because that's one of the other powers of Nami in lanes like this is she could be used so defensively, especially obviously post-6, but if you hit that Aqua Prison, you can really change things. But the juggling of the aggro was so well done. And Croco's found himself, you know, a kill in his pocket, but he's definitely been behind the curve here in the jungle so far.
Yeah, you can see Samdi actually moving towards an earlier Ginsu's than we've seen otherwise. Do love the item on the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, just really rushing it here with the extra kill and 2 assists he's picked up, which is why I didn't necessarily really like that play from Croco. Now, if he ends up getting 2, which he was so close to doing, then 100% it's worth it. Yeah. So, I mean, again, high risk, high reward, but he pays the price. He's got 6 now.
Yeah, Samdi taking a fair bit of damage here once you get through the shields as the Q is going to connect. There's a beautiful safeguard as well. And the Acathian surprise is actually for the Kog'Maw.
Thank you.
As it turns out.
For the taxi. Vista gets in there on top of him, is flashless, but can utilize that grab on the Lulu to hit the kick there with the safeguard you mentioned. Had that extra ward in his pocket.
Yeah.
I'm liking how Croco has just said, you know what, I'm going to take this.
He chose violence this morning.
Exactly.
He definitely chose violence this morning.
I'm going to take this rough start into my own hands. I'm going to see if I can turn this one around. And that was a really aggressive, proactive play that was high risk, but he pulls it off just on the edge of vision there around the corner, had a control ward in the brush to know he wasn't going to be spotted on his way over. As this is, I think, going to be the first dive here. There's notice Kyle's Aqua Prison. They commit the exhaust onto Vista, but he is not knocked up. Then the juggle comes through. On Fleek picks up some aggro, flashes away. Samdi takes some, and then Vista turns back in to grab it just one more time here.
Yeah, the health picks comes on through, and Vista can take a couple of those autos as we speed this up to look for Croco going for the very aggressive decision.
Yeah, he knows Somdi's in here, like you said. Does use the control word to jump in. Does exactly execute him like instantly there with that second part of the Q, but it's just too much damage on the other side, and that's a lot of extra assist gold going over. Now this is the really impressive part where he comes over here and uses that safeguard to secure the kick because he's flashless, so they just don't see this one coming. They knew his flash was used earlier.
Yeah. And he also went and scanned over towards the Rift Herald, the Rift Scuttler vision. It was very interesting. Immediately after that kill came through, he's like, they took my Rift Scuttler, I had to kill them.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure what he actually said.
Yeah, I didn't actually listen to what he was saying either, but that replay came out really fast.
It did indeed.
I almost thought we were going to a different, I thought we were going to watch like on Fleek's first-person view from that previous gank, and then it was Croco suddenly.
Well, you can see up here towards this top side, Lucidity Boots completed for Dove, who hops into his mist, and he is going to be immune. He's got a stick and a red rock as well. That's why his health bar is quite large. Dudu going to get dashed out of the way of. No walloping this time around. Okay, Samdi going to have to deal with the back massage. Vista takes it for him. And so therefore the Cogmore doesn't get taken down too low, but Rift Herald is going to be thrown here into the mid lane as Harmalife Esports. This is the lane that they have the most control in. Karis is going to be able to grab some more of these as well as Dove. Going to go aggressive, but Dudu going to turn it on him. Hyper Proc going to be immune. But it's still a win here for Dudu on his Gnar.
Rage Blade completed now.
Yeah.
Here for Somdi. Again, such an early rush of this item. You just very rarely see. It's obviously picked early for Kog'Maw, but not this early in most cases. Doesn't need any extra survivability in this lane. We've seen a lot of different builds against magic damage, but with Corki being the mid laner here, and obviously it's just a Nami Lucian lane, not going to need that one this time around. We see sometimes the Wit's End super early itemized on it, but not going to be the case this time.
It's often Blade that he picks up very early on, and we saw that Hannah decided that he didn't actually want a Mythic whatsoever, as now it's Dudu going for the dive, but he doesn't quite have the health bar for it. Dove actually not pressing his needlework button either.
Croco has flash here and is so far unseen. Is going to look for potentially the same play once again. Holding this back.
Yeah, Samdi was moving towards him, but Croco is going to complete the back. And we are just going to see a bit of a reset from the bottom lane as well. Teleport back in from Dove on the top side at the same time as Dudu is going to go back, and we'll see what he can actually afford when he gets back to base.
Yeah, we'll see. Does get away there. Dove, you can see on the minimap, almost delays that back.
Yep.
Just going for that early Hearthbound axe.
Yeah, the Trinity Force is a component away, and I guess combined cost.
Yeah. Seen a lot of Trinity Force on a lot of champions who used to build the Sunderer in the top lane.
Yeah.
And it's going to be an extra plate that actually goes over to Dove. Has he gone too far? No, he has a control ward here. We'll see on Fleek. It's not going to be punished.
Yeah, skips on over as the Warrior Trickster is going to allow him to get over that wall. Oh, Aqua Prison comes down again. There's the tidal wave as Vista has to wild growth himself, but the relentless pursuit is there from Prince. The cute little snowman, and Vista actually keeping himself alive for such a long time. The help picks onto himself is going to keep the Lulu happy, and Live Sandbox unable to find it. There is still a lot invested on the side of Harmalife Esports, but it's more to be used by Live Sandbox.
In terms of summoner spells, 100%, but they're still going to be able to push this lane now. Samdi at full health can at least repel this, but it should be, well, I was going to say it should be a plate. On Fleek is coming down here. Will they respect it? They see him on the control ward, and they're going to put those danger pings down and back away.
Yeah. In the meantime, Dove once again going to get Nard. It's just having a rough time up here.
Dudu just loves to push these these waves into whatever matchup it is and just try to Gnar people and get plates. He's got 2 plates under his belt this game early. His Gnar has been the best laning Gnar really we've seen in the LCK, and that's bizarre to say, but it's just true.
Well, Dove is going to throw down the needlework now. Can he actually find any sort of kill pressure? The answer right now is not a yes. As on Fleek clears out this control ward. Croco's moving in. Closer has a package to deliver, though. He's moving very quickly as this Drake is on the minds of Live Sandbox. Q doesn't quite find it. Nimbus Strike from OnFleek just to put the pressure onto Closer. Wanted to try and potentially get that package out if he could, but the rockets are starting to hurt.
Yeah, they really are.
All hitting, apart from that one, as I cast it immediately.
Life just trying to time out this package, force Closer to either retreat or engage. Then they can use this Emperor's Divide.
Well,
there it is.
He's going to use it to set up a wall. That is the best Talia impression I've seen a Corki make in my entire life. Loved it. That is going to get them what they wanted.
Yeah, if you're going to wait the package out, you have to at least be threatening the Drake at the same time as Croco!
Oh, kicked into a wave. That was very cute. But the Cyclone's going to be there on Fleek looking for an option. There's now Croco. Can he find the next one? Prince. Oh, looks for the culling. It's Vista that takes the majority of the shots as that was blind over the wall. Nice attempt there from Liv Sandbox as the Q barely misses. And in the meantime, Closer is going to collect some plates right in the nick of time before they fall down.
So Liv Sandbox still significantly behind here in gold, but they will pick up the second Drake of the game, which guarantees them so much time for this Corki to come online. Now the Azir is obviously going to scale, the Kog'Maw is going to scale, so this is still looking really good here for Hanwha Life Esports, but Liv Sandbox can force some fights into their favor here. The side laning that Dove is going to have later on in this game is going to be a huge factor, as we've seen so many times with Gwen. Even when the game state is looking favorable for the opponent, sometimes Gwen can actually force a lot of fights with that side laning. So there are ways here for Liv Sandbox for this to go well. At least they're able to get value out of that package. If they lost the Drake and the package, I mean, this lead here for Hanwha Life Esports starts to become insurmountable. They will be able to set up for this early second Herald take.
Yeah.
Liv Sandbox don't have anything to contest, so this Closer is going to have to back, has no mana.
Yeah, I don't think Dove is going to be able to do anything by himself. As Hanwha Life Esports don't really lose anything for that. Lucian going to move back down towards that bottom side, and we'll see whether he can actually get some meaningful damage onto that outer turret. With Samdi here in the mid lane, getting things pushed, it will be Karis that is going to answer. As Lucian, I remember, was used as an answer to Azir in the mid lane. So just going to revisit that matchup once again.
Yeah, just for a little while here is Prince going to crash so many of these minions into the turret. And, I mean, yes,
yeah,
Kog'Maw's laning mid, but still, these minions are lost to Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, that is a lot of money down the drain.
Yeah, it's just all going in the garbage.
Yeah, OnFleek looking for his option as Shirley is getting very, very confused. And yes, this tower will go down, but Prince will be able to clear out this wave yet again. And I mean, if I was Prince, I'd keep pushing, as Shirley is going to get another charge. But the minions are all dead. Oh, they do get the inner turret. So actually, I take it all back. Quite worth. Dove is going to try and equalize it.
So a lot
by taking this outer.
A lot of CS is deleted here on the top and bottom lanes. As our
not quite able to get the. Oh yes, at least it will destroy the cannon.
So top CS destroyed, bottom CS destroyed, a turret for, an inner here, obviously 2 turrets for Hanwha Life Esports, but the inner gold being the most significant part of this. I still think Hanwha Life Esports are winning in this regard, especially when you consider that the turret top side that Dove was trying to get isn't picked up. Like if he ends up grabbing that, that gold is valuable, whereas the gold going over to Illusion, who isn't going to scale as well, isn't something you're really all that worried about right now, as it does push him closer to his rapid-fire cannon, which is going to allow him to be a threat against this Kog'Maw. Like, that's something that we talk about all the time. Is like, okay, Kog'Maw outscales the Lucian, but the Lucian can just instantly delete the Kog'Maw if he ever finds him out of position just once. With his passive, he just hits his abilities, and the Kog'Maw dies. So in that regard, in a 1v1 scenario, this rapid-fire cannon that's about to be done is going to be massive.
Yeah, not to mention the Gale Force for the reposition. Yeah. The living artillery is being frustrating, can get you out of the void ooze as well. So, can certainly work out. Prince is going to be someone absolutely to respect as this game goes on. Also, they took Exhaust Ignite as well, which we did talk about because they used it before the minions even crashed, but still quite aggressive of a choice, especially when paired with the first strike that Prince decided to take.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird choice here, but I think they expected this lane to go very differently than it did. And had they gotten that early kill for him with the exhaust committed at level 1 before the minions crash, like you said, like this game does look very different, but they weren't able to do that. First strike is still going to be, useful even in weird culling situations. You'll pick up some money there, just like Ezreal does with his True Shot Barrage when he picks the rune. So, yep, it's not worthless here, but does hurt the damage he could have had for press the attack, of course.
Pings out onto Croco as he's clearing out vision where he can. Zombie ward now set up there as Prince dealing with this dead turret in the mid lane. Of course, it is a very long lane for the Lucian right now. As Dove's going to move on down. Closer desperately trying to tidy up these minions, and he will be able to do so. Croco, I hope he checks with a Q, that's all I'm saying. As this is a dangerous little back from Closer. But on fleek, not in the area anymore, as Dudu now going to have to hop his way out. The culling blocked by the minions.
Still, though, they should have enough time.
Yeah, they should be able to just take this. They're bursting it down. It's doing a lot of work, as now Tidal Wave going to find Zero Joy as they slightly mistimed it. There's a package delivery as Dudu hits Meganar, but it's just going to mean he's a little bit bigger when he dies. Now this outer turret should be taken by Liv Sandbox. They sacrifice a Drake. Yes, they sacrifice Soul Point, but they should be able to take more off the back end of it as Cyclone comes in. Prince dashes out of the way. I believe that was an Acro Prison landing off screen as Dove dives forward, and they will be able to take this turret in the end. Q connects from Croco, who dives onto Vista and immediately gets out. It was all a bait play as they managed to crash this minion wave towards the turret, and Karis pays for it with his life.
Liv Sandbox just making all the right calls all at once here, leaving the Drake to its own devices so they could get that pick onto Gnar. They attempt it, and then they are able to succeed the second time around there, and making the play happen all at once here. I mean, look, the tidal wave is a complete whiff, and then Closer's like, well, I have this movement speed, I still hold package, I'm going to get value out of it, I'm going to force this, and end up grabbing the Gnar the second time around, also putting the threat onto the enemy Azir that whole time was Croco, as this is such a great kick there.
Oh, the kick's amazing. It was a kick, I thought it was actually a bubble, but it wasn't. It was just an amazing kick by
double
Croco.
kick, yeah, and then he's on to Vista here, and the shield saves him, but he just instantly reacts. If Vista doesn't have shield there, then he just straight up dies, and at no cost to Croco, he could just safeguard away.
Yep. Croco's just feeling it, just having a great time on this Lee Sin. Has always been one of his favorite picks.
He's still behind in gold because of the early game mishaps, but like I love what he's been able to do despite having that early deficit, and still how aggressive he's been and how successful he's been. Speaking of...
Oh dear, Q going to be avoided there by Karis. Very nicely done, good sidestep. Going to juke that one out as another Q's going to miss. Is on fleet going to be able to get this blue forecast. But outer turret dies on the top side, and this is Liv Sandbox being able to find themselves an advantage, actually, at the 20-minute mark. It's a very small one, but it is one nonetheless, as Gnar comes back. Dove throwing out the needlework, as Dudu has a long way to run as the rest of Liv Sandbox are on their way down. Prince is going to find it there, and of course, there is no Gnar, there is no Flash, and there is no hope. Home Life Esports, can they get themselves a Baron, though, is the question. Can they even kill Dudu, I guess is the other one, as, yeah, they can, because the turret
Dove has teleport, but I don't know if there's enough time for him to back and then teleport back in. They see this Closer has rockets, and there's a tidal wave.
Tidal wave is going to come through. That is so much damage. Vista having to deal with it. Sandi now running to the back of the pit, but he's just going to get mown down. The Cogmore dies. It's a double kill. The Emperor's Divide comes in. A Cathian surprise steals the Baron for some weird reason, but they're all dead. And Liv Sandbox, they don't have Baron, but they have no enemies.
They have no enemies, and they have basically just secured this game. It was a really greedy call here from Hanwha Life Esports. They expected Dudu is going to be able to buy enough time for them to actually start this up, but it was just so transparent. Liv Sandbox rotate right over. They've got Closer and Kyle in position to punish this. The tidal wave placement is so easy to set up here when everyone's on the Baron like that, and every single player gets wiped. The Kog'Maw stealing this is huge. Because Liv Sandbox, that's the only reason why Liv Sandbox have not already started killing inhibitors right now.
Yeah, and that is actually the first time, I think, that an Acathian surprise has actually been a surprise. Because you're never really surprised, right? That the Cogmore explodes after he dies. Because
maybe the first time.
Everyone knows what his ability does.
Yeah, maybe the first time you've encountered it, I guess.
But when it steals a Baron, that's a legitimate surprise. Congratulations, Cogmore, making it actually real. Very, very cool. Let's have a look at this fight one more time. It was a Desperation Baron, played around Dudu in the side lane.
Yeah, I mean, they just all get lined up here for this tidal wave, and they're trapped in the Baron pit. So Samdi dies super early, which ends up being a good thing, actually, as we're going to watch him steal this. Smite down at like 200-ish. Oh, wow. It was like so close that you couldn't even see.
Yeah.
It was like at the exact same second. It was down to like 1,000, I guess, when Croco hit that.
Well, we don't even have the Baron power play thing up here.
Yeah, because
doesn't
they
exist
just
because
died.
everyone died.
Yeah.
That's a Valkyrie though, as On Fleek going to find himself a Cyclone. Here's a tidal wave. It is going to zone everyone away, but that's a lot of knockups. Closer will be taken out. And Croco's decided that it's just not going to work, guys. His kick now on cooldown. They trade it for On Fleeks, but they managed to get the kill. And Closer is so important for this squad. 33 seconds on the Corki. He has teleport, but now he doesn't have flash. And this is once again that sole opportunity probably taken away. Flash from Kyle, and he's still going to get hit by the drill. Wallop comes down as well as Croco looking for the backline, but Sandy immediately repositions with the flash. The Q is going to be picked up, but Croco, he just can't do it. Dove going to get smacked down by On Fleek, who will lock up the kill here as Prince manages to find the kill in the backline, gets the double as Croco's ring around the Rosying right now, and he will be able to take himself a teleporter to get on out of there.
Crazy that Croco gets out here and that Prince is able to trade one back, but still the end of the day, oh, you are way mistimed with this one. Maybe they could stop them from getting out of here though.
Well, he is going to be turned into a snowman, but let's see. Samdi not going to walk onto the package here, and it's going to be a beautiful stopwatch to make sure that the fadeaway does work out. There's the flash in, the Q connects, and Vista's not going to survive this time. It's a bit of yakety sax, but my goodness, is it fun. As Croco gives us the thumbs up.
Just a Live Sandbox game, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. As I don't know which replay we're going to go into, so this is, of course, the attempt, and this is where things go very wrong here, as the synergy here between Croco and Closer is there. Like, you can see what they're trying to set up here, but On Fleek is just able to easily come over and cyclone through. And then Croco here, it's almost like he forgot that he doesn't have kick. He comes over on the left side, he's trying to get on top of Samdi, but he doesn't have any follow-up damage. Dove is trying his best to get in here, he has to escape. And then Prince, notice, is able to get a kill here on the other side. Flashes doo-doo as Dove tries to buy more time for Croco. And Prince gets another one just barely here on the edge. So 2 kills for him actually really saves the day as Croco's able to take the Hex Gate out. Then, this is just a crazy call here from Closer. I really didn't think this was going to work out.
No, it almost didn't, as we're going to see a kill on a Dove on the bottom side. Another wave to come on in as the Aqua Prison's going to be there to speed up the Lee Sin. But Wild Growth comes out and Karas will survive. Dove is just punished, and they should be able to take this turret as well. Meanwhile, top lane Closer going to be shoving out that wave. Prince catches this one in mid, and I think this game is kind of swung back in favor of Harmon Life Esports.
Yeah, I do agree, because they have gotten so much extra gold on these carries, and the longer this game goes, the more power Azir is going to have. But it still is going to be an execution-based game, as we're going to go and see what we missed here is, yeah, it's just a 3-man with lots of knockups and CCs, as when not quite immune enough.
Sometimes not immune enough, Wolf. That's how it works.
Wild Growth has to be committed here, but they survive.
There's always just fights, aren't there? It's just fights permanently. It's a Live Sandbox game. I think replays should almost be banned when it comes to Live Sandbox games. 1 minute until the Baron, but it doesn't matter because both of these teams will fight regardless of whether there's an objective to fight for or not.
Yeah, that is definitely the case. 60 seconds to go, though, on that objective you mentioned as Prince looks for a potential pick here.
Yeah, as Culling comes down, and now Croco is going to find a lovely little kick into the wall there as Vista. Is he going to go down to this Lee Sin? The Wild Growth comes in, the wave going to come through. It looked like he was surfing it there for a second. That was so cool by Croco as Dove is just dashing underneath inhibitor turrets, and Live Sandbox have come alive.
They really have, and yeah, Dudu's going to get this turret at top side, but they're going to get it.
Congrats on the turret there, mate.
Nice job. He had teleport available, but obviously without an R-bar, isn't going to be able to turn this one around, and the Kog'Maw is just deleted. At the instant this fight breaks out, it's just blown up by Closer's rocket there, and Samdi is picked. He's 2-5 this game, and we could talk about how his scaling is really good, but you know, unfortunately, like Henna before him in this same matchup, the Lucian can catch you and kill you in a 1v1.
And he also builds a bunch of crit as well, so he just does a lot of damage also.
Look at how much damage he takes here from Prince. And then he just gets hit by a rocket. Like, you actually cannot be this far forward as Kog'Maw. We learned this yesterday, and we're learning it again here.
Yep. I just love that Croco also literally surfed the tidal wave as he followed up on his Sonic Wave.
It was pretty gnarly.
Whoa!
It was tubular, man.
It was totally tubular, dude. As this is a pause. Not entirely sure what's happening here, as we have things quite zoomed in. There's a Poro.
It looks like On Fleek is
around,
taking a nap there on the rift as well with the way that Wukong runs.
Yeah, and the Prince fans still here with the sign sort of sorted out. It looked a little bit like an A because the R was sort of on its side a little bit. So I'm like, Pains? But no, it's Prince. And I'm just a little bit of a dummy.
Can we talk about how Kog'Maw's portrait probably needs to be adjusted? He's just like not seen enough pro play recently for Riot to take a closer look on how he fits into the API when he's picked in draft or on our big panels. Like it's a little bit of a zoom in on the nostril. It's quite literally on the nose.
Sometimes maybe that's just all you want to see, right? You know, because he throws out the caustic spittle and the living artillery. I mean, it's like he uses that nose quite effectively. Maybe not true in the most lovely of ways. I'm very interested in what this pause is actually because of.
These idiots don't know Live Sandbox. I don't know what the pause was, but I guess we're back in live. And since it was short, I guess we don't need to know.
Maybe it was like, maybe we were just spending some time outside of the game because there was too much action for an LCK game. We're like, we need to pause this. We need to catch our breath. So I appreciate that from the players.
Samdi really needs to be careful about where he is standing when Prince is honestly anywhere near him. He's about to have flashback up. His ult is coming back online, and Samdi will, with all the CC that Live Sandbox have on top of this, if he dies, that's half your damage gone.
Yeah. You can see Prince as well. He has stepped really far forward, as I believe they don't have vision of where Dove is right now. Ravenous Hydra completed by Closer, and now he's level 16, these rockets.
They also have no idea where Croco is. He's just taking the long way around.
Well, he is also there's a huge Nara into the wall. That is a very dead Lucian, and he was stepped far too far forward. As on fleek, going to be interrupted just so beautifully there. And the Lee Sin is still nowhere to be seen, but he can't see us either, remember?
I think he's in that brush, potentially. No. I guess he took the long way around because he was seen for just a moment there. He's just so far away, and that's when they pull the trigger. Okay, he's finding his flank now.
Yeah, as Croco going to come around the side. Dove as well. I mean, this is a very dangerous Baron, no matter how you slice
Dove's here too.
Yeah, Croco, can he find the kick? He does. A special delivery there, as now Closer is just going to get scooped up, and it's Samdi that locks up the kill. They traded for the support, but I think you'll take that if you are Harmor Life Esports. The Kog'Maw's also going to die, though. Looked like he was assassinated by a Nami, which is a very strange situation indeed. And there is the fight onto the Gwen. Not much of one, though. Harmor Life Esports are ganging up on him. Croco,
Live Sandbox, though.
Still a full health.
Yeah, Live Sandbox are like, well, we stopped the Baron. You know, it wasn't the greatest trade for us, and it looked very dirty and messy at times, but Croco's still alive at the end, has Flash and Smite, so Harmor Life Esports not willing to make that 50-50 as Prince.
Yeah, Q will connect that onto OnFleek, but this is still 2 versus 3. And there is no smites here. It's going to be a very interesting situation. All right, Spray's Bloom is going to spot. Oh, he just gets in, steals away Soul Point, and now it's the Thunderdome in here. The Safeguard as well. Right down that Pog vote right now, Wolf. Well, I guess they haven't won the game yet.
They haven't won the game yet, but he's definitely the front runner. As there's a teleport here from Closer, and Harmor Life Esports are going to be pushed away, and now the Baron is in control of Live Sandbox, or rather, the Live Sandbox are in control of the Baron.
This was all planned from the very beginning.
They have a package here. Closer has really been, you know, absent in some of these fights, but he's got the big tool now. As Croco bought so much time here, denied a Baron, stole a Drake. Here's the Nami denial.
Yeah, Tidal Wave is going to come through. Package just to get Closer the heck out of dodge, as this is still likely to be a 50-50. It's stolen right back again. Oh my goodness, this game is just a pendulum, as Harmor Life now have 5 alive with Baron.
And they're just going to push
down. This could just be the end.
It will be, I think, because the death timers are so long. Prince is not up for 35. Closer does not have package here.
I'm really glad you didn't write down that Pog vote, Wolf.
Yeah, I know. I mean, until the Nexus falls in this game, you never know.
Unless you want to give it to OnFleek, who has had a really good game. As Harmor Life Esports are going to be taking this inhibitor at least. Let's see what Kyle and Closer can actually do against this. There's no tidal wave. And look, not enough wave clear either, as Valkyrie did get a fair bit of value there. Carrot's down very, very low as Kyle needs to be respected, but now the Nexus is exposed. Closer looking for it, but he will not find it, and Harmor Life Esports win Game 1.
one of the messiest games of LCK we have seen.
No. It's not like you look at a Picasso and a lot of people would be like, that is not a very good painting. I look at a game like this and I say, that is a masterpiece.
Yeah, that game was definitely an impressionist game. The further I am away from it, the less of the details I can see, and the more it really looks like a professional game.
It's like a magic eye. It's like one of those magic eye things. You know, you go a bit cross-eyed, and you're like, oh, it's a duck! Woohoo!
Hey, look, I like to point out that there were about 32 to 35. I'm not sure what the final total was of kills in that game. It was a very bloody back-and-forth game. We had basically teams who were down on members trading fights back, and we had this kind of ring around the rosy around objectives. Kroko was robbed by the fact that his teammates were just not able to win this because he had a god-tier game, even though OnFleek also did. His time buy to actually stop a Baron, then steal a Drake, then look for a kick play to get a kill, safeguard out, the guy is insane. The guy actually played out of his mind on this Lee Sin. And it's a shame that, you know, it won't be recognized because his team did not take the Nexus in the end, but this game was pretty crazy. Prince and Kyle did not have the greatest landing phase, but then Prince was getting solo picks, Dove and Dudu dueling nonstop on the side lane. It was ultimately a 33-kill game here. So over a kill a minute, which is pretty rare for the LCK.
It was definitely just a lot of action throughout this entire game. Humalife, more assists though, so you can see that it was a lot of Lift Sandbox kind of split up. Humalife playing towards what their comp does well, which is team fighting. Team fighting. And they made it work very, very well. I think that the draft sort of paid off, but honestly, it felt like a game steal at the end there instead of just a straight up victory. So it's a very difficult one to judge. But ladies and gentlemen, let's hope that we just get more of that, as we are going to go to a small break. When we get back, game number 2.
빼볼게. 이거 반피, 코르키 반피. 거기 반피. 그거 천천히. 천천히. 얘네 먹으려 한다. 그냥. 야, 들어갈게. 빠져. 이제. 얘들아, 잠깐만. 천천히. 이거 내가 코르키 포킹. 내가 코르키 포킹 하면 내가 막을게.
형 너만 믿는다.
얘들아, 진짜 잘해준다. 나만 믿어. 끝내 생각. 나만 믿어. 내가 다 맞을게. 동재가 내가 버프 줄게. 서할 때 말해줘. 포킹 조심해. 룰루. 이거 앞에서 맞아. 이거 미니언부터 들어가고 미니언 들어가고. 맞아. 앞에서 맞아.
나 이상하게만.
괜찮아. 막아줄게.
내가 진정해.
남이 노플이야. 그렇게 세긴 해. 막아줄게. 최대한 피해봐.
맞지 마.
괜찮아. 다운 때려야 돼. 아래부터. 장경 들어가. 다 잡아.
죽은 듯.
변이. 나이스. 나이스.
연애하면서 일어날 수 있는 갈등을 사례로 가져와 봤거든요.
이거는 이미 불만이 있어. 이미 게임 때문에 불만이 있어 지금. 평소에 얼마나 옷을 안 사 입으면 저러겠어. 그러니까 여자친구가 참고 있었는데 남자친구의 그 멘트로 인해가지고 터져버린 거죠.
마지막에 진짜 꼴 보기 싫은 말을 한 거지. 근데 스킨이 예뻐서 사줄 수 있지 않나. 이 사건의 전제에는 일단 남자가 옷도 안 사 입고 게임에만 돈 쓰는 그냥 게임에 미친 놈이에요.
그렇지. 그래서 무례하지 않다.
나는 않다. 여자가 화낼만 했다.
네, 저도 그냥 무례하지 않다.
만약에 근데 게임은 다 해야 되는 거 아닌가?
아니 저게 이거 이기면 드디어 골드 탈출임.
얼마나 중요해?
나 이거 한다. 나는 이거 약간 막 진짜 지진나도 할 것 같아.
저는 좀 이제 남자 쪽을 되게 높게 평가하는 게 롤을 중인데 바로 답장이 왔어요.
그 미니맵 볼 시간에 카톡을 본 거예요. 얼마나 여자친구를 생각합니까?
근데 100일이잖아요.
남자친구는 승급전인데?
근데 여자친구가 20분 안에 안 오면 헤어지자 그래.
근데 20분 안에 끝내봐야죠.
나 진짜 정말 궁금한 게 진짜 그 나이에 너 그럴 수 있어?
지금 과몰입해봐. 진짜 과몰입해봐.
전화 왔어.
안 가죠.
네, 전화.
여보세요?
여보세요?
자기야 뭐 하고 있어?
나 지금 옷 입고 갈 준비하고 있어.
근데 키보드 소리 뭐야?
아 이거 바람 소리야. 나 지금 옷 입고 지금 나갈 준비하고 있거든. 문 열고 나가면 될 것 같아. 택시도 불렀어.
아 그래? 그럼 뭐 20분 만에 오는 거야?
근데 지금 오늘 교통이 좀 막힌다고 하네. 조금 내가 다시 연락 줄게. 미안해. 아니 근데 이 얼굴을 보고 가발을 썼는데도 남잔데?
그럼 만약 저라면은 하나라도 일단 지켜야 되지 않을까요? 승급전?
저 상황에 어차피 늦었으면 마무리 짓고 간다.
승급전 하나라도.
여사친 승률이 80%나 돼?
나 모르겠다 이거.
나는 당당하게 말할 수 있어. 침삭하는 게 맞아 이거. 침삭하는 게 맞죠. 내 여자친구잖아요.
다른 듀오를 쳤던 거 남사친으로.
승률이 80인데?
그러니까 남자랑 하면 승률 40이야.
아니 그거는 그냥
유미 잡았는데 2대1을 해. 또 네가 개똥 싸는데 뭐라고 안 해.
근데 그럼 그게 너의 실력이라고 말할 수 있어?
나 실력 아니어도 난 절대 진짜 말이야. 이 사람이 롤 접을 때까지 같이 할 거야.
여자친구는 포기할 수 있지만 이 친구는 포기 못한다는 거네?
여자친구도 딸을 이렇게 챙겨주면 되는 거지.
여자친구가 헤어진다는데
계속 듀오가 말라 했는데.
그럼 내가 닉변할 수 있는 돈을 주고 내가 닉변할 수 있는 이거랑
거짓말을 하겠다는 거네?
이건 너무 아니잖아.
이러면 민수야 하면서
신상을 안 한다 하면서 그거를
설득을 한번 해봐봐요.
이건 설득이 안 되는데요?
이거를 한번.
너 질 거야? 빠벼라, 너 왜 얘랑 계속 듀오해?
잘하니까.
자꾸 너랑 붙어 다니는 것 같아서 내가 좀 기분이 좀 그렇거든?
우리 승률 보면 잘 나오는데.
우리?
아니 보통 이제 우리라고 표현할 수도 있는 거 아니야.
너 얘랑 친하게 지내는 거 싫어?
나 얘랑 별로 안 친해. 그냥 우리 듀오만 하는 거야.
너가 얘랑 듀오하면 얘랑 되게 친해지는 것 같고 나랑은 안 놀고 나 좀 불안해. 이럴 거면 너 얘랑 사겨? 오해할 수 있잖아.
진짜 해야겠는데.
다 친척하는 걸로.
진삭해야죠. 네. 너 누니?
진삭해야 된다.
팬들이 또 여러분들한테 되게 질문을 많이 해주셨어요.
네.
팬들의 질문.
프로게이머들 일과 시간이 오후에서 새벽인데 연애는 언제 어떻게 어디서 하나요? 부족하긴 해. 평범한 커플보다는. 보통 만나는 주기 생각하면은 한 2주에 한 번? 한 달에 한 번? 한 이렇게 볼걸요?
또 그리고 일과 시간이 오후 새벽이라고 또 말씀을 또 해주셨잖아요. 근데 할 건 다 합니다.
데이트는 어느 장소에서 하셨는지 궁금합니다.
근데 저는 근데 보통 숙소 근처긴 했어요.
근데 그때 웃긴 게 이제 휴가 같이 나가서 돌아다니면은 가끔 마주칩니다.
맞아요. 인사했어요.
그리고 이제 뒤통수 보이면은 뒤에서 이렇게 봅니다. 하하. 이렇게 잘하고 있구만.
빠른 별은 모태솔로인가요?
저는 근데 모태솔로로 지낼 줄 알았어요. 얘가 딱 봤을 때 뭔가 좀 무서울 것 같은 그런 느낌.
저 나름 인기 많았어요.
그건 맞지.
롤을 잘 아는 여자친구 vs 롤을 아예 모르는 여자친구 어느 쪽을 선호하시나요?
나는 롤을 아예 모르는 여자친구가 좋아.
이유는 뭐야?
롤을 알고 막 나를 아는 사람이면은 헬리오스를 좋아하는 건지 신동진을 좋아하는 건지 몰라.
헬리오스나 신동진이나 별 차이 없잖아.
그건 맞긴 하지.
근데 저는 완벽한 그 롤붕이로서 롤 아는 여자친구, 정확히는 게임을 모르는 여자친구를 만나기가 저는 어려운 것 같아요.
근데 저는 근데 롤을 모르는 여자친구가 좋아요. 그냥 굳이 또 연애까지 하는데 롤 얘기를 하고 싶진 않았어요. 네, 굳이 그냥 저한테는 이제 롤이 1이니까 그냥 좀 다른 쪽으로 얘기를 좀 많이 하고 싶었어요. 네, 다른 분야.
본인들은 연애할 때가 성적이 더 좋았나요? 아니면 나빴나요? 근데 이거는 우리 CJ 패밀리에게 물어보기에는 좀 그런 게 CJ는 항상 내리막길을 걸어가잖아.
저는 이게 아까도 말했던 건데 롤드컵 우승했던 선수들 중에 연애하고 있던 선수들 되게 많이 봐서 연애가 성적에 막 엄청나게 안 좋은 쪽으로 영향을 미친다고는 생각이 안 들어요.
맞지.
이거는 그냥 연애하는 본인들의 당사자들의 문제다.
자, 오늘 이제 선수의 연애로 한번 주제를 다뤄봤는데 여러분들 궁금증이 좀 해결되셨나요? 다음에도 좀 이제 궁금한 것들이 있으면 댓글을 써주시면 야심차게 한번 토론해보도록 하겠습니다. 평가 다컷! 안녕.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. Harmalife Esports stole away Game 1 in what was just the most beautiful display of League of Legends from start to finish in that game. If you missed it, if you're just tuning in, if you're on YouTube, maybe just like go back through and just watch the entirety of Game 1.
And then watch it again. It's just
and then
worth
watch,
it.
yeah, you should. You should. In fact, then just have it on loop and then put it on a TV on your wall because it's just absolutely a work of art. Let's check out the POG as that one is going to be coming up very, very shortly. It will be on fleek, as I think everyone just wrote down jungler on their piece of paper.
Yeah,
I mean, I think Unfleek was definitely the most important member of this team.
He had a really strong early game and was a main part of why Harmalife Esports actually had a pretty nice tempo advantage despite playing the more late game scaling composition. And then he was able to set up a few picks for them in the later parts of the game. We'll skip some of the parts where they made some poor decisions around objectives. But hey, you know, he was able to get the big steal in the end and had the best KDA. So I think a lot of people were like, yeah, I'll go with the jungle on this one.
Yep, few doo-doo votes scattered amongst that as well. But I think that Unfleek was definitely the linchpin of this team. But I also think that it was very, very close to a Live Sandbox victory as well. So we are likely going to be here for a little while longer as we look to see whether we get to the full 6 games this evening.
Could be. You know, historically speaking, Harmalife looked very good in Game 2s.
That is
But
true.
that's usually after a loss in Game 1 and side selection.
Yeah, it's either they're very good in Game 2s or they're very good after a loss. And so we'll just have to see how they manage to turn that one around. Of course, there are sort of some theories. Kesman just thinks that the players are superstitious. That's what I read after an interview with him. Whereas the players feel like they sort of shake the sillies out, just to quote Play School that I used to watch back in Australia. And then manage to get themselves together in the right mindset for game number 2. But Liv Sandbox, they're going to choose blue side this time around. We'll see whether that is going to be able to get them back on track.
Yeah, we'll have prio picks here for potentially the jungle or the mid lane. They want to go for the Corki again. And we'll see if Prince gets his hands on some of these high-profile AD carry picks. We saw, obviously, the Lucian in that first game. Worked out decently. Interestingly enough, more powerful in the mid to late game than actually in the early game, where he was able to find some picks there. Or if he'll be given a chance to play something like the Zeri, or something like Aphelios, which he's looked very good on, and was not allowed to play a late game AD carry in game 1, but played the played Lucian like it was one, to the best of his ability.
Well, here we are into the draft for game number 2, and Seraphine going to be the first one removed. She was removed on the red side last time around. Liv Sandbox definitely not wanting to deal with the Seraphine playstyle, which I could imagine would be an opinion shared by many, especially those of you following Cadril on Twitter. He had a banger of a tweet. I believe it was yesterday or earlier today.
I think that there's an angle here for a potential first pick Tahm Kench for Liv Sandbox, because they could play Tahm Kench Aphelios, Tahm Kench Jinx, and you know, that's the style of play that Prince likes. Kyle is very good at Tahm Kench. Played it 3 games this season already. So with the Corki ban here, Seraphine's removed. If they ban Renata, it almost feels like they're really fishing for it right now as Liv Sandbox. Well, ban the Kalista, which is a similar line of thought.
Yeah.
I don't think you can first pick the Jinx or Aphelios, but I think if you take the Kench, it weakens the Senna for Hun Life Esports. You've already taken away the Seraphine. So just hear me out. Like, first pick Tahm Kench. I'm just saying.
I think it's probably all right.
Probably just going to be a different jungle pick instead, though. But that's what I'd like to see. As the Wukong is removed, they could just pick up.
Yeah, the Vi Ahri angle could be there. Of course, Hanwha were able to ban them last time around. This time, far more. Okay, never mind. Azir just going to be locked in here. Of course, Karis played behind BDD. Closer played behind Faker. So both of them with a lot of practice back when they were, you know, sitting behind some of these very, very large names.
I just thought we'd maybe see the draft allows for a Senna lane so well, with the Kalista removed and the Lucian is gone, etc. But looks like it's just going to be the Aphelios here for Samdi, an old favorite of his.
Yeah.
He and Prince both like these late game carries. See if it's going to be the Tahm Kench that comes with it, or if they'll prefer the Thresh. Don't have to necessarily lock it in just here unless they have a very strong preference.
I would like the Tahm Kench a lot more.
Me too, because I think Tahm Kench has a lot more options he can work with here for Liv Sandbox's side, whereas the Thresh is just not as powerful in that regard.
Yeah. Let's see what OnFleek wants to do. Xin Zhao. This is one that he actually debuted here recently, but the Na will be the one locked in for Dudu. And we probably should have expected it, let's be real.
Will Liv Sandbox be willing to actually do what our top 3 teams in the LCK do, which is to go for the Gangplank response early? Nope, they just want to lock in Prince's pick. And this is very Liv Sandbox, right? Let's not play around Dove here in a Gangplank versus Gnar matchup with Azir Gangplank late game scaling. Let's just play around bottom scaling. Let's play around Prince. Let's go for the Jinx Tahm Kench, which is why you and I were expecting, hey, maybe you lock up the Tahm Kench for your Aphelios, deny that one from the enemy side. We could have seen Jinx Thresh as a response, but either way, it is going to be Dudu getting his favorite champion for the 12th time now this season.
Yep, Vista going to lock in the Rakan. I would have much preferred the Renata personally, but Rakan is fine. Looking for a few extra engage options, and Rakan does work into Tahm Kench quite effectively, as we've seen many times before.
I think the Plank is walking the plank. This game is not going to be on the Rift. It's going to be banned away here from Dove. Don't want to be dealing with that. I think Ornn, another pick that Liv Sandbox would love to have with this composition, that will probably not be allowed. Trundle, though, has been a Croco favorite, so a little bit more on the player side of things here.
Yeah. Trundle Vi might be taken away here just to make sure that Croco can't go back to Comfort. But
although I'm watching that Lee Sin.
Yeah, Vi doesn't really fit into the Live Sandbox comp all that much at this stage.
And after watching that Lee Sin last game, I don't think that Croco cares about being targeted with his quote-unquote favorite champion's bat chest.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
Swain here, going to be banned again, and see if this is going to be for GP or if it'll just be towards Croco's Lee Sin. The Vi, again, not really that great here, but clearly Hanwha Life Esports is not thinking about the composition as much as they're thinking about the player and his playstyle and his favorite choices.
Yep, preferences, definitely a thing. As Live Sandbox, what is the final option here?
This might be a boring Victor ban.
I think an Ari ban makes the most sense.
Yeah, I mean, Ari can struggle into a comp like Live Sandbox unless you have really nice charms or a lot of map control, but it's still a risk that Live Sandbox aren't willing to take with her charm pick potential here against what's a very squishy comp right now.
Yep. I'd hate the Victor pick just because Azir just scoops him. But
there it is.
Yep, it's just one of those things that is often just picked up.
Yep.
So let's see how many flashes Closer can get out of Karis.
Yeah, I mean, Karis is a pretty good Victor player, but I think the matchup just really doesn't give you any agency, which can be a big problem around early objectives. And,
oh, yeah.
If he builds Leandres here, at least in this current comp, it's not going to look great. His Gangplank is still up. Poppy here going to give you a front line for it, and that means you have so much damage that you have protected by what is already a Tahm Kench survival angle and the Poppy front line. But they don't necessarily have to. They could also just go down the Ornn route. But the GP is just such a free and easy choice. Like,
this is ridiculous.
This comp is so much damage and scaling.
Yeah, it's amazingly strong.
And they have to worry about all the early game power of Hanwha's draft, right? Like, such as champions like Victor. Wait a minute.
I see what you're saying there.
Yeah.
They also have, like, it's... Ooh, okay, on Fleek. This would be definitely one of his old favorites. Jarvan was recently buffed as well, though, and they don't have a lot of options as far as getting out of the Cataclysm. So that's certainly fun.
But it's Jarvan into Poppy.
Yeah, if you do Cataclysm in, then Poppy doesn't really care.
I like this Viego pick a lot more because you're going to be hoping for longer fights here where Viego is hoping for that one kill with the Victor damage slowly ticking through, then he gets a reset, then Aphelios' ult puts everybody down at half health, and OnFleek then gets to have his pop-off moment. Whereas playing Jarvan and trying to flag drag into Poppy sounds kind of miserable.
Yeah. Actually, like, there weren't very many options that actually saved this draft, in my opinion. Hanwha Life Esports were playing to the beat of Live Sandbox's drafting drum this time around.
I just don't think there was any, like, the angle of banning away Croco's most picked champions in Vi and Trundle is a coaching decision where you could be like, I bet he'll be worse if we put him off his comfort zone. But Croco was probably thinking to himself, like, I didn't really plan on playing those champions, especially not the Vi, in this composition. So they could have taken away such powerhouse picks as Gangplank, when it's Gangplank, Azir, Jinx, and the late game scaling, and they already have a Tahm Kench, so it's hard to punish. And then they get the Poppy. This is a huge draft kingdom here for Live Sandbox. But on the other side here, we'll see how execution goes. In the later game fights, there are still ways if you have a really nice flank from Vista, maybe Victor actually is being relevant in a really long fight. There are ways if Jinx can't get her resets for this to go well, but that's not my expectation.
No, not mine either. I have a feeling that this is definitely going to be a difficult game for Hanwha Life Esports. But we said that in game one. Didn't work out that way. Let's see how it goes this time. All right. Hanwha Life Esports fans, a little bit louder this time around after a game one victory, as we're grasping here on the top side of the map. Airy for Karis is interesting. Seen a lot of first strike being delved into, as well as that, to be on the side of the Azir, but it is going to be Comet this time around, so a little bit more battling between these two.
We've also seen a bit of a return to conquer Azir in matchups like this, but Closer not looking for it this time around.
Nope.
I think the Comet is just much easier to get value out of and will help push the lane, whereas Conqueror can maybe get you a solo kill if you really finesse it and do a lot of damage there. So the Comet is just going to be like, all right, cool, I chip away at you and the lane and keep that wave pushed and then get prio like Azir is meant to do in almost every matchup. We'll just get this ward up for free too. Because I really like this Viego skin, by the way. We don't really talk about this skin too much, but it's very cool. I don't know what it's called, but I like it.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that one as well. As the Sandbox tidy up the vision here on the bottom side. It's like they know you're there, guys. You just destroyed their ward. But they're just going to be leashing for on fleek for now. Croco going to be starting on his blue buff. Bit of a northern beginning to the jungling here for the Poppy. Let's see what that means for the pathing. As Prince of Kyle probably going to be absolutely fine here in this lane for the very beginning. But we'll see whether Vista and SamD can actually get themselves any sort of angles. Right now, Vista just taking a bit of extra damage. Tongue Lash is going to be there. And Liv Sandbox is playing it out nicely. This is the big problem I see with this whole draft, is that Liv Sandbox have late game superiority and range, but also prio in every lane, and the jungle. Yeah, that is an abyssal dive. I'm not sure whether you really wanted to do that, Kyle, as he will be punished moderately.
Yeah, he's okay. He's Tom Kench. He's just gonna chug some potions. Very thirsty catfish here, and you know, obviously SamD not going to be able to do a whole lot. Level 1, he's a Phelios, has his Calibrum to try to trade back damage. So this ward is getting a lot of value here, vision-wise. Will be finally swept here as Kyle gets that sweeper back online.
Yep. And Vista just helping out with this farming situation. You can see Croco moving in to a potential dive location. It's more difficult to dive a Rakan, who's now just going to move up towards this wave.
Can he get the Tongue Lash? That minion is trolling him.
Yeah, but Croco's going to move in here. There's the flash out from SamD as Vista's going to get knocked up. First blood goes over to the Poppy. And he held on to it beautifully.
Why were people banning Lucian this whole time? It really is just all about the Poppy. This Poppy pick is just popping off. Everybody is just finding so much success. You have any sort of lane prio, and the Poppy just comes and dives, especially on blue side. And then this is what, you know, we've talked about it all night, and finally we get to see the Poppy on blue side, is if the jungle timing is different, if On Fleek doesn't have a different start here, then Croco also gets all of that jungle. He will not get it this time. We'll just get the Scuttle that's on the bottom side of the Rift. But one thing we haven't talked about or pointed out this game is that the laning went much better for Karus than we expected, or that it normally is supposed to go here. They'll have similar back timings, but was keeping the Azir honest in lane. I kept track of that on the mini-map with the resource bars there. So good start for Karus, at least in a matchup where you traditionally don't have a lot of agency or prio.
Yeah, I think it's largely level 6 that really makes it difficult for the Victor. So these levels, I don't think it's necessarily as bad, but still has been one that Azir has found a lot of priority in.
Yeah, I mean, you could just see, in order for Victor to get into range to Death Ray, he has to walk through those Sand Soldiers. It's so frustrating.
Yeah, well, there's a Grand Entrance. Ignite goes down. Okay, can we find it? The Gravitum does come on through here, as that is an Abyssal Dive, and SamD is likely to be just dead, but no, the double Battle Dance is going to come through. SamD eventually does fall down, is now On Fleek, trying to come down here, but Croco once again in perfect position. Vista going to move out of the way. That is going to be the kill going over as On Fleek falls down as well. Liv Sandbox 3-0 at the beginning of this game.
I love how the beginning of this season and the beginning of the patches that we had with the durability, we were all like, all right, well, bottom is going to be very boring. We're not going to watch a whole lot of that. It's going to be very late game skilling, and nobody was actually ganking bottom. There was no 2v2 action. It was a very slow and boring 40-minute nearly average meta until the past 2 weeks of the LCK have just been about so many kills bottom every time. Sometimes the game is over in 5 minutes because of these picks. Like it's like, oh, actually, you know what? The durability doesn't matter at all. We're just going to dive all the time. We're going to be aggressive. This Poppy pick has just been so massive when you have any sort of setup CC. I mean, they had the chompers, the dive, and the charge there. And that is just the end of that. Is they almost get the kill here onto Kyle. As you can see, gets rooted there for just a moment, then decides to go back in, and there's so much damage onto him, but it's not enough.
And Sumd was just trying to get autos, but he walked back into the Flame Chompers after they went down, and he didn't activate them. It's very unfortunate. Prince finding the zap very, very nicely here.
It's just so much. Vista gets out with his life at least, but a kill and 2 assists for a Jinx in this early game, plus all the other things that we talked about that are not great for Hanwha Life here in the early parts of the laning phase. At least Dudu, who's winning this matchup, again, where almost no one else is right now, he's doing well. I mean, he's been a very successful Gnar laner and hasn't had any resources come topside for the Gangplank, so Dove is being very respectful here. At least that part is not going horribly, as he's picked up his early steel caps.
Yep, Dove as well has not necessarily been the most aggressive Gangplank in lane, so it's understandable that Dudu, who has played almost every single game here in the LCK on the Gnar so far this season, makes sense that he's going to be winning out, but still, I don't know whether it means all that much.
Over 2/3 of his games.
Yeah, as Kyle's going to move on over. Croco and Prince now in position as well, as Croco Hex flashes over. And yeah, Onfleek's not allowed to have any of his buffs. Prince even is the one that takes the blue.
And then he's like taking away the honey fruit as well. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter, but Prince is just getting everything. He's like, yep, you guys play through me. That is the new Live Sandbox way. And with all these dives, and now the 1-0 and 2, the blue buff he picks up, so a lot of extra ability haste and unlimited mana for the Jinx. It's pretty nice to have. It's pretty good when you have AoE and range that is locked to mana. When you have unlimited mana, it's kind of broken.
Yeah, permanent rockets for a Jinx in the early game is definitely something that, every Jinx player loves, you know, when they accidentally steal away a blue buff. Now Kyle's chasing Onfleek.
Barrage!
Barrage comes in as well, Super Mega Death Rocket, and Onfleek just cannot do anything this game.
Unbelievable! I mean, this is too much for me to even, like, conceptualize how dominant this is being and how clearly crafted these strategies are, and Kyle is just not missing these dives. He just keeps hitting them time after time so consistently, and it's not over yet.
Yeah, well, the Poppycopter comes in, and Croco gets knocked up and sends them both back to Narnia through the wardrobe, and Prince is just going to cut down the house. Oh, man, this is just... I mean, we kind of saw it in the draft, but Live Sandbox are just mowing this game down.
Did you read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe?
Yeah.
You know, when, well, spoilers for anyone who hasn't, you know, this been, under a rock for the last 100 years. When you know, Aslan dies and then, like, he comes back to life and the table is broken. I don't even think if Hanwha Life Esports could break the table, they could come back in this game. 2,000, almost 3,000 gold to lead here for Live Sandbox with the scaling comp. Yes, I mean, Hanwha Life has some scaling aspects here, but they picked Aphelios early and gave up the Jinx, which is something we didn't even really talk about in draft. Like, Aphelios Prio, but also Jinx Tahm Kench is given as a result, which is the range problem that we've talked about for so many seasons now here in the LCK.
Yeah.
And then the Poppy issue where they banned away Vi and Trundle. Trundle would have been able to have a very similar impact, to be fair, in the early game as this Poppy does with Pillar, but not quite the same level. This is just it's off the rails here, man.
It certainly is. And to be honest, like, Poppy is super good because in these early dives, there's no real counterplay to walking in and just heroic charging a Rakan with steadfast presence, because he just cannot get out. As now Dove, potentially getting dove. Croco lying in wait though. Karis is going to be here. Onfleek just puts down a Rift Herald. Vista's really dead straight away. And yep, Shelly is going to get some work done. And there are a lot of members of Hanwha Life in the area, but that is a Flash Emperor's Divide. And yeah, Victor, we know there's nothing he can do about that.
They got the plates though, Atlas.
Oh yeah, it's true. Sorry, I forgot. Oh, plate value.
Meanwhile, Prince is just going to get a whole turret.
Yeah.
A whole turret, the whole thing, not parts of it, not split gold. 610, just gonna pick it off the ground and shove it into Jinx's big pocket. I hope she's got big enough pockets for all the money that he's picking up this game.
Yeah, gonna need some new overalls maybe with some extended pockets there.
Croco, he was present. I had a great joke for the next replay, but we'll get to it in a moment here. This is just the dive into the rocket after the ult comes through, of course, from the top lane.
Yep.
So Croco, he was present, he was steadfast, He charged. He did. Goes over the wall. And that's it. That's basically the end of this fight. And stuff is like, yeah, you guys, you know that Closer's here, right? You saw him, right? As Karis is just taking some turret shots as Closer ults him.
Yeah. And Karis is like, oh man, being Victor into Azir is rough. Look at what I do when I don't have flash into Empress Divine.
Well, the Game 2 spike is not real for Hanwha Life in this series.
Now we know what happens when Hanwha Life win Game 1. Game 2 doesn't necessarily look the same. As Dove just going to hold on to this wave. And you can see it's not really a dive or anything like that set up. Prince shows top lane. Kyle's going to be on a ward as well.
It's not Prince Caspian in this Lion Witch wardrobe. It's just Prince.
Yeah, it's yeah.
I'm trying to remember, like, I read those when I was so young. I'm like, I don't know if I have any more references.
My favorite was Voyage of the Dawn Treader. I liked that one because I thought boats were cool.
No more Abyssal Voyage, unfortunately. It's Voyage of the Tom Kench.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Treader. What was the one about? There was one about horses as well. A story about horses. I can't remember what it was.
Is that the Silver Chair one, maybe?
Don't think that's the horses one.
Oh, is this not a Lion Witch and Wardrobe, just a different?
No, it is. It is. I think it's another Lewis Carroll. I think so.
Okay. You mean C.S. Lewis, right?
C.S. Lewis. Yeah. Who's Lewis Carroll?
He's the guy who did Jabberwocky, right?
No. Lewis Carroll is the.
Oh no, Alice in Wonderland.
Alice in Wonderland. Yeah.
He might have done Jabberwocky also, but I don't remember.
He was a weird guy. C.S. Lewis, yes, but still a Lewis, right? And there is a C at the start of the other guy's name. So there we go. Saved it. I can't remember. What was the... Anyway.
They made some movies. They were not great.
I didn't watch any of them.
Yeah, you didn't miss out.
I remember there was some TV shows that were pretty good. Is now on Fleek's gonna hold. Oh my goodness. That's the state of this game right now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he didn't have flash, so at least he had his ultimate. He's going to...
it was the horse and his boy. I was looking at
that's
chat.
right.
I was looking at chat. The astronaut, thank you very much for that one. I'm now going to not look at chat anymore, but still, I
Hex
needed
Flash?
to check. Okay, On Fleek does manage to get some of his camp, as that's some Flame Chompers. Sunday has to walk on the wrong side, and then it gets even worse. Emperor's Divide comes down, Croco finds himself a heroic charge, and Super Mega Death Rocket will be the end of the Aphelios, so now there is much less damage to come through. Even Croco gets saved with the Devour, and Hanwha Life, they can't catch a break. There is nothing that they can do here.
This is Karis' promo game, man. He's like, he's pushing minions into the mid-turn. He's like, there's just no hope. I'm just going to keep my average CS high for whatever tracking site he uses. He's just looking for, he's like, next time I'm the key player matchup, at least my CS numbers aren't going to be that bad. I stayed pretty even because he hits 14. He's like, all right, -3 at 14, we'll take that this time around. I mean, he is getting a lot of free farm. That is the, I mean, I joke, but that is the one saving, it's not saving grace, but it's the one thing that is okay for Hanwha Life Esports, for the Victor in particular, who get some money without being challenged.
I appreciate your attempt here, because this is an absolute shellacking.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I gotta try to say, like, words about the game and say happy things about Hanwha Life. There's nothing happy in this replay except the charm hitting Closer, but Croco just takes Vista out. The rocket connects, and even though Closer got charmed, he's still doing a lot of damage. It doesn't matter who Tom Kench is going to save. He could save anybody. It's going to be Poppy in this case. Just all a big win here on the top side. Turret survived a little bit longer, but as you can see, only a little bit longer.
Yeah, Closer will come over and deal with it. And Dudu, just there trying to get rid of whatever vision he can, claim whatever gold they can. It is only 6,000 gold the lead, but I just don't see where it gets better for Hanwha Life Esports. Like, what does this composition actually do into the Live Sandbox composition?
I mean, it's the Dudu angle, right? Like, you're going to have to hope that Dudu has a really awesome Gnar, but the problem is that at this stage, with all the acceleration these players have been given, like, Closer hasn't backed in so long. He's probably sitting on so much gold. The Gnar is just going to simply explode before he can actually build an Gnar bar, so you're going to have to be in the perfect place with no contest in order to do any of that. And some of these games where Hanwha Life Esports, where Dudu is carried, he's been ignored in a fight, then he gets a nice Gnar and they turn it, but it just seems so unrealistic to expect that's going to happen this time around, as at least Karis built Ludens. He's not trying to go down the Well, I picked Leandre's, and I'm going to hope for the best path, because that is not the one. They need some sort of burst damage, some sort of pick potential. If Viego gets a reset, there's ways. I know you asked the question rhetorically, but I again, am trying to answer.
Yeah, I think you're doing an absolutely stand-up job at that one. I think that this draft is a bit of a tragedy.
It really was.
For Harmon Life Esports.
In its own, like, 5-man unit, it is below average, but it's not abysmal. But against what is the draft of Live Sandbox and the prio and late game scaling it has, it's one of those moments where you somehow lost the early game of the draft and the late game all at the same time.
Yeah.
It's like, how did you do that?
It's like you made the sacrifice in order to get the nothing.
Yeah.
You know? It's like, aha, I managed to get the not priority lane. And that's one of the things that happens when you blind pick Nah. And you just like walk into games that look like this.
And unfortunately for Dudu, like, that's the only champion he's looked really good on. And he has looked pretty above average on it. But, you know, I mean, when you do that, you open up the gangplank if you don't ban it. As here we go, closer.
Yeah, Closer going to get on in there. SarmD is just in hell this game, 100%. But the Azir is at least going to be taken down. There's the quickness. The Chaos Storm is doing some work here as Kyle getting taken down low. Maybe this is the reset angle for Onfleek, who finds the tongue lash and now abyssally dives towards Croco. Drill connects as the zap comes in. Prince is still alive. Super Mega Death Rocket does do a lot of damage here. Stun isn't going to land onto Croco though. And Hanwha showing some signs of life.
Yeah, it's the angle there for Onfleek to get those resets like you said. Lots of damage here. Yeah. Still available for Live Sandbox, not done yet.
Yep, Dove being boomeranged. Okay, the gravity field's going to come through here as now the flash comes in and Prince gets excited. Zap comes down. Goodbye, Rakan. Heroic charge to stop Dudu, and that is going to be another one getting the Jinx excited. My goodness. Prince just tidies up the entire team, and it will now just go over and take this Drake.
The only competitive part of this game is, and it's not even that competitive, is the race between Croco and Prince to see who's going to get POG. I think Croco is still firmly in the lead, but Prince is really making a case. You know, he's doing the boom boom damage, he's getting the resets, his rockets have been good, zap placement's great. But Croco once again stopping the blast cone from actually getting. I don't even remember who was stopping from running away because the fight was such a wash at that point. Look at the value of the ultimate here for Victor. Gets the first reset. Over to the jungler. Onfleek is trying his best to now beat Azir and then burn down Kyle, which he does successfully. Then he gets another reset. Tom Kench is trying to chase, not able to do so. Unfortunately, Steadfast Presence already out here for Croco. And then Dudu's Narbar expires, and all it takes is Prince getting excited. And Dove is like, yeah, tanky enough. Just going to get that slow. We're going to look at Prince ready for the follow-up. Once he has a single kill, he's flashing forward. So much attack speed, so much range. Doesn't even care, and this is...
That's like nutty. He catches it out of the air.
He makes it look like a bug, but actually it's just the champion doing what it's designed to do at the edge of its limits.
Yep.
Speaking of...
Well, Croco is looking for Karras here on the backside. Heroic charges to move him back towards these Flame Chompers, and Karras is going to go down. Prince picks up that kill as well. Chaos Storm doesn't really do too much, and to answer the cross-map play is the Cannon Barrage.
They have to go
the value
proxy.
of that ability.
They have to go proxy the minions. They can't kill the turret just yet.
Look at how far away the minion wave is as well.
It's so far away. It's not even close. He's actually rotating down. He's going to maybe try to punish. He's coming down alone. It's not going to be also the Azir coming over, so...
Yeah, and Dudu has to actually leave this turret as well. So not going to be able to get that bounty gold just yet. It's a 9,000 gold lead here, sub 20 minutes. Live Sandbox also very, very close to picking up that Infernal Soul as well, as Soul Point was picked up after that last crazy fight.
Yeah, it's not a happy time.
No. Onfleek dashes forward, regrets the decision immediately. As Croco throws a buckler.
Yeah, he's
at
just
the Rakan,
bouncing a shield around for fun. There's no contest potential for this Baron. At least Cannon Barrage is on cooldown. And if they can get just one single pick...
No. Closer. Throwing a few things around here as Karras. Quickness is going to come in there. That is not affected by Steadfast Presence as Emperor's Divide hits 2. Doesn't find too much more. Karras, oh my goodness, he's so close to being just dead as Croco will find the buckler. He has to dive so far though, and I think he's still going to die. The quickness actually wasn't necessary before. Kyle's going to save Croco's life. Oh, it's just unfair. Hama can't do anything. Zonfleek's trying to get the stabs forward, but the teleport will come through. Dove turns up, and he's going to say, don't mind if I do, and shoots him in the back of the head. Decent little knock up as the battle dance will get the Rakan out of there. As Dudu turns into Mini-Gnar at exactly the wrong time. He can't ult. He does manage to kill the Poppy, though.
So at least Croco will be off the board here. He didn't have Smite anyways for this Baron. Doesn't matter. It's the amount of time it's going to take to clear this one. Look, let's see if the Baron dies before his Smite comes up, because I think it will, actually quite significantly. And you know, they're just going to take these empowered recalls and go buy items. Croco fixes his hair as he's like, oh, I really think I might have been able to actually get away there. Look at how much time he buys for the setup here to get that first reset here for Prince. And the Prince is just happy to walk away, and then they continue to push this issue repeatedly. Croco just charging forward, looking for a pick onto the AD carry, onto the jungler, or the Victor if they can find him. And in this case, with the Rocket, Croco just wants to get that extra shield value. He's like, here's my buckler, and bam, charges him over. And then when all hope looks lost, Kyle flashes for the Devour.
Yeah, and the Poppy lives.
Oh, it's just a well-oiled Live Sandbox here tonight in Game 2. We're getting the full 6-game LCK experience on Thursday night. Tonight, Atlas.
Yeah, and look at Dudu as well. He is so close to having the Gnar, and they just can't press the R button because he turns into Mini.
Yep, it's just well played.
Such a shame.
Well played by him to try to do something, but he at least trades a kill, I guess.
Yeah. The positivity. I like it. I like it a lot.
Do you think that Croco or Prince will pick up POG? And Prince is leading at 6,000 gold, but I think a lot of that money is because Croco set him up. I'm leaning towards Croco.
I'm leaning towards Prince. I feel like it's a boom boom damage game.
I mean, there was a lot of boom boom rocketing going on with the boom boom cannon barrages on top of it. Kyle also might get a vote or two because his powers have been really good.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's winning over here. Look,
he is 6.5 thousand gold ahead. Like, that's a lot of thousands of gold ahead.
Yeah, Felios hasn't.
That is the biggest. I think that's one of the biggest like single-person gold leads I've seen in a very long time.
He might actually get a 2-item advantage if they win a fight here and he gets to back. I don't know if he'll ever back because this might just be the end, but I mean, this is crazy. They have Infernal Soul.
Well, there's a heroic charge. Unflake gets smacked into a wall that he can actually walk through, which I think is kind of unfair. To go with the theme of the game.
Yeah, I just don't want to see any more games decided in the bottom lane in the first 5 minutes anymore in the LCK. We've had enough of these.
Yep, there's certainly been quite a few. As Live Sandbox are just going to obliterate this turret, that's going to go down very, very quickly. Waiting on the next wave here as Prince just happily smacking that turret down. Oh, sorry, the inhibitor. As Dove setting up barrels, doesn't quite find Dudu with that one. As Closer, I believe, was taking the turret, but it doesn't matter. Emperor's Divide goes completely wide. But he's buying space. It was a zoning Emperor's Divide.
Ultimate.
Exactly. As now the quickness and grand entrance comes through from Vista. Can they lock down any more kills? As Dudu does get a decent wallop, but Prince is still alive, everyone. And it may have looked close at the beginning, but it is not anymore. As goodbye on Fleet. Karis is now running for the hills, but even Prince knew that only one crit was enough to deal with more than a quarter of the health bar of that Victor. And these Nexus turrets are dead. We are going to go to a game 3, and that one was not even close.
Not even close. 24 minutes here. Just sub 25. And you know what? I will put the X in the boom boom damage column. He's 9-0-9. Involved in 18 kills. The aim of his rockets was true. They flew across the entire Summoner's Rift every time finding value. And look, whether you want to say that Croco empowered him or not, this game was completely about him. It was completely about the Jinx getting resets and popping off, and yeah, eventually it became Croco just being like, all right, I'll get your reset. I may give my life for it, but I'm going to try my best to go as deep as possible. We're going to be oppressive, and Live Sandbox were super oppressive. They didn't just take a lead and go, cool, I guess we scale now. They were like, we're going to take a lead, and we're going to continue to push over and over and over again, take these turrets off the map, get deep vision, and that's exactly what they did. Is Prince, when he's got the helm of Live Sandbox, when they are putting him in control of these drafts, the guy just doesn't miss.
No, he
really
doesn't.
doesn't. You put him in an early game champion, it hasn't worked out so much. You put him on Jinx, Aphelios, Zeri, he pops off.
Yeah, it's beautifully orchestrated, but I think a lot of this does come back to the way Harmer Life Esports acted in the draft. I didn't like it whatsoever. The Aphelios priority pick, the Gnar being picked blind. Their answer to this Azir was just not even remotely close to being an okay choice in Victor being picked up. So, yeah, Live Sandbox, as you can see, I mean, this goal graph is exactly a coach's dream right here. Just pretty linear, up and to the right. Love to see it.
Yep, it's just a right triangle.
Yep, it's the opposite of everyone's portfolio right now.
Oof. Yeah. It's not a lot good going on in the world of economics, but a lot good going on if you are a Live Sandbox fan and you were worried after that Game 1 victory for Hanwha Life.
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, that means we are going the distance. It is 6 games tonight. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, that 6th and final game.
되냐? 해봐 해봐. 일단 얘네 풀 빼봐. 더블 쏠게 빼봐. 한턴 빼봐.
나를 메가나를.
나 분란 있거든. 나 풀게. 난 일어난다. 징크스 살려줘야 돼. 야 징크스만 살면 돼. 얘 풀 다 빠졌어.
먹기 있어.
풀 다 빠졌어.
괜찮은 것 같아.
나이스. 굿. 잘했다.
요. 나이스.
이채원.
깔끔하게 이자 한번. 깔끔하게 이자 이번. 집중하고.
이채원 나이스.
너가 너무 잘했어.
뭘 잘해. 됐어.
막아버렸어. 덩글이 이 정도 하면 내가 캐리해야지.
캐리 좋았다 얘들아. 땡큐링.
안녕하세요. LCK 파이터들의 불꽃 튀는 대결 스틸 롤 파이터로 들어온 저는 빛 다니엘입니다. 지난 스프링 롤 파이터에서 저희가 또 이 강다니엘님의 샤라웃을 받게 되는 영광이 있었기 때문에 진짜 강다니엘님을 오늘 모시게 됐습니다. 강다니엘 나와주세요.
네, 안녕하세요. 오늘 MC를 맡게 된 강다니엘이고요. 진짜 강다니엘님한테는 정말 죄송하지만 오늘 또 이렇게 함께하는 만큼 재밌게 놀다 가겠습니다.
자, 저희가 지난 결승전, 스프링 결승전 때는 이제 T1과 젠지의 대결을 이미 보여드렸기 때문에 오늘부터 LCK 8개 팀들의 대결을 차례로 보여드릴 예정입니다.
그리고 최종 승자가 되는 팀은 저기에 보시면 이제 명예의 전당이 있거든요. 아무나 이름을 올릴 수 없기 때문에 저거 명예의 전당 이름을 올리기 위해서라도 오늘 이겨야겠죠?
그렇습니다. 자, 그러면 오늘의 파이터들을 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 먼저 소개해드립니다. 원조 광기는 바로 우리다. 담원 키아!
화이팅! 자, 이어서 우리의 계절 여름이 왔다. 서머에 맞춰 스롤파까지 접수하러 온 KT 롤스터!
서머에
화이팅! 맞춰온 것 같은데?
준비한 거예요?
네, 준비한 거예요?
준비 안 했는데 정민이가 센서가 좋아서 정민이만 호응해주는.
아유, 합이 좋네. 오케이. 자, 갑작스러운 이니시의 도움 좋았습니다. 자, 그럼 저희 출발해보도록 하겠습니다. 스틸 롤 파이터 지금 시작합니다. 자, 그럼 오늘 저희가 먼저 펼칠 파이트 바로 몸으로 하는 스피드 퀴즈입니다. 제시어를 보면서 몸으로 설명을 하게 되고 나머지 선수들이 맞춰주면 됩니다.
그렇죠.
근데 뭐 이런 거는 뭐 근데 우리 전문이니까.
3원기부터 시작하겠습니다. 첫 번째 문제요.
사랑이 추억해.
정답. 트위스티드 페이스.
오, 정답!
정답.
와. 저.
아 이거? 라칸. 패스도 있습니다.
패스.
오케이. 바로.
오케이, 패스.
세나의 폭.
정답!
정답 리신.
스킬명을 말해주시면
용의
용의 분노 정답!
빠르게.
자, 다음. 야, 이거는 맞춰야지. 오, 정답! 야, 역시 스킨 보유자. 이걸 어떻게 맞췄지? 아니, 벌써 정말 이거 아니네? 아, 네, 패스 됐어요. 다음.
이거 패스.
이제 패스 없어요. 이제 패스 없어요.
뭐야? 패스 한 번.
자, 가만 이거 못 맞추나요? 정답! 자, 이제 시간 얼마 안 남았습니다.
콩콩콩.
정답! 이거 본인이 맞추네. 왜 이렇게 잘 맞춰, 남원? 이제 패스 없어요.
패스 없어요?
덕담.
잠깐, 그걸 뭐라고 부르죠? 덕담이 맞긴 맞는데.
강?
깨물모.
키? 아 이거 깨물기 아트?
깨물아트 정답! 진짜 힘든 문제 맞췄네요.
진짜 위기다.
야, 이걸 어떻게 표현할지. 그냥 눈 이만해졌어요. 배불뚝이. 네.
김동아.
사람이 정답 인정하겠습니다.
이거를 맞춘다고요?
자, 여기까지 3부.
정답은
롤드컵이었습니다. 근데 너무 잘 맞추네.
야.
이번에는 그러면은 저희가 이제 KT도 한번 준비해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 첫 번째 라이프 선수부터 KT 로스터 시작합니다.
슈리마야, 너의 황제가 돌아왔다.
시어라. 리신. 용의.
설명 잘하는데? 와, 정답 빼고 다 나오네요.
이 정도면 잘하는 것 같은데? 저기 뭐야?
라칸?
와이. 와, 진짜 정답 빼고 다 나옵니다.
밀어낸다.
신들아. 야쏘 요네.
일부러 멋진 거.
아니, 설명 좀 해.
말해도 되나요? 아니, 이거 어떻게 패스할 거예요? 이쯤 되면? 패스. 네, 패스. 이거 너무 쉽다.
바이게.
정답! 이번엔 에이밍입니다.
마음대로 불러.
한계치.
정답! 야, 우에기 포인트네. 이것도 쉽다. 왜 정답!
애쉬.
아니,
바로스.
이지를 LC 미스워치
자,
굳이 챔피언이 아닐 수도 있어요.
신기한 화살.
자, 나왔어요.
영조준 일격.
정답! 역시 또 에이밍이 맞추네.
난 최강이다.
세트. 정답! 그렇죠, 라이플 세트죠.
야 이거 어렵다. 엔지.
자, 힌트 드릴게요. 사람이에요.
강남님.
정답! 잘했어. 정답!
아리.
자,
리산드라.
아리아 요리모.
아리아데스.
정답!
바이 말파이트? 바이 말파이트?
이거 어렵다.
시바나? 오른. 시바나. 두꺼비? 레드?
네, 어쨌든 치열한 승부 끝에 첫 번째 라운드 몸으로 하는 스피드 퀴즈 승자는 KT 롤스터입니다.
상원이 형 여기서 쓰러질 것 같아.
아 너무 선수 안 들어갔는데. 그게 어떠?
이거 아니야? 와서 침묵질.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, and we're up to the final game of the evening. Liv Sandbox managed to take that second one pretty convincingly. I think it's very safe to say. And now we get to find out who the player of the game is going to be. I think the big boom boom damage might just take it.
There were some discussions I heard about the jungle player maybe picking up a few votes. Maybe he's going to swing the swing the tides. I almost voted for Croco, but at the end, I mean, the game became more about the Jinx damage than anything else. So even though Croco led to him getting all the lead that he then snowballed, he did in fact snowball it very well, and he played well, he positioned well, he flashed forward for kills and played very aggressively. It was not just a sit back and only do boom boom damage. It was a very precise boom boom damage, you know. It was very subtle at first, and then too big to ignore.
And then he got excited, and then definitely the team fights did go the way of Liv Sandbox. It's absolutely true. Very intrigued as to whether it is going to be the man who started the snowball or the snowball itself. Let's do it. Let's get into player of the game and see who's going to pick this one up. Very intrigued. It is going to be coming very soon.
Yeah.
I can see Changyeon getting towards
She's
it right
calling
now.
it out.
Oh yeah.
I can tell by her facial expression.
Need a
she's about to pull it. So you guys can hear it.
Yeah.
And
it's going to be Prince. All right, boom boom damage takes it.
Sorry, Chronicler, your boy got robbed, but he's got a third opportunity. Because, like, Croco could have gotten it in game 1, and then could have gotten it in game 2. He's got a third chance tonight. I mean, look, so much damage here for Prince. Don't do him dirty like this, too. It's like, actually, these highlights are Croco highlights. I'm like, stop!
And now we're, like, right at the very end of the game. Oh, dear. As, all right, yes, he got Nard, but then he cleanses, gets excited, and attack moves into the enemy team.
He was right-clicking and pressing A, then clicking on the floor so hard. But yeah, I mean, look, he's going to pick up for the way that this team plays around him is just so incredible, and he actually ties for first. He's been that dominant for his team that is now a top 5 team, potentially a top 4 team if they win this next game. Will actually pass Damo and Kia and take that spot. So
yeah, and it sort of looks like, oh, these are all of our top 4 teams, but no, it's not actually. It's not the case. As there are a couple on DRX who have 300 points, but none of them have made it to 400. And it was 2 getting the POGs today that only had 100 before the day started. So Prince going to move up to, you know, joint position of 400 points here alongside Shoemaker, Chovy, and Zeus as we move to game number 3. An opportunity for Prince to possibly get 500 if he's able to win the game and pick up another POG. However, that is getting slightly ahead of ourselves, as they do have to still beat a Harma Life Esports that just lost a game. So maybe it is not actually game 2 that Harma are able to beat. It is after losing 1 game, they win a game. And this would be the right time to do it in a game number 3.
They will choose blue side. As Kesman is under a lot of pressure, he is an LCK veteran and was the coach who led Hanwha Esports to their Worlds run, right? I mean, let's forget this guy has done great things with a different Hanwha roster in the past, and you could see he's being a leader right now. I mean, you could see it in how he's talking and how he's basically orating what is about to happen with this blue side draft. He's got his notes ready, but the drafting is frankly going to have to be a lot better and a lot cleaner, and I think you might have to sacrifice some Gnar priority for a better draft, or you might need to ban some options that are strong against Gnar, winning lane, and scaling if you're going to pick the Gnar that early. There are, I think, different ways they could have given due to that comfort pick that didn't work out in the end.
Yeah, or they could have just not picked Victor into Azir as well. There are a lot of things that went wrong in the last draft, as I probably would have given POG over to Joker if it was possible, given the way he navigated the draft last time. But now, on red side, so Live Sandbox not going to be able to do the same thing once again. And let's see whether they can still pick up a victory. Game number 1, remember, was entirely a mess.
Yes.
So that could have gone either way, and we may just have another experience like that as, once again, we're off to a Visery start. Ari and Kalista needing to be banned next up, if we are going to repeat game 1.
Might just be that same Lucian setup here for Live Sandbox if these bans go through the same way.
Okay, Wukong actually going to be the change up here, so not going to ban Kalista, going to ban Wukong instead.
Yeah, Unfleek picked up POG in game 1 on this champion, so nice adjustment here for Live Sandbox.
Absolutely.
As still going to see that Aphelios taken away. They just do not want to deal with Princess Aphelios. So much so they picked it early for Samdi.
Yeah, and that just absolutely didn't work. So I think banning it is probably a better idea if you're not confident in playing the Jinx yourself. Corki going to be banned away here. Live Sandbox not wanting to opt into that once again, as Kalista is going to be left up for that reason. And Seraphine also.
Yeah, Seraphine is open, and I like the Kalista as somewhat of a deterrent to the Senna Seraphine. It's not necessarily going to work, and Senna Seraphine can be very strong here. Might just be able to take the Azir Seraphine if that's your plan, but I don't think that is where Live Sandbox are going to go if they want to go for the Azir, because that's already a lot of magic damage in terms of late game scaling. Yep. So it might just be something like an Azir here and a ranged support like Renata or Karma, and then closer will lock in a lot of different champions for Prince. Tahm Kench, the same idea, okay? Like, you've denied the Tahm Kench Kalista, and now you have the ability to play, you know, all sorts of range damage. Now, Kalista lanes have historically done pretty well into Tahm Kench, especially Kalista Amumu.
Or Kalista Renata.
And Vista has been the other player who's played the Amumu next to Beryl, so...
He, in fact, managed to beat Beryl.
Yeah.
As Tahm Kench while he was playing Amumu.
Well, this it all comes, you know, back to the comfort here for Hanwha Life players. This will be the pick.
All roads lead to Amumu, Wolf. Cloud Templar is also casting today, so it all makes sense.
It's all just really a cycle here in the LCK.
It's all coming together. It's all coming together. Hanwha Life, one last pick here, 4 seconds to go, and the Victor into Azir is going to happen again. I will refrain from comment.
Well, it's not
just say that that's the thing that happened.
It's not as bad this time, obviously, with the more control they're going to have with this Kalista Amumu bottom side. This is the Ezreal I expected to see. Renata and Karma were open, and I thought maybe that we'd see the priority there, but they wanted to pull the Tahm Kench away from the Kalista. Amumu, though, and Kalista are very strong into this lane in the early game.
Yeah, I think that Ezreal definitely, alongside Tahm Kench, not going to be exactly a pushing lane.
Yeah, so at least they have that going for them, because Victor is going to, you know, struggle here again, just like we saw last game. Yep. Take away Dudu's, Gwen, and then, even though it's not the greatest for this comp, probably just take away his Gnar as well, or leave it open and then hope that they don't ban the Gangplank.
Yeah, Dove should definitely pick the Gnar and ban the Gangplank, I would assume.
Yeah. Or just let them pick the Gnar and then pick the Gangplank in your final pick if they don't ban it again.
Yeah, that's a decent idea too.
Because like the Poppy ban here also just just doesn't make sense, like, in this draft.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't work on Ezreal.
It doesn't work with Ezreal Tahm Kench.
It does work with the Z. No, but yeah,
it's not. It's.
I mean,
just not. It's just
Poppy,
not correct.
Poppy's kind of amazing for dealing with Kalista, and it denies a Mumu engage. So I guess, you know, you get rid of it in that way.
But it's not going to be able to snowball this 2v2 the same way it did last game. It's not going to be. It's not relevant that way. Now the Trundle I like a lot more this time around because it's actually a strong jungle pick. I think for Krako here, can punish and isolate any engaging Amumu / Kalista situations with the pillar.
Yep.
And can be somewhat of a gank menace because Kalista and Amumu have to commit so deep and so hard in order to actually punish the bottom 2v2. That champion is going to be able to punish really early too. Will be the Ornn.
Ooh, okay.
I
like this.
Yeah.
And the Trundle was banned away by Harmalife Esports, so it means that no Subjugate to worry about either. So a lot of engage options here for Live Sandbox. I think Elise In would round this out quite nicely, as that is Bel'Veth. We saw her in our very first game of the day, which feels like about 12 hours ago. But she is not going to come through again. Lee Sin going to be locked in instead.
Don't mind the Bel'Veth here, but I just don't think that I trust with Unlife Esports' level of coordination, they'd be able to pull it off well, especially because Live Sandbox already have so many scaling elements, so much range here. I think this is, the Lee Sin is a better option. Final pick here, going to be, of course, for the top lane, and with no Gangplank to deal with this time, and obviously the ability to threaten Ornn in lane with those hyper procs. This is not a terrible pick this time around. A much better and more well-rounded draft here for the side of Hanwha Life Esports, as we'll just wait and see what Krako is going to pick now that so much of the jungle has been taken away.
Yeah.
Jarvan?
Yeah, it's been a while. Kalista just hops out of Cataclysm though, so I don't know whether I love it. Volibear is another option. They are going to lock it in. So Krako is going to be very aggressive in the jungle, and of course you can bully Elise in the early stages of the game as this Volibear.
You can also bully Victor even harder when there's a Volibear around, and if you set up your wave really well, then you can deny CS on the Victor even when you have this pick, and Lee Sin won't be able to do anything about it because Volibear can just slap him and walk back towards the Azir, who will then chip away at those health bars. Post 6, you have defensive options as Azir here. I think this game really needs to be about the top and bottom of the map here for Unlife Esports. How well does Dudu lane into Dove here, again on now his 13th game of Gnar this season? And then, of course, how well does Vista play the Amumu? Because he had that great game against Barrow, like you mentioned. They're the two Amumu Kalista teams here, DRX and Hanwha Life. And if he can perform well and punish this Tahm Kench Ezreal priority, then things can definitely look really nice here for Hanwha Life Esports. On the other side of things, though, it's Prince on a late game AD carry, which has a lot of range and a lot of poke and a lot of agency, with, once again, a setup with Prio in mid lane. You know, like, there's a lot of ways that you just can sit back and play weak side AD carry here and then win the later parts with the Ornn scaling. Early game setups for objectives, too, with Emperor's Divide and the Call of the Forge got a really good year. I do have to favor Live Sandbox once again.
I agree. Looking forward to seeing whether Hanwha Life can buck the trend with some comfort picks that they've collected for themselves. Let's see what happens in game number 3. Okay, Live Sandbox fans, definitely very loud here at Lowell Park. As, ooh, storms coming down here. Krako putting them in. But, okay. I think the way that you could have improved Live Sandbox's draft just a little bit, if you allow me to nitpick just for one moment.
Hey, I just want to make it clear, I'm not in control of this. Yes, they could have improved by, go on.
I would have liked to have seen an Ashe instead of an Ezreal. That's what I would have liked.
Fair, fair. You know, the Ashe into the Kalista, one of those classic counter picks, and can make things very miserable. Also, if you commit to the engage with Kalista Amumu, or even Kalista and Leona, like those older style Kalista lanes, I think Ashe absolutely slaps that. And once you go in, you cannot get out, and Ashe just crushes it. And as long as Tahm Kench plays well, gets those shields going, like, you're going to have a bad time. I think this is more comfort for Prince and allows him to play a more range game here and chip away at health bars. So I like what you're saying in terms of the lane, but in terms of, you know, what Prince likes to do, I'm into the Ezreal here. I would have probably picked Ezreal myself in this draft, just like knowing who Prince is, if I was the coach, and how well drafting around him has gone.
Yep. There's also, I guess, the fact that you can buffer Arcane Shift out of the bandage toss as okay.
One's down here. Who is it?
Exhaust comes in, and that bandage toss was just amazing, but it may have spelt the end of Vista. He does have to flash to get out of the way here as Croco, the old level 2 gank.
So, I mean, so many games.
Is this 3 in a row that he's done this, by the way?
Yeah, I mean, we also saw it in the first series today. We also saw it yesterday. These early game junglers trying to get the lead for the AD carry so early on in the game, but takes away 2 flashes. Luckily for Vista, he has Hex Flash and is not going to be too bothered by this. But not going to affect his jungle all too much in the early parts of this. Obviously going to slow down the pace. Yep, but it's not a you know, matchup losing scenario here. He's already going to feel pretty fine in the early game versus Lee Sin.
Yeah, Karis fighting against Closer here will lose out on that trade, as we can see. Conquering Sands working out here for the Azir. The Death Rays trying to pull things back in favor of Karis.
If you can repeatedly proc the Doran's Ring here, it's going to be more valuable than the Corrupting Pots, especially if you could play around the Corrupting Pots super well. And the burn damage that Karis is trying to proc with those, so I like this choice of itemization here for Closer at the start.
Abyssal Dive, there's no flash, remember. Samd is going to throw down the heal, but there is nowhere to go. First blood goes to the Ezreal. And Onfleek just has to watch from the sidelines as his Kalista dies.
And this is the problem with picking a jungler that doesn't have that same sort of impact pre-6 in the Lee Sin. That's why picks like the Trundle, the Volibear, the Poppy are so powerful right now, especially on the red side, quote-unquote, losing lane, the one that's going to struggle into Kalista, Amumu potentially, is Krako's not done yet. He's got flash, mind you.
Yeah, Karis have to walk out of the way, but this was just Croco making his way up to this. Oh, okay, Onfleek going to kill a minion with his Sonic Wave. That feels bad. And Croco's going to be able to find a stun here. Looks for it. Press the attack working out here, but Onfleek's a level up. And Death Ray's going to come in. The flash has to come out. The stun's beautiful, and the Abyssal Dive says goodnight to Onfleek. Oh my goodness, the outplays there by Liv Sandbox, and Kyle, just beautiful positioning. And in the meantime, Dudu has to get the heck away from Dove, who's having a great time on the Ornn. Okay. Bandage toss.
He's just tossing it. He's like, look, it doesn't cost as much mana as it used to. I just like to use it on cooldown.
Yep. Pots in the chat, by the way. Pots in the chat, please.
Pots in the chat, indeed. This is going to be Prince's first-person view of this second time over here. Like you mentioned, no flash. I'm going to guarantee that he picks up the kill. Easy.
캐리할게.
Yeah, I'm going to carry.
That was all he needed.
And then Kyle, who's just very quietly had on all of these Tom Kench games this series, great Abyssals. And Krako's down at like, I don't know, 20 health.
Just insane. And gets the smite and just goes back to jungling as well, if you don't mind.
So 1,200 gold at 500, 5 minutes into the game. It's been a long night.
It has. It hasn't quite been 500 minutes.
Nor seconds.
Just yet.
About 300 seconds.
Yeah.
But hey, we're getting there. Pretty nice lead here to the Liv Sandbox comp that has, again, the better scaling. But this is going back to the point that I was making before we had like the follow-up ganks here in the mid lane. The Lee Sin pick isn't as strong in this scenario just simply because your bottom lane needs to push naturally, and if it is, it's vulnerable to Volibear, Poppy, Trundle, right? But if you're not pushing, then why'd you pick the Kalista Amumu lane, right? So you're kind of trapped into this scenario where Volibear is always going to be coming over and threatening you. Speaking of, here he comes again the second they start pushing. Now Onfleek's here, but he doesn't have 6.
Yeah, Vision's going to be there as immediately the bandage toss comes down, but the answering Abyssal Dive is real good. Croco going very low. The exhaust may save him, but it doesn't actually, as now Samd is just chasing after them. Q is going to land. Onfleek is so incredibly low, though, as Prince is going to flash, and the Abyssal Dive is going to complete. It's a 1-for-1 trade, though. So probably still absolutely fine in the opinions of Home Alive.
Yeah, Prince almost hits that Q there as Karis is just going to try to push this so hard here while he has a lane advantage, even ults these minions to get a smaller advantage there and trying to deny as much CS from the teleportless closer. But that Q misses just barely from Prince there, and that might have actually been a kill onto OnFleek. He has this early Sheen pickup, so he's very happy to take these battle trades that Live Sandbox are looking for. Once again, you try to step forward and you get punished. So at least this time they trade a kill back, but you still didn't get any control or prio here outside of the small mid advantage that Karis picked up. So it's a trade is still a trade up for Live Sandbox. At least this time you got something for it though, like you said. 2 kills on the Tahm Kench that could have been on the Ezreal. If this Ezreal is looking at a 3-kill situation here, it's a different scenario. Of course, one of those kills was in the mid lane. But Tahm Kench is starting to become very big, very tanky, a big problem here.
Yeah, he's got his steel caps already built up. He's probably pretty happy to tank a few of these sticks that Samd is going to be throwing out. As Tongue Lash comes on down, that is going to set up for a very easy Mystic shot there. As you can see, the Mountain Drake was secured. And our next one is going to be a Cloud. So possible Hextech or Infernal Soul, which would be a whole lot of fun.
Yeah.
Or an Ocean, which would not be as fun.
Not as good. So you watch this fight one more time. The collapse here onto Vista goes so incredibly low here and is picked off. And then Croco does get traded, and Prince is trying so much here to get value onto OnFleek. This Q missing here, that's just so weird looking. It looks like he actually aimed it correctly, but it does not connect on either of them. And that's actually the biggest thing there is Kyle decides not to all-in escapes instead. So it could have been a different scenario. It could have been even better for Live Sandbox if that Q hits, but it doesn't.
Yep, Kyle now in the mid lane once again, lending some aid to Closer. But he's got a fair bit of control of this lane anyway. Vista going to rotate over just to make sure that OnFleek is safe. And he is. We know that because we have all of the vision. And Croco on his chickens right now is just going to clear the rest of his jungle and then see about what else he can do. Dudu with the slight advantage as far as minions are concerned, but the top lane, not really something that anyone really needs to worry about at this stage of the game.
Kyle comes up here because he has his support item to try to give extra push here for Closer to get prio, because they have the Ornhorn, they have Emperor's Divide in this early game, they have Abyssal. So there's so many ways for this to go very wrong for Hanwha Life Esports if they actually try to commit in the early game for a Rift Herald take. So I like this rotation over from Kyle. He's like, no, just going to push these through, going to help my Azir, have extra prio. Vista is doing the same, of course. He does finally come up here and match this rotation. As no commitment just yet to this Herald from Live Sandbox. They committed the Tahm Kench, and now they're finally going to come over here because they have great tools in this early game to fight for Herald.
Yeah, Dudu has his Mega Gnar available though. As the Rift Herald down to 2,000 health, Croco is going to get in there. He does have ulti available as the wall-up comes on through. OnFleek secures this, but the Ram is going to come on down as well. It is going to get thrown back. True Shot Barrage is in there as well as Croco is going to get smacked right into the middle of Hanwha Life Esports. Fantastic kick from OnFleek, who's now fighting this fed Tahm Kench in the back of the pit. Vista was trying to be there for the safeguard, but he walks away right when it comes off cooldown. Oh, what a disaster.
They're going to teleport over here to try to defend Samdi's pressure bottom side here. Closer did not ult in that fight, which is, you know, a little bit of a question mark. I think definitely could have helped shape the tides of the early part of the fight, because the nice setup there from Vista was, you know, if they had an Azir ult on top of that, I think this goes a lot cleaner.
Yeah.
Either way, Live Sandbox still win the longer fight here. Rift Herald goes to OnFleek. So, I mean, it's
kind of even.
Kind of even at the end of the day when the dust settles here, as the positioning of Closer makes it very difficult for him to actually set up a big ultimate here. You can see he tries to shuffle in and he's stunned. And then at this point, he's like, well, is it even worth it? Could have ulted Karis here, but Dudu just barely escapes, and he decides to turn on to OnFleek and Vista to protect Kyle. And that's the biggest question mark for me, is he just didn't pull it out at all, because he definitely had some chances to. Does decide to teleport bottom side, protects that plate. So notice that even though Samdi did not come to the fight, he didn't get even a single plate of gold there on the bottom side. He's very close to it, but didn't quite get it. Well, actually, not really. I thought he would have been, but I guess he didn't hit that many.
No. Was able to at least push the wave, which caught him back up in farm. But that's all we can really say about it. Kyle's going to lick this ward until it goes away. And Live Sandbox are going to retain control of all of the vision down here as Croco's sweeping his way through as Samdi. be in a little bit of trouble here. But you can see that Croco's playing with a fair bit of respect. Prince should be able to grab this plate, and if he can't, the minions will, and they do. True Shot Barrage, ooh, almost finds Vista on his way over, but he decides to kill the other ward first, which is good news for him. Brittle going to come through. Great little knock-up there from Dove. It's just fighting Dudu, but the Mega Nara is going to be there as well. Wallop comes down. There should be a drill, as Bellows Breath does a fair bit of work here, as Drill is going to also connect, and both of these top laners just trading a whole bunch of damage.
I mean, he's got the better item, Dove does here, if he actually waits out this Narbar.
Yeah, there's the Ornhorn, but he's just dead.
He does not get the second part of it. He played that last part so sloppily because he just kind of was waiting for the ult instead of calling it early.
He was busy playing music instead of doing any battling.
Yeah, it's like, well, I mean, if you're going to commit to the all-in, like, you need to use that one earlier or you need to leave. Either way, the hyper procs come through because of the mini Gnar there, and he just straight up dies. So that was a bit puzzling. I mean, look, Dudu's a really great Gnar player. He's won so many of these matchups. He just has no business getting solo kills in, but once again, we'll do it here as Hanwha Life. We're going to try to set up for this Drake take.
Yeah, Dove has respawned, and he's walking back towards the top side. Dudu, no teleport as Croco dives on in. He has to ult away, though. His Q's going to connect onto Kyle. Karis moves on over, or limps on in, as he is at 50% health as Croco comes through, smites early, and that is going to be the Drake secured. Okay, Devour going to be used there as Empress Divide's fantastic. Picks up a double kill here for Prince, who's untouched in the backline. Even the Chaos is not doing anything to him as he picks up another kill there. Closer finally secures one for himself as Karis is just, hobbled back to the mid lane and pushed that one in.
So, yeah, Dove dies, comes back to lane, takes a lead here. Looks like he's going to grab a plate. And all the while, Closer comes down at a weird angle, and it looks like Hanwha Life Esports forgot that the Azir existed. On Fleek's smite was super early, which then further delayed their rotation in, as Prince is going to grab another solo plate here, so a lot of plate gold going over the sandbox around the Rift at the moment.
Yep, and the Rift Herald just had to be put down somewhere in the mid lane.
Yeah, just behind the inner turret, so that will force... I mean, actually, I don't think Live Sandbox even care that much about it. They might be able to stop this.
Well, Vista is going to spot that ward that goes down. Shelly just marches towards this, and we'll be able to secure quite a few plates as some extra work had been done. As Closer shift stands to get out of the way.
240 each worth of gold going over, not the worst timed out Rift Herald you could ever see. As going back to this fight, or we're going back to this, so Dove, if he's going to all in on this, he needs to call his ult down as the mini Gnar, like before the mini Gnar actually triggers, otherwise you just have enough time to hyper proc and hop forward, and that's, yeah, I mean...
You get the zoom.
I actually thought he was going to win it, and then I'm like, well, I guess he's going to flash or something because he's not ulting, and then he just died. But, hey, sometimes it happens. The more exciting replay is the one that happens bottom side, where Closer actually ults this time and hits everybody and picks up a ton of money, and Live Sandbox take a pretty significant gold lead after being a little bit far behind. You could see the graph, it's kind of like a heart monitor a little bit, and this game feels like game one a little bit.
It certainly does. There is not much in it. This gold lead has been, you know, tripping around 1K throughout. As we have a look at this replay as well, as Karis comes through and death rays the Drake.
Yeah, that costs them a little bit of damage in this fight, but it's really just about the fact they didn't know that Closer was going to come over in Emperor's Divide, just didn't respect it, just piled on top of the enemy bot duo, which gave him a pretty high value ultimate.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. Things certainly working out very well for Live Sandbox, despite Dove and his situation. I was just thinking that if he had have flash activated the Ram, might have worked, but I'd need to see it again.
Only Kingen does that.
It was a very difficult situation. Well, I mean, after Kingen did it, everyone was doing it.
It's like it's the new hot thing to do.
Yeah, it's the thing.
We've seen a few people try and really mess it up actually too, but all right. Enough about the Ornn mishap there, as Dudu will pick up a kill, and actually now his return to lane is going to put some pressure on this turret, as the second Herald is also in control here for Hanwha Life Esports. They will grab that one.
Yeah. Gonna come on over. Might put it up here towards the top side as a drill comes down. There is a Gnar into the wall as Croco is just running after Dudu. Smite did come on in there as the Ram is going to knock a few people up just defensively. as Liv Sandbox do manage to retain control of their top side and
So-
now can move into the river.
Yeah, they will stop the Herald from getting dropped here, force a flash out of Dudu, and now On Fleek is running for the hills here. Meanwhile, you know, Ezreal's free farming mid, Closer's going to come down here to do the same.
Yeah.
And sitting happy right now as Liv Sandbox, as they might even look for more here. Croco stayed.
Yep, there's the Ohm Wrecker onto the turret as Dudu's going to be exhausted. The flash from Croco to try and confirm this. The hop comes out though as Dove is extraordinarily low. The Mega Gnar gives him so much of his health back as Kyle. He's somehow here. He just abyssally dived over. Looks like an abyssal voyage he went so far, as that's a great knock up from Dove. He gets devoured to make sure he survives. And even Prince is going to join the party. Double kill here for the Volley Bear, and they'll take the turret as well.
At least Hanwha Life Esports are going to be able to push this wave into this turret and will very likely take it out between Samdi and Karas' damage here. They could force Closer away. He won't miss more than just one of those minions there, but still the dive was so clean, and Kyle is just always in the right place, right time. 100% kill participation in this game. 2-0-7 for Liv Sandbox. Like, he has every single kill that they've gotten at any point, whether it was on the Herald, whether it was on the top lane, bottom lane, that
he has
weird
the second highest gold lead.
Yeah.
Like, what?
I mean, he's got 7 assists worth of extra goal on top of those 2 kills.
Yeah,
Like,
man.
it adds up. I gotta say, like, this Amumu pick is good, but they've just been outplayed on the bottom side thanks to those early game Croco ganks.
Well, sometimes you get Tom Kenched, right? As Crucial Barrage gets a fair bit of value here as Dove's just going to march on them. On Fleek taking so much damage here as Emperor's Divide pushes 3 back. Dove gets the knock up as well as the Chaos Storm is in there. Dudu gets a huge Gnar into the wall as Prince gets walloped, but there is not enough follow-up. Karis now trying to stand his ground, but he has to break his stopwatch and he will just die as he comes out. On Fleek now trying to safeguard his way out, and the Arcane Shift, can he manage to get there? Oh, he doesn't want to risk it. Ezreal versus Turret, and I think Turret was going to win.
But he will survive to push this wave in, take out a turret, grab a second Drake here, and win a massive team fight here for Liv Sandbox as Hanwha Life Esports fall further and further behind in gold. And that second Herald they fought so hard to group up for still hasn't been dropped, still hasn't gotten any value. You could see before we went to this replay that Lee Sin was hovering topside, so might actually get some value here. But it all went back to this play, right, where this time they commit hard, and then suddenly, who appears out of nowhere? Kyle from behind knocks him up to secure this kill, and then saves Dove.
And now I don't feel bad at all for completely missing that the Tom Kench was even there, because he was 100% not on the screen until he finished the Abyssal Voyage. Sorry, Abyssal Dive, which it is now called. It's not a global anymore.
It felt like it was.
Felt like, yeah.
This is just a really well-started fight here. And look at Dudu on the Gnar. He is not hit by Emperor's Divide. His positioning is so good. And look at the stun he sets up here.
Oh, 4-man Gnar.
It's amazing. This is why they keep giving him this champion. And it's not enough, unfortunately, in this case, but we just have to shout out that, like, of these 10 players, he had the most impressive play, actually, in this losing team fight.
Yeah, no, he was definitely very good. And there's a reason why he's the only person on his team that has a gold lead against his opponent. The problem is that Dove is still going to be so incredibly valuable on this Ornn.
Yeah.
And we've seen it already. I mean, that Ram to start the fight, absolutely fantastic stuff. So Liv Sandbox now with over a 3,000 gold lead, much bigger one than we've seen all game long as we crest the 20-minute mark. And Dudu deservedly will get the assist of Shirley. Minion wave comes down, he's not able to get the turret, and there's no plates left, so unfortunately it doesn't really do too much.
Yeah, it's such a weak play, unfortunately, on an objective. They were able to fight away from Liv Sandbox and didn't get anything realistic out of it, or anything realistically valuable, I should say. And
yeah.
Prince, again, 4-0-4, and I don't want to make a 404 joke. We always do this when someone's 404, but he's at a point. We found him, man. They found their win condition in these drafts. And yeah, Ezreal, Tom Kench into the Callista. Not as good as an Ashe pick could have been, but when he's empowered by this Volley Bear, who is coming down early, punishing the pushing power of Callista Amumu, then you can't push this Callista Amumu anymore, and that win condition falls apart. The Victor, once again, just completely invisible in this game. As, yeah, he had one good ult, He's otherwise just been catching waves and hasn't been able to make any impactful plays, whereas Azir can not only outscale you and beat you in the lane, but can completely change the entirety of team fights, like the one we saw on that Drake earlier, then the follow-up fight, 2 great ultimates from Closer, whereas Victor is like, well, I Chaos Stormed and I'm hoping for the best, I got my Leandri's damage coming through. It's not a Karus problem, but he just was given very few tools in terms of the priority here in the draft, because they got the Amumu Kalista so early. He didn't have that many other options he could rely on, and didn't work for him last time. It's not going to work for him this time.
Yeah, just not a lot of agency in the matchup regardless. But as far as how the comps work, it's also not a lot of good news there, as OnFleek takes so much damage here from Prince, who's picked up 3 items now. Unfortunately, doesn't have a mythic, so won't get an ornament anytime soon. We'll see what he does actually decide to put together. I'd love a Prowler's Floor, personally. As Closer is just going to very comfortably secure this minion wave. One thing that Victor does have is wave clear, so he's at least able to do that. But Liv Sandbox, they're just going to walk over to the Baron. As Dove's going to try it again. All right, he's going to interrupt the hop and then walk back to the turret.
Hey, he saved the turret.
He did. He also put his ult on cooldown. So now if he teleports to this fight, he will not have it.
Yeah. Interesting. Dudu also can just simply teleport in without him, but Liv Sandbox still have ultimate control over this Drake, with the exception of that one ultimate.
Yeah.
I meant they ultimately will be able to prevent...
Ultimately, they have control despite not having the ultimate.
Yes.
Ultimately.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Couldn't have put it that succinctly myself, so...
it's game 6. It's game 6.
Now Dudu's going to get this.
He is. Or die trying, as he just wallops, and he will be able to pick it up. As he gets the Sheen proc from his Triforce.
Just feels like ever since Dove got solo killed because he ulted too late, he's never hesitated to ult again.
No, I know.
He's like, just gonna put it out there. He's like, you know what? At least this time the casters won't say, well, he waited too long.
It's okay, Dove. We were never going to do it anyway. What I love is that Liv Sandbox, all of their deaths are on their tanks. So they've been able to play out the outside of, I guess, the Tahm Kench, who is just immortal this game. But the fact that it is Dove and Croco that are going down is just great for what Liv Sandbox are trying to do. They're 3,000 gold in the lead. They've got an Ornn, Azir, Ezreal. I mean, honestly, everything is still absolutely fine, as Anathemas is going to come in from Croco.
We haven't seen who he's put on yet, but I would assume it's on Karus. Okay, here we go. Croco's letting in.
Croco diving forward. Vista in a lot of trouble. Fate's Call has to come through. He might burn to death while he's even in there, as there's a beautiful knock-up. Another Emperor's Divide from Closer. He did definitely learn from Faker, didn't he? As Samdi is also going to go down. Liv Sandbox destroy the fight. And we'll take this Drake as well. That is Soul Point.
Something, happy feet and wombo combos. There's no Falco in this game, but I'm watching sick engage from Croco, then they turn it back. Dove, as Hun Life Esports are running in to capitalize on this Volibear, who looks so foolish to charge forward like that. And we've got so much damage to put onto him. Then, bam, Dove goes down with the Call of the Forge God, and that's a nice shuffle there from Closer. Flash committed to make sure he guarantees the sickest play possible. He's had 3 now game-changing, and potentially this last one game-ending Emperor's Divides, because the difference in gold now is so high. They have a Baron, which is going to make this even worse. It's just, it's a rough time now as Hun Life Esports. You're just not going to have a whole lot of agency, as watch Croco engage here, and then how confidently Samdi and crew are like, oh, chase him down. And they chase so far here that Emperor's Divide is so well set up as he flashes for this. And he is never, even for a second, endangered. He's got that, I believe it's Azonius now at this point.
I think so too. Either way, it's a stopwatch, and it worked.
He went gold
extraordinarily well.
He did get hurt.
he was in stasis, and yes, it is in fact Azonius. Also has an Oblivion Orb on top of his couple of masks that he has.
His upgraded Leandri's.
Yeah, and yeah, he does. He's got Leandri's Anguish, I want to say.
Yeah, I think that's what it used to be called before they changed
Lament?
Lament?
I mean, Leandri's Torment was what it was originally. It's no longer that.
I think it is Lament.
I think Lament is the ornament version.
Yeah, I think Anguish is the new Leandri's
Now, that's actually
name.
what it's called, but I still just call it Leandri's, and I don't even remember what the second word is most of the time. But it has 3 of them, so, I mean, sue me.
I mean, I bet probably the devs who have to reference it in tooltips have to like go look it up on OPGG to make sure that they're like, wait, what did we call that again? Yeah. They probably don't remember either. Notice the experience here. Despite Dudu having great control over the side lane, he's fallen behind now in experience. It's not looking good for Samdi's chances here as Tiamat is now done, so Prince actually has even more pushing power to control this game. With the Baron buff they picked up, already 3,000 gold on the power play.
Yep, Kyle is going to move in here. Does, of course, have the Abyssal Dive in order to get over, and Dove is going to be joined by the Ezreal to help deliver death to this inner turret. And it's a sad game, Wolf.
It really is.
I think once again we're going to see people saying, you know, pick Kalista equals lose, and it makes me sad because she does have value. As okay, the kick is going to get closer to where he wants to go. That is a very quick rotation. As Liv Sandbox will now just bear down on this inhibitor turret. Dudu looking for the Gnar. He is going to get it onto Closer, but Closer just stands his ground, doesn't care about it whatsoever. The Kalista is just going to be wiped from the floor. It's a great knockup from Vista, but it's just too little, and it is too late. Karras goes down as well. It's a double kill for the Azir. I think he's earned the POG this time around, and Prince will tidy up the inhibitor, and they'll get to work on these Nexus turrets. I think this game is done and dusted. Liv Sandbox with the reverse sweep, and they will also overtake Damwon Kia and move towards, I believe, 3rd or 4th place. 3rd place, is it? My goodness.
3rd
Liv
place,
Sandbox.
yes.
Liv Sandbox in 3rd place here in the summer season of LCK 2022. What a time to be alive.
5-2. They will move to, and Liv Sandbox, sure, game 1, they nearly had it in the bag. It was stolen from them, and there were some worrying feelings going around the Liv Sandbox side of the crowd after that first game, but games 2 and 3, it would be almost folly to say that there was ever a chance that Life Esports at any moment had any form of control, because they just simply did not. Game number 2, we had the level 2 ganks coming through, the Poppy control of the bottom side of the map just dominated. Game 3, same situation. Krako coming over on the Volibear, shutting down the Kalista lane, and this is just why these junglers that are high prio, the Poppy, the now Trundle we're seeing rise in popularity, it was kind of like a Krako thing, and now it's an everybody thing, are so problematic. And the Volibear, same sort of situation for setting up dives, was played very well. Yeah, Dove had some funny moments this game. I think they were going to have a very split vote because Prince did his job well.
I think it's close to 13 out of 13. That's what I'm giving it.
Tom Kench had some incredible
Ooh, that's
moments.
true, actually. Maybe it's Closer and Kyle, both of them.
But I voted for Closer. Because he had the winning Emperor's Divides, and he's going to get a round of applause here that's well-deserved.
Yeah, he was the swoop damage guy. Really making things happen on the Azir. Looked absolutely fantastic, but I did kind of forget about the fact that Kyle was literally everywhere on the map.
He was 9 for 9 on the first 9 kills, which was just, it was amazing how he was literally everywhere the whole time, always.
Yeah.
That one time when he saved Krako, I just had to watch that twice to believe that the first time it was real. Like, I was surprised we didn't have a pause after that, as he saved him before he got to smite range there on the Raptors.
Yep. They should have just been like, why is he even here? He shouldn't be here. We need to pause this. Did he teleport? He doesn't have teleport. As there he is.
It's just such a... When Liv Sandbox get the draft that they want and Prince is playing a hyper carry, I mean, look, Ezreal, hyper carry, it's hard to even call it that, but a ranged damage dealer that scales well and does a lot of poke, he popped off. And like on the Lucian, he did fine, but he's clearly more comfortable when he is on these late game scaling carries, and he's then empowered by his team over and over and over again. He's like, all right, stop cheering for me like it's been a lot. You guys gave like every single player a standing ovation. I'm just the last to pack up, okay?
Yeah. But well-deserved, and we will hear from Prince a little bit later as well in the interview, because he picked up the first POG here for Liv Sandbox. Check out some of these highlights. As at the beginning it was, yeah, pretty messy, but honestly, still just feels like a KL highlight reel in this early game.
Yeah, Dove's ult was good there. The True Shot Barrage went through a lot of the players, and then they teleport down to stop the turret from losing any plates there to the Kalista. as this was the first one of the really nice shuffle moves from Closer with another flash, and he sets up the Emperor's Divide, and they just didn't see him coming. But this is the first of 3 major ones he has this game, and I don't know if we'll see all of them in the highlights because we do kind of skip ahead.
Well, this one's definitely one of them.
Yes.
As you can see, swoops on in and collects 3.
And then there's the Wombo combo that happens after this.
Yeah, here's the doo-doo vote to come through, but unfortunately they didn't win the game, so he doesn't get to actually have that one followed through.
Yeah. The only, like in Valorant, they kind of do like a losing team gets an MVP thing based on their combat score and stuff. It's not like the real MVP, but we don't do that in League of Legends. But I think he would have definitely gotten it if we did.
He would have had the honorable mention.
Yeah,
100%.
Here's the Wombo combo. Another flash here to set up this shuffle and Emperor's Divide after the knockup comes through from Dove. And I think Closer is my vote, although Kyle definitely got them through some rocky patches in the early game, as we'll watch these final moments.
Yeah, I think it probably will go to Closer, but I really want there to be some Kyle votes. I kind of expect, like, I think that it's, the Kyle vote is a Chronicler vote. That's a big Chronicler vote.
Yeah, I think so.
We'll see whether he actually did put it down there.
Poor Chronicler, man, I didn't get any of the Croco POGs this one. I think Croco had a great start to the game, but it very quickly was no longer about him.
Yeah.
Dancing, man. They're just really adding insult to injury here to this. Unfortunately, now 1-6 Hanolife Esports.
Croco really just wants to keep dancing, but he decides that the Nexus needs to die. Such is life. As Closer is going to do a heck of a lot of damage, but I mean, once again, I just want to say I'm sad about the whole Callista situation because this is another example of her just not doing anything at all.
Because they drafted for Cryo on blue side in the 2v2, which is correct, and is a thing that literally every good team is doing right now, but they didn't expect Croco to really turn it or the other way around. And I think the Lee Sin was where things went wrong because unfortunately Lee Sin is just not going to be able to compete with early game Volibear in these 3v3s and was just outpaced by him.
Yeah, and also you've got Karis that does really nothing until 2 items, and Samdi wants to be spiking on 1, fighting around these heralds, getting those early advantages, making things happen, and powering the Amumu that also really did not do a whole lot. We saw what Amumu can do in our first series of the night, and if you do want to have a look at, you know, some powerful Callista play, Def did demonstrate some of that earlier on.
Vista had the better win rate between him and Beryl until tonight. Now it's about the same, but, you know, both of these players are really good at Amumu. Unfortunately, in this draft, it just didn't work out. As if you take a look at the standings, it's like we got to check out the position of Live Sandbox. And they actually didn't. They didn't actually break top 3 because they're 1 game behind DRX.
Yeah, it was the 3-game factor, and I was wondering about this. So DRX do have 1 game point advantage. It was going to be equal third if it was a 2-0 for Live Sandbox, and I should have remembered that, so I apologize. But Live Sandbox knocking on the door of the very top of the standings here with 1 win behind Gen G. After playing an extra game, of course, Gen G we will see tomorrow up against T1 and in our match of the week.
Live Sandbox play against Nongshim later on this week, so they will take that 6 win very likely. That's the expectation here. So
yeah,
DRX have the tougher opponent in T1, or excuse me, in Gen G for their final match of this week. So unless DRX upsets both, then it's very likely Live Sandbox will actually take that 3rd place spot. As let's take a look at their schedule. Let's see where Live Sandbox is going next. Live Sandbox face off against Nongshim.
Yeah,
and Gen G.
Yeah, their last match is Gen G. That's going to be a real tough one. They then get a rematch against Hanolife Esports very early on in the next round robin. So that's a whole lot of fun. You know there is a world, Wolf, where DRX and Live Sandbox are equal 2nd at the end of this week?
It could be, yeah.
That is actually a thing that exists on planet Earth. What a crazy time to be alive.
We'll rely on T1.
Yeah, so T1 needs to lose, and then, you know, Live Sandbox and DRX both need to win, I believe. And actually, no, we're 3-way tied for 2nd. T1, Live Sandbox, and DRX.
And, of course, pending game scores.
No, that's with game scores.
Well, I mean, they would have to win with those exact same score. They would have to win the exact same.
So Live Sandbox needs 2-0, DRX needs to 2-1. And, oh, wait, no, but they can't because, wait, no, DRX needs to 2-1 Gen G, who will remain in 1st place, but Gen G needs to 2-0 T1.
Don't do math on stream is what this
No,
is.
that 100% does actually work out. As we are going to have a look at Halma Life Esports' run through the rest of it. I'm really desperate for this equal second
This is a
timeline.
hard schedule.
Yes.
This is
wow.
a very hard schedule because they will face off against Damwon Kia, then T1, and then Live Sandbox again, as we mentioned, and then KT Rolster, who have looked a little bit invigorated as of late, and then Genji. So it gets a lot worse before it gets better. You're still waiting on that Fred Brion rematch if you're Hanwha Life, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, how many good matchups are there for Hanwha Life Esports? Like, that's exactly what you said, right? The Fred Brion one is the one you're looking forward to, but I mean, if they're looking to punch down, like, that's the only option that they have. Unfortunately, after taking this loss, picking up only one win thus far in the LCK, it does feel like we've got a bottom 2, and then there's 3 more, and then there's a top 5 here in the LCK for the summer season. Which is still better than having one team at the top like in spring.
Yeah, it's definitely better. But it's not as good as last summer where it was really competitive all around who's going to get those playoff spots. It was a very close race and very exciting, and everybody was looking like they were on the up and up. Remember, we had a season where like Live Sandbox and Nongshim were looking good. K2 we were like, wow, like maybe there's a chance. Hanwha Life Esports and the Chovy roster was also pretty scary. But this season, with all the roster shufflings and the movement upwards, it's been rare to see teams outside of Live Sandbox and DRX really punch higher than expectations.
I remember actually a conversation last summer about like which teams we're excited about, and I remember there was like a complete split of all of our opinions, and there was one Pog State episode where it was absolutely insane, all of the predictions, and I don't think I memingly predicted that Hanwha Life Esports were going to make it to Worlds, and that was the thing that actually happened, and that's insanity. Let's hope that this summer it is going to be a similar situation, as I think we are very, very close towards POG.
Yeah, we're just highlighting all the cool stuff that happened that game over there on the Korean stream.
As they have a desk. Unfortunately, Valdez and Chronicler still feeling unwell.
Yeah, starting to feel better, though, from what they're telling us. Symptoms slowly getting better. Yep. Hopefully they'll be able to cast tomorrow and be in good condition.
That is the hope. Got to make sure that we can get that remote cast sorted out, and then Wolf and I will be here on an analyst desk. That is the plan. But, of course, that is pending whether or not they are feeling well enough to do so. We would never make them work if they are unable to. So, I think we are getting closer and closer. We need to see Chong in first.
Yeah, G-Sun's highlighting some stuff.
Yeah, she was letting us know whether we want to bring up the...
Here it is.
Okay, POG is going to come through, and it's Kyle!
Hey!
There is a god! Oh, what a time. This is amazing. Okay, the Tom Kench is going to pick it up.
Look at his kill participation at 14, but also duo procs. He was with Prince less than half of the first 14 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
He was literally everywhere.
He was the essence of Live Sandbox, right?
Yeah.
In this moment, he was Live Croco. But, like, the fact that he doesn't even have Devour yet, and he comes through and, like, Guardians his Volley Bear, like, oh my god, he's so good at this game.
Yep. Then he keeps Volley Bear alive again here, who was very, very low to help set up for this Emperor's Divide to reach very deep. It was a team effort here. I think there will still be a lot of votes for Closer, but I wanted to go for Kyle, but...
It's a sad one, because 8 out of 13, so there is a lot of votes here. Only 3 going over to Closer, actually. But both you and Chronicler were in line on that one. I still kind of think that his Emperor's Divides were absolutely amazing, but the Tom Kench, I mean, I'm pretty sure Gorilla is on the Korean desk. So I imagine every single Tom Kench play was 100% analyzed to the fullest. But anyway, it does mean now we can go over to the interview, and we can hear from G-Sun and hear from the Sandbox players.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-Sun for the POG interview translation, joined by the bottom duo of Live Sandbox, Kyle and Prince. You guys are now on a 4-match winning streak, and this is your 5th win of the split. How do you feel, Prince? So we were able to pick up wins where we thought we are supposed to win. So, I mean, there were a lot of ups and downs, but still, I'm happy that we were able to make it happen, but we're not going to be cocky, you know. We're going to always focus up in every matchup. And Prince, you are tied with so many great players on top of the POG standings right now. I mean, I am first place right now, but you know, those first place players are really doing a great job together with their team, you know, but this, for me, I'm getting PO just because my team is helping me so much, so I don't think this is exactly the same. And Kyle, this is your first POG in your life. How do you feel? Yeah, this is my first POG ever since I had my debut in the LCK. I'm so happy. Are you nervous right now? Not really. Princess, he doesn't really look comfortable as well though. But let's get back to the game number 1. And also, once again, congratulations on winning POGs. So, in game 2, we could see the fiery Leaf Sandbox after losing game number 1. You had 3 complete items at around 20-minute mark in the game. What happened? So I can't be too specific, but game number 1 didn't go well, so we were really angry, especially I was really angry going to game number 2, but my teammates were doing a great job in order to kind of help me cheer up, and I was able to perform better. Was Kyle one of them? Yeah, he's the one always covering my back, and also Krako, and also coaching staff. They're really good at, you know, kind of making me feel better. And your game 2 performance on Jinx was super exciting. When was the moment that you got the confidence you're gonna win the POG? I never thought of POG in the middle of the game, you know, but maybe after the game was over. Kyle, how was watching Prince performing so well on Jinx? I mean, game 2, we were like, this is a 100% Leaf Sandbox victory because he was doing so well. Prince, you played Jinx for the first time in the Summer Split. This is not a top-tier champion right now at the meta. Tell me about that pick. I wanted to kind of round out the comp with that Jinx pick, and also this is a very good hyper late game carry pick, so we've been practicing Jinx starting from the scrims. Kaisa, Aphelios, Zeri, your champion pool, now added Jinx. Which one is the best pick for you? I kind of, Aphelios for sure was my comfort pick. So I want to say Aphelios. Kyle, you know, you are evolving every day during the Summer Split. Do you think you are showcasing your 100% potential right now? So to be honest, Spring Split was my debut split, so I was really nervous every time I was playing, you know, but moving into this Summer Split, you know, I got better game knowledge and I got a lot more comfortable on stage. Prince as well must have been helping you out a lot. Tell me about your teamwork with him. Well, go on. His carry potential, you know, his late game carries. And also, his laning is really strong too. Were you forcing him though? Not really. Because prior to this interview, I saw you kind of giving advices over to Kyle, even teaching him how to hold that mic. And Kyle, your performance on Tom Kent was so on point. Tell me about your confidence in that pick. So when I'm playing with Prince and Tom Kent, you know, in the laning phase, you know, our lane always goes like really good, sometimes even better. And also, if I just protect and save my AD carry, we just win the game. Kyle definitely taking that knight role, protecting the Prince on the side of Leaf Sandbox. And we had a perfect rotation from you, where you were able to save Volibear on the top lane. Tell me about that rotation. I just said nice after making that play, but I don't really remember that play exactly. So Amumu had the priority to rotate towards top, but I was also able to just like hit the knockup at the end of the range, so I got also lucky there. And also in Game 3, you guys were able to get a first blood on that Kalista. And then, Prince, you said, I'm gonna carry for you guys. So tell me about that early kill together with Kroko. I think Kroko was able to kind of set up everything for me, and I was able to carry the late game. And even after losing game number 1, I was so mad. He was helping me to kind of hold my mentality straight. So I want to share my credit to Kroko. So does Leaf Sandbox play around Prince, you know, trusting you guys, or are you the one asking for the covers? I mean, these days, my team just trusts me every time, which makes me perform better. And I think that's the power of Leaf Sandbox at the moment. Leaf Sandbox doesn't stop being romantic. You guys are now even being proactive and aggressive these days. Who is the centerpiece of that kind of vibe? Prince, and also Kroko, and also other players too, maybe Dove. What about you, Prince? Of course, me, to start off. And that's what the younger players are saying, so I guess that's true. Now, Leaf Sandbox, your next match will be up against Dongsin Red Force. What do you think about that match? I watched that match against KT Roaster yesterday, and it kind of shows that you never have to put your guards down against them. You know, I will do my best in that matchup as well. And Kyle, what about you? We're gonna do our best to prep that series, and as long as we keep our guards straight up, you know, we're gonna be able to pick up another victory. And Kyle, to celebrate your first ever POG interview, I'll give you a chance to just tell us anything you wanted to share on the stage. I wanna give a shout out over to Joker because he's been helping me out so much, and also Prince. Of course, he didn't nudge me. And this will be the end of the interview from the bottom duo of Leaf Sandbox, picking up the POG, and back to the casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the translation. Absolutely adorable to see Kyle on his very first POG. He's had some really good games. I'm actually surprised that it's his very first time on the POG stage. But Leaf Sandbox didn't find too many advantages last time around. But
look at that.
Let's check out tomorrow's schedule. It is going to be match of the week, and we will have an amazingly cool video for you about that one as well. Genji taking on T1. Genji undefeated this season. And also T1 undefeated last season.
Yeah, and also Kwangdong versus KT Roaster is a super impactful one for the playoffs race.
Oh, absolutely.
On the edge for that 6th and final slot. So big games tomorrow. Do not miss them. The first one, of course, being the match of the week. So don't oversleep or go to bed early.
Yeah, do the thing that's relevant to your time zone in order to be awake to watch the show. And also, fingers crossed that Valdez and Chronicler are both going to be feeling well, so all 4 of us can bring you those series. Thank you so much for watching, guys. We'll see you tomorrow for that match of the week.